Chapter 101 Shadow Ink. Neo took a deep breath. It's do or die. Quest accepted. He heard Elizabeth calling out to him while he was staring at the screen. Neo Hargraves, are my words so useless that you think they aren't worth listening to? I apologize, Professor. I was wondering who will be the leader of the S-rank mission. His words touched the topic everyone was trying to ignore. 3 teams and 3 corners. Clearly, each team would handle one corner. However, a single failure could jeopardize the mission. All of them had to work together for the mission to be successful. A mission leader was necessary. Harrison was about to speak when suddenly Mars stepped out. The mission leader will be Neo. What? Why would he be the leader? He is one of the weakest guys here. Mars glared at the members of Zeus clan when they opposed his decision. It's about strength. Our team is the strongest out of all 3 teams. It's a given our team leader should be the mission leader. The students about to refuse noticed Leonora and Mars. 2 of the monsters were in Team Umbra. It was without a doubt the strongest team. He hasn't forgiven Zeus clan for the Phoenix's death. I better not let him know I was the one who allowed them do it. Neo smiled bitterly. I agree with Mars' decision. Lucas stepped up. Neo should be the team leader. He looked at Arthur. What do you think? I'm okay with it. After the mission leader was decided, Elizabeth gave them the necessary equipment. A gas mask, 3 vials of healing elixir and divine energy elixir each, and a vial of black ink. It's shadow ink. You will be able to harm the shadow monsters if you coat your weapons in them. Shadows could not be killed normally. Neo recalled the trouble he had to go through during the ranking tournament due to the shadow monsters summoned by Nathan. The students opened the shadow ink vials and used it on their weapons. Lucas, Arthur, Neo, Nathan, Jack, and Leonora did not open their vials. Why are you 6 not using the item? I have holy affinity, Professor. I awakened mine during the missions. I can use aura / with death element. Lucas, Arthur, and Neo answered. Listening to them, Elizabeth nodded and stared at the other 3. I have shadow element. Same. Holy affinity. Shadow ink was created by combining poisonous substances with shadow elementals. It was harmful for shadow monsters. Since they could fight shadow monsters with their affinities, they saved the ink for later use. Everyone decided to suit up. They wore the gas masks and checked their gears. Neo opened the small case with elixirs and noticed he had 2 extra vials. The liquid inside them was darker. There was a note next to them. 1 vial of healing elixir and divine energy elixir. They are highly potent with strong side effects. Use them only if you have no other choice. Stay safe and don't die. The elixirs were potent enough that consuming 2 at once would destroy Neo's body. He would be knocked out after digesting even 1. Their effect was, however, similarly effective. They would show instantaneous effect unlike normal elixirs. Neo raised his head and met Elizabeth's eyes. Thank you, he mouthed. Elizabeth nodded. She seemed to have a lot to say, but she remained quiet. What are you thinking about? Christian asked. I was just. Neo shook his head. Never mind. It's nothing. I'll protect our team. It's my job as the tank. So stop making that worried face. Christian patted his shoulder and wore the gas mask. Neo nodded before he did the same. The 3 teams gathered. Should we ask the academy staff to send us into the window? Felix questioned. It's fine. Lucas can do it. He looked at Lucas and received a nod in return. Lucas joined his palms and rotated them into opposite directions. Open. Broken shards of silvery light flickered. They formed a swirling portal. The shards suddenly condensed into a single point. A beat later, they spread out and formed a portal that opened inside the window. The view of the other side was hidden by shadows. Dense shadow elemental rushed out of the portal. Hurry! Lucas muttered while he focused on maintaining the portal. Neo waited for everyone to enter the window. When he was about to step to the other side, the portal closed. Why did you do that? Neo asked. I wanted to talk to you alone. Lucas turned to Elizabeth. She pursed her lips and left. Now! Lucas stared at Neo. I apologize for everything I did. Why? Neo frowned. I've heard about your bloodline. It was unbecoming of me to regard you, a kin of death, as nothing more than an insignificant bug. Who told you that? I can't reveal my sources. Lucas smiled. Neo clicked his tongue. Is this all you had to say? No. I wanted to ask about our mission. Lucas puckered his lips. How many will die? Neo looked up at the window. He took a moment to answer. I can't predict death that far in the future. It's the domain of fate affinity. You should still be able to see something. Neo couldn't. However, it was an opportunity. As I thought, this guy was able to find my bloodline. He knew who leaked the news. He revealed his bloodline to his teammates since he knew Lucas would find out about it. It was a good everything worked as I wanted. Lucas' cooperation was necessary. If lying would get him that, he would comply happily. Most of us won't return. I see. Lucas' eyes clouded. Again, I apologize for my previous actions. I hope we can put our differences aside and work together. Lucas raised his arm to shake hands. Neo smiled. That's a good idea. He held Lucas' palm. After the reconciliation, Lucas reopened the portal. The two entered the window. Why were you guys late? Hey! Did something happen? Are you okay? The students surrounded them. There was no problem. I just couldn't maintain the portal and had to close it for a short time, Lucas answered. Suddenly, their watches rang. It's the alarm for our shadows. Neo swept his gaze to see how many among them would have a shadow. Chapter 102, Unique Skill. Invincible. Their watches rang. It's the alarm for our shadows. Neo swept his gaze to see how many among them would have a shadow. Us too. Clara and Sean, members of Team Lumen, revealed their watches. Harrison slightly raised his watch to show he had a shadow and stayed silent. 3 shadows. It should be manageable, Felix muttered. They surveyed the surroundings. Broken pieces of lands, with destroyed buildings, floated in an empty void. The gravity was messed up. Some pieces of lands floated upside down and some floated directly at a right angle. High above, there was a swirling mass of shadows. That's the door to the depth level 2. Use your equipment to check if there is any corner at our current depth level. Neo commanded. He looked around and failed to see any shadow monsters. Shadows and shadow monsters were different. Unlike shadow monsters, shadows could use the abilities of their original counterpart and copy their battle tactics. Suddenly, another watch rang. My shadow is near, Arthur spoke. The group fell silent. Their nerves grew taut. They kept an eye on the surroundings when shadows of Harrison, Clara, and Sean appeared. All 3 of them are close-quarter combatants. Use long-range attacks to deal with them, Neo said. Let my team handle. I'll do it. Leonora cut off Lucas and stepped up. Remember our promise. She whispered when she passed by Neo. She chanted spells. 3 magic circles appeared in the air. A powerful water beam shot out of them each. The shadows dodged the attacks nimbly when suddenly the water beams changed their directions and followed the shadows. It was easy. Too easy. As if they were distractions. Neo's senses rang. He turned around and saw Arthur's shadow walking towards them at a leisure pace. It held daggers in both hands. Arthur is an assassin. Why is his shadow attacking us so openly? Don't tell me. Everyone set up your defenses. They were slow to heed to Neo's warning. Arthur's shadow opened its mouth. Unique skill. Invincible. Black lightning gathered around it. A heavy presence slammed on top of the 3 teams. Christian stood before Neo and used his defensive magic spell when Arthur's shadow disappeared and reappeared behind Christian. Black lightning crackled, and Christian's head fell off from his body. Blood spurted from Christian's headless body. There was no time for anyone to react. Everything happened too quickly. Arthur's shadow disappeared again. Lightning crackled. Neo had barely enough time to use Ocean's Embrace. A sharp pain surged through his heart. The dagger pierced his chest, but failed to pierce his heart. Neo clutched his chest. Arthur's shadow appeared far behind him. It turned its head, surprised to see Neo alive. Before it could attack him again, a fire dragon and a condensed water beam attacked it from different sides. The attacks connected. Black lightning crackled and the shadow disappeared again. It reappeared before Leonora, and scathed. The dagger in its arm swiftly attacked her heart. A water wall suddenly shot up between Leonora and Arthur's shadow. The wall stopped the dagger. Leonora was about to attack until she saw the shadow twisting the dagger. Black lightning gathered at the tip of the blade and exploded. The water wall dispersed into a mist. Leonora sensed an attack and raised her arm to protect her neck. The dagger sliced her arm off and was about to slit her neck when suddenly the shadow stopped and retreated at a swift pace. An aura slash passed through the area where the shadow had been moments ago. The shadow looked at Neo, the one responsible for the attack, before it disappeared. Everyone waited. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. There was no follow-up attack. Did the shadows retreat? Jack questioned. Neo bit his lips. This damned protagonist shadow. Why is it using the unique skill from the get-go? Invincible unique skill could be used only once every 24 hours. The shadow shouldn't have used unless... Stay vigilant, Neo shouted. It hasn't ended. Unique skill, Thunderbolt. A black lightning bolt descended from the sky. The group dispersed to dodge. Neo ran and picked up Leonora since she was too shocked to react. That attack is powerful, but there is no way it will hit us. Why did the shadow use that? While they were distracted, fist-sized black portals appeared next to everyone's head. Arrows shot out of them at a lightning-fast pace. Neo detected the attack on time. However, he couldn't dodge with Leonora in his arms. He triggered Ocean's Embrace and used his body to block the attack on him and Leonora. He heard shouts of his teammates. Not everyone was able to dodge or block the attack. Sage Christian? Neo was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Leonora's broken voice. She was staring at Christian's corpse while ignoring her own injury. A thin water film, created by Ruby, stopped her arms bleeding. But she had lost too much blood. She could go into shock at any moment. Neo raised his head to scan the surroundings. There was no further attack. They probably retreated after the duration of Arthur Shadow's unique skills ended. He pressed his chest to stop the bleeding. Fuck! The last attack, probably by Lucas Shadow, took out 4 members. Clara from Team Lumen, Gwen and Kendrick from Team Astra, and Jack from Team Umbra. Nobody spoke. While they kept an eye on surroundings, they tried to organize their thoughts and calm their emotions. Too much happened too quickly. Neo picked up Leonora's arm and returned to her. Christian. Christian. She was shaking the corpse, trying to wake him up. Her eyes were unfocused. The scene broke Neo's heart. He had known both of them for less than a week. Still, he found it hard to breathe. His ears were ringing loudly and he couldn't think of anything. His mind was frozen. Leonora. His body continued to move. This was no time to rest. Shadows could use shadow element and the elements they mimicked from the original. Unless Leonora's injury was baptized and healed quickly, her body would be contaminated by the shadow world and she would become a shadow monster. It was the same for Neo. Chapter 103, Elemental Interference. Neo took out the healing elixir given by Elizabeth. He took a sip and forced the rest of it into Leonora's mouth. She tried to resist. Drink it. Or do you want to die like Christian? Leonora stiffened. She stared at Neo with unfocused eyes and gulped down the potion. At the same time, Neo carefully pressed the severed arm back against the stump of her hand. Circulate your holy affinity. She nodded. Veins wriggled on her arm and black blood dripped out of the wound. The severed arm was attached slowly. Holy affinity and healing elixir put together were barely able to heal her. A scar remained where the cross-section of the severed arm met the stump. Leonora was breathing heavily. Her eyes were bloodshot and her lips were pale blue. She could lose consciousness at any moment. Raising her hand, she placed her palm on Neo's chest and baptized his injury with holy affinity. Thank you. Neo heard a commotion among the group. Sean, Clara's twin brother, held Arthur by his collar. Why can your shadow use the unique skill of Zeus Bloodline? Why didn't you stop your shadow? If it could use the skill, you could too. Why did you let my sister die? Sean broke into tears. The mood of the group became heavy. Neo looked around and noticed Lucas staring at him. Stop them from fighting amongst themselves, he mouthed. Lucas nodded. He approached Sean and Arthur. As I thought, you had Zeus clan's bloodline. You knew about this? Sean questioned. I had a guess. Then why? Arthur's unique skill must have been sealed. The same is done to all illegitimate children of Zeus clan. None of us could have guessed his shadow could use the skill. Zeus clan being Arthur's origin was a great shock to Sean. However, he couldn't care less at the moment. You think I give a fuck? Tell me, why didn't you use your skills to fight back? We have 6 people from Zeus clan here. The 6 of you could have easily overpowered Arthur's shadow if you used your skill. Lucas punched Sean in the gut. The hit knocked the air out of him. Don't blame others if you are too weak to protect yourself. Sean coughed. He held his stomach and glared at Lucas. Before he could speak, Harrison interfered. He pushed Sean. Skill invincible. You think it's easy to use? Of course it is. It's a skill. You can activate it with a snap. Did this damned idiot come to the mission without learning anything? Invincible leaves major aftereffects, sometimes even permanent injuries, upon its use. If it was easy to trigger, everyone with Zeus bloodline would have been spamming it. That's no excuse. Fucking shithead. If it's too hard for you to understand, then I'll spell it out clearly. We tried. We tried to activate our skills. But we couldn't due to elemental interference. The words made Sean frown. He opened his mouth. Elemental interference? Wait a second. You don't know what is elemental interference? Harrison blinked. He couldn't believe his ears. Fuck. This is why I hate you fuckers from outside God clans. Talent? Skills? Potential? How the fuck is it useful when you idiots are drunk on your success? Just because you entered the academy, when you have zero knowledge to back it up? What do you mean? Sean tried to argue back. It only angered Harrison. You tried to fight your team leader and my team leader because of your lacking knowledge. Elemental interference. Not everyone could use strong skills, like invincible and powerful magic spells with their limited internal divine energy pool. Most demigods absorbed ambient divine energy from air and used it for these abilities. When 2 demigods used similar skills, say invincible, both of them would draw divine energy from air. The one who activated with the skill first would absorb most divine energy from the air. Thus, the other demigod wouldn't be able to activate their skill, or they could use only a weaker version. There were ways to avoid elemental interference, but they were hard to achieve. Okay, stop fighting. Blaming others is not going to help, Lucas said. The mood of the group was not improving. Neo opened his mouth. Nathan, did you analyze the area? Why, yes. Nathan was surprised when Neo called out to him. He checked his watch and shook his head. There are no corners on this depth level. I see. Store the corpses in your shadow space. We are going to move now. Store. Yes, you should know what will happen if we leave them here. Nathan bit his lips and nodded. None of them expected Arthur's shadow to go for the kill. It was not how shadows behaved. They realized it was due to Arthur being an assassin. The shadow acted how would act. It did not capture the opponents and killed them instead. Suddenly, they heard noises and noticed dozens of shadow monsters running in their direction. They were lured by the corpses, Neo said. Lucas, Harrison, Arthur, and Felix. You 4 deal with those shadow monsters. Mars, protect Nathan while he stores the corpses. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings for sneak attacks. Neo stopped speaking when he noticed Leonora chanting a spell. He was fine since he drank only a little from the potion, but she was on the verge of losing her consciousness. A giant whale appeared in the sky. It let out a high-pitched cry and flew over the shadow monsters. Snowflakes fell down from its body. The flakes burst into frozen icicles upon contacting the shadow monsters. The icicles spread rapidly, freezing everything they touched. In moments, the shadow monsters were buried within a massive, gleaming iceberg. Neo looked at Leonora in his arms. She lost consciousness. Her head was burning and her divine energy reserves hit rock bottom. She would have fainted either way, so she decided to faint after doing everything she could. She was lashing out after Christian's death? Neo picked her up and looked at his teammates. We need to keep moving. And Neo, there is something I need to tell you. Jack's corpse disappeared before I could store it. Chapter 104. Contract with former Grim Reaper. It's fine. He was a shadow wielder, so I expected it to happen. Doesn't that mean he is still? Focus on the mission for now. We don't know at which depth level Jack will revive. Trying to rescue him in our current situation is no different from a suicide mission. Nathan nodded with a stiffened expression. Let's go, Neo said. The group moved towards the swirling portal at the top. It was the doorway to the depth level 2. Neo remained at the back of the group. He took a look at their situation. 5 members died and they could not kill a single shadow. They were decimated. And he had to kill Arthur's shadow single-handedly? Is that even possible? Status, Neo thought. Neo Hargraves. Rank, Grade 4 Awakened. Divine Energy Purity. Grade 5 Mythic. Stats, Strength, 28. Speed, 32. Dexterity, 26. Constitution, 25. Luck, 0. Affinity, Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water. Magic Spell, Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline, Monarch of Death. Unique Skill, Death Immortal. Quest, Complete Barbados Training Part 1. Defeat Arthur Kingsley's shadow single-handedly. He looked at his status screen. Yeah, it's impossible with these stats and spells. Neo couldn't win unless he cheated. He made his decision and spoke in a barely audible voice. Paimon, I want to make a contract. Do you want to revive your friends? It's not impossible. But I'm no longer a Grim Reaper. I'll sacrifice my blood. Paimon became silent. The blood of Hades' descendant was a nectar for anyone living in Underworld. Even for her. You do realize what that means, doesn't it? You will never be able to recover the blood you will sacrifice. I know. It was only a slight problem. He would gain more god blood as his rank increased and when he devoured others with darkness. What is that you want in exchange for your blood? Return the blessing of Underworld to me. Paimon thought about it. I can return your complete blessing temporarily. Or I can return a part of it permanently. Make your choice. I can't gain the complete blessing permanently? I cannot do that without Barbados' permission, and I doubt he wants your blood. Neo was surprised. He wondered how strong Barbados was for him to think of Neo's god blood as worthless. I'll give my answer later. Partial blessing of Underworld wouldn't put him on par with Arthur's shadow. The group entered the portal to depth level 2. They felt as if they were drowning in quagmire. When they opened their eyes, they were in a similar but different location. The presence of shadow element in the air increased considerably and the area itself grew twice as large as depth level 2. A few shadow monsters attacked them. Make sure your masks don't fall. Neo continued. Team Astra, deal with the monsters. Nathan, come with me. Lucas, Harrison, and Cassandra intercepted the shadow monsters. Nathan approached Neo with a hesitant gait. Darkness, come. Neo used Coffin of Darkness. The darkness beneath his feet bloomed and formed a dome with Neo and Nathan within it. What is it? I want you to search for the shadows. Nathan's brow jumped. How can I do it? Arthur is an assassin and others have their own unique techniques. I can't find them. Calm down. I have a plan. Neo explained. Use your shadow summons to infiltrate the ranks of shadow monsters. As long as you don't attack first, the shadow monsters wouldn't attack your summons. It should allow you search the entire depth level without any interference from the monsters. The shadow monsters summoned by Nathan were named shadow summons. However, the summons were not different from shadow monsters at all. Neo's idea sounded plausible on paper. On paper only. It's impossible. I don't have enough divine energy for such thing, Nathan said. Use the ambient divine energy. It's already infused with shadow elements, so it should reduce the strain on your divine energy pool drastically, Neo answered. That sounds possible? Nathan continued with a perplexed expression. I should be able to do it if I follow your words. But was there a need to use Coffin of Darkness to talk about this? Nathan questioned. Arthur's shadow can use spells to eavesdrop our conversation. Don't forget he has sound affinity, Neo answered. Nathan's face hardened. He always knew Arthur was strong. But having him as an enemy was an entirely different level of nightmare. Neo patted Nathan's shoulder. Do everything covertly. Make sure no one catches a whiff of what you are doing. Not even our teammates. Neo removed the Coffin of Darkness after Nathan agreed to the job. As soon as he came out, Lucas approached him. We've defeated all shadow monsters in the vicinity. Their next nearest group will reach us in 15 minutes. What about the corners? Lucas' watch rang. He read the details and opened his mouth. 2 corners are at our current depth level. They are in opposite directions. Left one is 1.5 kilometers away from our current location, and the right one is at 3.5 kilometers distance. Neo quickly formulated a plan. The original information given by the Academy said all 3 corners were at depth level 2. It was common for the information to be wrong since they used devices to collect data without entering the window. We'll split into 2 teams. 5 members each. Lucas, Harrison, Felix, Mars, Cassandra. You 5 will go to the corner in the east. The rest will come to the other corner with me. Putting Felix together with people from Zeus clan could bring trouble. But Neo knew Lucas and Mars would stop any infighting. What if the shadows return while we are separated? Lucas asked. Adopt a defensive stance and use a flare to call back the other team. Lucas, use your portals to cover the distances quickly if a flare is used, Neo explained. The group split up. Neo, Sean, Arthur, and Nathan ran in the direction of the west side corner. Depth level 5. Window number 12862. Arthur's shadow moved through the castle corridor. It entered a broken hall. The shadows of Harrison, Sean, Clara, and Lucas sat around on the rubbles. Good work, it said. Especially you, Lucas. Your ability to attack from outside their detector's range helped greatly. The shadows nodded. Arthur's shadow frowned. Why is it that none of you can talk? But I can? Unable to find an answer, it shook its head. Prepare that. I can't use the invincible again, so I have to be reborn. Lucas' shadow nodded. It created a portal and took out a black crystal from it. Upon seeing the shadow elemental seed in Lucas's shadow hand, Arthur's shadow nodded and pulled out its dagger. Stabbed its heart. The shadow's form shook. Black blood spilled out of its injury and it died. Suddenly, the corpse of Arthur's shadow shrunk and formed a black crystal. The crystal was vaporizing into black mist at a slow pace. Lucas' shadow used the shadow elemental seed in its hand and placed it next to the crystal formed from Arthur Shadow's corpse. Both crystals fused. They stopped vaporizing and absorbed the shadow element infused divine energy from the air. The crystal expanded, transformed into Arthur's shadow. The timer was reset. I can finally use the skill again. The shadow played with the daggers. I can't understand why we have to mimic the weakness of the original 2. Turned around to look at other shadows. Do you guys know why it happens? There was no answer. The shadows stared at Arthur's shadow silently. A sigh escaped its lips. Arthur's shadow did not know why, but it felt lonely. West side of depth level 2, window number 12862. The mood couldn't have been worse. Leonora was unconscious and Neo carried her on his back. Arthur was silent, too silent, as he dealt with the stray shadow monsters on their path. Sean fought the monsters that slipped past Arthur's defense. However, seeing how he was not stopping monsters that attacked Arthur's back, it was clear Sean was not in the right state of mind. Nathan was busy controlling his shadow summons to search for the shadows. They reached an inconspicuous building. The detector shows the corner is inside there, Neo said. He continued as he looked at Arthur and Sean. I know you guys have a lot on your mind, but you need to focus on what's in front of you. If we fail here, none of us can return alive. Sean clenched his teeth. His arms shook, and before he could say anything, Arthur spoke. I'm sorry. Sean looked away. It's okay. I know it was not your fault, he answered after a short silence. Since you guys made up, let's enter the building, Neo said. He knew it was a stopgap, but it had to be done. They had to focus on the mission at hand instead of losing their cool due to the deaths of their teammates. Neo added, be on your toes. Strong monsters stay in the vicinity of corners since they try to absorb the elementals leaking from the corners. I don't know what we will encounter inside, but it won't be easy to defeat. They entered the building. Chapter 105. Securing Corners. The interior of the building was covered in darkness. Keep your eyes peeled open. Neo stopped speaking when he sensed a presence behind him. He turned around only to find nothing. What is it? Nathan questioned. Before Neo could answer, he sensed another presence rushing at him. Something came out of the wall. It was the face of a woman with hollow cheek and empty eye sockets. The woman smiled. She giggled and disappeared back into the wall. Stay sharp, Neo shouted. Arthur and Sean took out their weapons. Suddenly, a hand came out of the floor and grabbed Sean's neck. It smashed his face into the floor before disappearing into the wall. A leg came out of the roof to flatten Sean's neck. Arthur arrived at the nick of the time and slashed at the leg. He planned to cut off the monster's limb only to find his dagger passing through the leg as if it was air. The leg returned to where it came from. Ha! It's a wraith. It can make its body tangible and intangible at wish. Our attacks won't connect if it sees them coming. Neo's words made Arthur frown. Intangibility? Isn't that too overpowered? Not really, Neo answered. He helped Sean stand. You okay? Cough. Why yes, I was just caught off guard. Good. Let's keep moving. The wraith kept harassing them on their way to the corner. Whenever they would try to attack, it would make its body intangible and their attacks would pass through its body harmlessly. Leonora woke up. She groaned and tried to move. Let's take a break, Neo said. They sat at the center of a long corridor. Neo put down Leonora carefully. He gave her a bottle of water. Giving her another recovery elixir, even if it was weaker, was lethal in her current condition. Thank you. She gulped down the water with trembling arms. Neo, the wraith. Is it okay to sit like this when it can attack us at any moment? Arthur asked. Yeah, it's fine. Look at this. Neo pointed at the ground. The darkness beneath his feet was not normal. Arthur realized they were inside the coffin of darkness. Monsters follow their instincts. The wraith won't try to attack us through the coffin of darkness. Isn't it hard to maintain something like this for a long time? It is. That's why I used it only when we had to rest. As he answered, Sean spoke up. What are we doing? We've been walking for over 2 hours and we haven't reached the corner. I should have never accepted this mission. My sister died and now even I will die. Stuck in a damned place that is making us walk in the same place over and over. He started to cry. His voice cracked. We aren't stuck in a loop. We are moving forward. It's just that this space couldn't bear the weight of high amount of elemental leaking from corner, and it ended up being stretched, Neo explained. No. We are in a loop. Can't you see we've been walking in the same corridor? As Sean calmed down. Shouting will just tire you out. Arthur intervened. He tried to pat Sean's back, but Sean swatted his hand away and glared at him. Sean is beginning to lose his cool, Neo thought. While he was thinking of how to improve the mood of the group, he felt a tug. Leonora was holding the end of his sleeve. Oh. I'll deal with the wraith and the corner. Neo frowned. Leonora, although awake, was in no condition to fight. She had recovered only a small portion of her divine energy. Her eyes were shaking, unable to focus, and her breaths were short. You should rest. We can deal with it ourselves. And no, she said as she tried to stand. The shadows can return at any moment. Trying to close the corner while dealing with them will cost us greatly. Open the coffin of darkness. Her gaze was firm. She used the wall as a support and waited for him. Neo knew his words wouldn't change her mind. He sighed and released the darkness. The giggles of Wraith returned. Hold your breath, she said. The group followed her instructions before she chanted a spell. A cry of a whale echoed when suddenly cracks started to appear on the walls. Water leaked into the corridor through the cracks. The flow increased. Like a dam had burst, the corridor was flooded within seconds. A whip of water held everyone by the waist. The Grim Reaper's giggles turned into the screams of Banshee. Came out of the wall. The monster was no longer smiling. Tried to attack Leonora. However, it couldn't touch her since it had turned intangible to avoid being blown away by the strong water currents. The Wraith pulled at its hair. A scream turned into cries when the building started to break. Canceling its intangibility, it lunged at Leonora only to get smashed into the wall by a powerful surge of water. The Wraith wailed as the wall beneath it cracked. It was crushed to death before it could reactivate the intangibility. Leonora stopped chanting the spell. She triggered another spell. The water stopped leaking into the building and it began to turn into the mist. Cough! Cough! Nathan and Sean doubled over. Their faces were red from holding their breath for too long. Couldn't you have used an air bubble to let us breath? Nathan asked as he huffed. I haven't learned that spell. Why? 'Cause all of my clanmates can breathe underwater. Nathan flinched when Leonora mentioned her clanmates. He looked away. While they talked, Neo devoured the Wraith's corpse. Reflex +2. He approached Leonora. How are you feeling now? I'm okay. It felt wrong to see Leonora, known for her laziness, push through pain and exhaustion to fight the monsters. Neo didn't comment on it and instead told them to continue towards the corner. After the Wraith died, it was easy for them to move around. The corridors ended after a long walk and they reached a hall. There, at the center, was a crack in the air. Shadow elementals rushed out of it at great speed. Neo took out a circular object. He pressed the button on it and threw it towards the corner. The sphere exploded into white sticky substance and covered the corner, like a cap. He pressed the earpiece. We have secured the corner at the west side. Team 2, report your progress. There was a short silence before the earpiece crackled to life and Lucas' voice flowed through it. We need another hour. Got it. The group sat in the empty area of the hall. Won't there be more monsters here? I doubt the Wraith was the only one, Arthur questioned. He looked at Neo. Neo turned to Leonora. My attack took them out and our Ruby is guarding the building's perimeter. She pulled her hoodie down and tried to suppress her irregular breathing while she answered. Her face was pale and she was sweating heavily. I don't think any monster can sneak in here, so we should be safe. Arthur's brow furrowed when he heard her. What about my shadow and Lucas' shadow? Don't worry about them, Neo said. Neo was covering the hall's floor with darkness. It worked as an impromptu detector. I will sense your shadow as soon as it steps into the hall, even if it's invisible. As for Lucas' shadow, it can create portals only at places within its visible range. The hall is empty and open. It won't be able to catch us by surprise here. His words put them at the ease. They took a rest until they received an answer from Lucas. Neo's earpiece rang. We've secured the corner. Good job. He heard Lucas cough. Now what are we going to do? To close the window, we have to destroy all 3 corners at the same time. These stasis bombs are just a stopgap method. Lucas exhaled as he continued. The 3rd corner must be at another depth level. Who will stay behind and who will go ahead? They had to make sure the seal on the corners was not lifted by the monsters. And someone had to stay behind and destroy the 2 corners at depth level 2 when the others destroyed the 3rd corner. Neo looked at Nathan. They aren't at depth level 2, Nathan answered. So the shadows are waiting for us at depth level 3 where the last corner is, Neo thought. The shadows wanted to fight them after they split into smaller group. He understood this. However, they could not all go to the third corner. Author's note: thank you to all my readers. It's been fun to write Hades' Son, and we've recently hit 100 chapters mark. It's something I could do only because of all my readers who read daily or returned to read the chaps every few days. With thanks out of the way, I want to talk about trivia section. I'm going to start. After writing 100k words, I've noticed I can't put all information in the novel even if it will add to the world building, since it's not needed or is useless. From today, I'll add trivia to reveal these little world-building snippets I've been cutting out of the novel. Chapter 106, Depth Level 3. Harrison, Lucas, Sean, Arthur, Nathan and I will go to Depth Level 3. The rest will stay behind. His words made them react. IW want to come to the Depth Level 3, Leonora said. Let me follow you. Mars' voice flowed from the earpiece. Neo pursed his lips. Looks like the deaths affected them greatly. He pressed the earpiece. No, I can't allow that. Mars, I'm taking most of the heavy hitters with myself. I need someone strong to protect the corners after we leave. There was a short silence before Mars responded. Okay. His voice was off, but Neo did not purse the issue. Leonora, I can't take you either. You are in no condition to fight. I can fight. I defeated multiple monsters after the Shadow's attack and I dealt with the corner. She spoke in between her ragged breaths and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. And Neo, I will go to the Depth Level 3. Either with everyone or alone. What? You think this is a game? You will die if you encounter Arthur's shadow in your current condition. The group flinched when Neo raised his voice. It was their first time seeing him like that. Christian, Kendrick, Gwen, and Clara are already dead. We aren't sure if we can rescue Jack. People are losing their lives, Leonora. Stop acting like a brat. This isn't your clan. We won't pamper your requests. She clenched her teeth. Heaven's gifted. Genius. Leonora had been called with many similar titles. Her natural talent was unrivaled. It was why she could lazy around all day, skip training, and still stand on par with geniuses like Morrigan and Mars. What if she had put in effort and trained diligently? I could have saved Christian. Leonora strengthened her resolve. She glared at Neo. I don't care. I'm going to the next depth level. He let out a sigh. Fine. But I don't care if you die. When everyone became silent, Lucas spoke. Is it okay for 7 of us to go and leave only thee here? The shadows might attack them while we are away. That won't happen. The shadows will attack our group since everyone who has a shadow is coming with us. What if they are already at this depth level? I'm sure they'll go after Mars and others before following us to depth level 3. They aren't here. Are you sure? I am. Neo added. Send Cassandra here. She will guard one corner while Mars and Felix will guard other. Since Felix was too weak, Neo decided to keep him with Mars for safety purposes. Cassandra arrived at their location after a few dozen minutes. Neo explained to her about the current situation of the building. There are no monsters at the moment. You should be able to deal with ones who are lured by the corner since this is only depth level 2. If too many monsters come at once, use the narrow corridors to fight them one by one while Mars come to your location. He gave her 2 slips of paper, one red and the other blue. These are one-time use communicators. They will work even if we are at different depth level. Use the red one if you and Mars can't deal with monsters and need our help. The blue one is to time the destruction of the corners. Understood. She looked far from enthused to receive orders from Neo. Is there any problem? He asked. No. She clicked her tongue and looked away. Our teamwork is a mess, Neo thought. He left with Leonora, Arthur, Sean, and Nathan. They met with Harrison and Lucas at the entrance of the doorway to depth level 3. Let's enter. Again, keep an eye on your masks. Make sure it isn't broken or loose. We can't afford a careless mistake like that. The mask created a translucent layer around their bodies. It protected them from the high concentration of shadow elemental inside the window. They would die without it. The group stepped into the swirling mass of shadows. They felt as if they were stepping into quagmire. Opening their eyes, they found themselves on the other side. The concentration of shadow elemental increased by several folds. An invisible presence was pressing down on them. Use your divine energy carefully. The air here is full of shadow elemental. There isn't much non-elemental divine energy to absorb if you run out of juice, Neo said. He looked at the group complicated gaze before releasing an inaudible sigh. This is going to decide how everything goes. Neo opened his mouth after he checked the watch. The third corner is here. The indicator on the watch continuously. We will split into two groups. One group will deal with shadows while the other group, Nathan and I, secures the corner. Everyone stared at him with varied expression. Apprehension, doubt, worry. Just you two? The monsters at depth level 3 are stronger than the previous depth level. Are you sure you want to face the monster guarding the corner with only Nathan? What if shadows attack you? Lucas spoke. We can deal with the monsters ourselves. The shadows won't attack us. Despite being strong, they are still monsters in the end. Their instinct is to attack the original to take over their bodies. Neo's words made Lucas stare at him for a few seconds. Lucas answered after a while. It's your call. I'll follow the orders of the mission leader. Everyone except Arthur agreed. We don't need to split off. It's better to deal with the shadows first, then the corners. That's where you are wrong, Arthur. The shadows will revive even if we eliminate them. We have to destroy the corners if we want to close the window and leave. Defeating shadows is not our goal. It's a distraction that needs to be dealt with. Arthur did not look convinced. Neo added, Don't worry. We'll ask for help if we can't secure the corner ourselves. Fine. Neo left with Nathan after explaining them the order they should fight the shadows. He created a domain of darkness when they were far from the group. Are we really going to secure the corner alone? No, I lied to them. A relieved expression appeared on Nathan's face until he heard Neo's next words. Keep a shadow summon near Arthur's group and use the others to search for Lucas' shadow. Lucas is smart enough to know what I'm planning, so he will make sure the shadow summon near them isn't killed. Is this too? Yeah, we'll go after Lucas' shadow as soon as Arthur's shadow attacks their group. 2 of us alone against Lucas' shadow? He stared at Neo in disbelief. There is no other choice. Lucas' shadow can use portals. It can help the other shadows escape or ambush us easily. Unless Lucas' shadow was defeated, they could never win. Neo continued. Had I brought anyone else with us, the shadows would have kept an eye on us and went after us too. This is why it's only us two. Look like I get your plan. But it's impossible for us to defeat Lucas' shadow. He is the second strongest from the Zeus clan after Morrigan. Hell, he could have contended for the first rank if he was allowed by his clan. We can defeat his shadow. Didn't I do what he couldn't? I defeated Morrigan and I'm the ruler. You cheated back then. I had a plan at that time and I do one now. Nathan suddenly became quiet. Despite everything, he was more afraid of Neo than Arthur. Arthur was strong, very strong, but only that. He had nothing other than his strength. Neo, however, was shrewd and smart on top of being a capable fighter. He displayed multiple times why he shouldn't be faced as an enemy. His plan back during the ranking tournament to defeat Morrigan and rescue Felix. His team receiving a slot after they failed to clear the participation requirement for the S-rank mission. His crystal clear instructions after they entered the window. Maybe we can defeat Lucas' shadow? Nathan pursed his lips. Do you really have a plan to defeat Lucas' shadow? Yeah. It was not exactly a plan, but saying the truth would make it hard to get Nathan's cooperation. After receiving Nathan's approval, Neo canceled the coffin of darkness. They moved around while fighting and avoiding shadow monsters before Nathan received a feedback. He clutched his forehead and closed his eyes. My shadow summon following the team just died. Is it the shadows? I think yes. The summon said Arthur, and everyone suddenly took out their weapons. Looks like the battle started on their side. What about Lucas' shadow? About that. Nathan squeezed his eyes shut. I've been searching all high vantage points that have a clear view at Arthur and others. Only 3 places are left. One of them should have Lucas' shadow. He stopped speaking and took an audible breath. Found it. Chapter 107, Fighting Against the Shadows. Depth Level 3, Northeast Side. The group of Lucas, Harrison, Leonora, Arthur and Sean was moving forward when suddenly Arthur pulled out his dagger and slashed. An invisible flying dagger clashed against his blade. "They are here," he warned. The group pulled out their weapons. They dodged while Leonora chanted a spell. The area was quickly covered in faint mist. It allowed them to see the trajectory of the daggers flying at them. Suddenly, Harrison turned around. He stared at the empty air far from them. "Found you!" Condensed golden lightning crackled around him. Skill invincible. He disappeared from his position, leaving behind a trail of lightning, and slashed. Unique skill. Invincible. Black lightning surged. The air rippled and Arthur's shadow was revealed. It blocked Harrison's attack with his forearm. Harrison clicked his tongue and disappeared from his position as he reappeared back at the group's location. "The shadow can use the skill even though I used it first." His face contorted. Arthur's mastery over lightning was higher than him. Far higher. Which was why he could use the skill. Harrison could not accept it. The truth in front of his eyes, that an illegitimate holder of Zeus bloodline was better than him, made his blood boil with anger. "I'll deal with him alone." That wasn't the plan. "Shut up." Harrison disappeared, leaving behind a trail of lightning. He clashed with Arthur's shadow. Black and golden lightning danced around the battlefield. They were too fast to be seen with naked eyes. The others were about to join the fight when suddenly another trail of black lightning rushed towards Harrison and Arthur's shadow. Harrison's shadow, having activated Invincible, attacked. He barely had time to block Arthur's shadow's attack when the blade hit his back. It didn't penetrate his body since Invincible increased all stats, including durability, greatly. However, it threw him away like a rag doll. His body bounced once and a black portal suddenly appeared before him, transporting him to another place. Harrison's shadow followed him into the portal before the portal closed. "Damn it! They teleported Harrison away," Arthur said. He clenched his teeth and tried to block his approaching shadow. Suddenly, Sean shouted. Something invisible grabbed him and pulled him into a portal that appeared next to him. "Follow the plan. We'll defeat them individually," Lucas shouted. He used his portal to teleport himself, and jumped into the portal where Sean was pulled. Closed as soon as Lucas entered. Only Arthur and Leonora were left. They faced Arthur's shadow. Depth Level 3, Southeast Side. Lucas looked down. 2 daggers pierced his torso and one was stabbed into his thigh. I couldn't react on time. Just before Lucas entered the portal, Arthur's shadow threw daggers at him. The speed and force behind the attacks took Lucas by surprise. Lucas scanned his surroundings. He was sent to a forest at the edge of the floating land. His gaze shifted to Sean on the ground. "Get up!" Sean groaned as he tried to stand. The two prepared to fight when the air far ahead of them distorted. 2 shadows, Clara and Sean's shadow, appeared after the invisibility casted on them disappeared. "See Clara? You are alive." Sean's voice broke. The shadow did not attack. They waited, as if they knew Sean would break. "It's me, Clara. Your brother." Sean lowered his sword. He staggered towards the shadow. A portal suddenly appeared below him and Sean fell into it. "It doesn't look like he is going to help. Might as well send him somewhere else," Lucas said. He could see Sean was not in the right state of mind. Lucas did not care about Sean. He was worried Sean would do something stupid and cost them both their life, and thus teleported him away. "Neo warned me you two are undefeatable when you fight together. I wonder if that's true." Lucas maintained his smile. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he stared down at Sean and Clara shadows. Sean's shadow's eyes narrowed. Despite being a monster, it had basic intelligence. It was capable of understanding Lucas' words. And knowing Lucas' shadow, it knew he was right. The odds were stacked against them. Lucas' ability to create portals allowed him to control the battlefield with ease. He could strike from any direction, retreat when needed, and return at any moment. But Sean and Clara's shadows were not helpless. They gained the experience of the original Sean and Clara that they honed over years after fighting side by side. They didn't need words. They were always in perfect sync. Clara's shadow twirled its spear and pointed it at Lucas to taunt him. In a blur, Lucas vanished. He stepped into a portal as if stepping into another room. The moment of stillness that followed set Sean's shadows on edge. Clara's shadow spun around, and Sean's shadow raised its sword just in time. Lucas emerged above them. Sean's shadow barely managed to deflect his sword with the shield, but the force of the attack sent it stumbling backward. Lucas didn't give it a moment to recover. Another portal snapped open behind Sean's shadow, and Lucas lunged through it, his fist aimed for Sean's shadow's back. But Clara's shadow was already there. Its spear struck out like lightning, aiming for Lucas' ribs. He dodged, slipping through another portal, and appeared at Clara's shadow's side in an instant. His hand shot towards her in a vicious arc. Clara's shadow parried, but the impact jarred its arm, forcing the shadow back. Lucas continued to smile, amused. "Try to keep up," he taunted. He vanished once more. His voice, seemingly echoing from all directions, disoriented both shadows. Sean's shadow gritted its teeth. It scanned the field, the sword ready, as it tried to predict where Lucas would appear next. But Lucas was everywhere and nowhere, emerging from portals with blinding speed, striking and retreating. His attacks grew more relentless with each passing moment. Each time Sean or Clara's shadow attempted to counter, Lucas would vanish before they could land a solid blow. It was as though they were fighting a phantom, as if he was the monster, not them. Chapter 108, Lucas versus Sibling's Shadow. Another attack hit Sean's shadow and sent it crashing into a tree. The shadow grunted as if in pain. It struggled to rise as Clara's shadow fended off Lucas alone. The ground beneath Clara's shadow's feet cracked from the force behind Lucas' attacks. Sean's shadow staggered back to its feet, its face contorted. The shadow could see the exhaustion in Clara's shadow eyes. Clara's shadow deflected another barrage from Lucas, its spear moving in an elegant dance, but its breath was becoming labored. Lucas smiled as he noticed its weariness. He raised his hand, and a portal opened above Clara, this one larger, darker. The energy that crackled from it was different, dangerous. Sean's shadow's eyes widened. He recognized the portal's purpose. It tried to warn Clara's shadow only to realize it could not speak. The dark portal released a vortex of raw power that hurtled toward Clara's shadow. The shadow eeped to the side, but the edge of the blast clipped its side and sent it sprawling to the ground. The shadow gasped, trying to push itself up, but the force had knocked the wind from its lungs. Watching Clara's shadow helpless, Sean's shadow's rage boiled over. Exhaustion, anger, pain. It experienced them for the first time. Your synchronization rate is increasing. Lucas noticed Sean's shadow's expression. The synchronization rate represented how similar a shadow was to the original. 100% synchronization could be achieved only after the shadow devoured the original. Sean's shadow charged at Lucas, swinging its sword with all its might. Lucas merely sidestepped. He opened a portal to redirect Sean's shadow's strike and caused the shadow to stumble. Using that moment as a chance, Lucas stepped forward, tightening his grip around the sword, ready to end it. In that moment, something clicked in Sean's shadow's mind. Impeccable teamwork. Sean and Clara were not strong individually, but together they were undefeatable. The memories and experience were adapted into the body of Sean's shadow. Its synchronization increased. "Clara, now!" The shadow, suddenly able to speak, shouted. Clara's shadow, barely standing, understood. It didn't need the details. Clara's shadow focused all its energy, summoning what strength it had left, and hurled the spear at Lucas. Not directly at him, but through a small portal Lucas used earlier. Lucas smiled as he noticed the desperation of the shadow's move. But then his smirk faltered. His eyes flicked toward the portal, and too late he realized the trap. The spear shot through the portal. It emerged from a second rift that Clara had calculated precisely and struck Lucas' side with a powerful force. He staggered, blood spraying across the ground. For the first time, the confidence behind Lucas's gaze faltered. He underestimated them. They had been planning for this moment all along. Sean's shadow saw the opportunity and leapt forward. He slashed down in a brutal arc. Lucas barely raised his guard in time. He summoned a portal to deflect the blow, but it wasn't enough. The sword grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep cut. He stumbled back. His portals flickered, unstable. The tide of the battle had shifted. Sean and Clara's shadow regrouped, panting but determined. Lucas was injured and weakened. The confidence behind his eyes vanished, replaced by a look of serious gaze. He pressed a hand to his bleeding side. For a moment it seemed he would lose. Just for a moment. I can see why Arthur invited you two to his team. Neo was not exaggerating your abilities. He smiled. In an instant, the forest around them warped. Multiple portals opened simultaneously. They circled Sean and Clara, disorienting them. Lucas moved with a speed and aggression they hadn't seen before, even while injured. He vanished and reappeared with blinding quickness and stuck both of them from different angles. The shadows were forced to go on the defensive. Sean's shadow's breath was caught as he realized what was happening. Lucas wasn't playing anymore. He was using his full power. Before Sean's shadow could react, a portal opened beneath him, swallowing him whole. He fell through the void, tumbling into another part of the battlefield, disoriented. Clara's shadow tried to regroup with him, but Lucas was already upon Clara's shadow. He increased his attack's intensity while he still held the advantage. Desperation flashed in Clara's shadow's eyes as it parried. But the shadow was too slow. Lucas delivered a devastating blow. Clara's shadow was sent crashing to the ground. It tried to rise, but Lucas' boot pressed down on its stomach and pinned the shadow down. "It's over," Lucas said. He raised his hand for the finishing strike, but before he could bring it down, a dark flash of light erupted from the edge of the clearing. "Let her go!" Sean's shadow, battered and bruised, returned. His sword glowed with the last of his energy. He threw himself at Lucas with a roar as he swung with everything he had left. Lucas, surprised by the ferocity, was forced to step back, releasing Clara's shadow. For a moment, it seemed like Sean might turn the tide once more. But Lucas, even wounded, was still the stronger. He sidestepped Sean's shadow's wild swings and opened one final portal. Lucas plunged his hand through the rift before Sean's shadow could react. He reappeared behind the shadow. With a single, devastating blow, Lucas struck Sean's shadow down. The clearing fell silent. Lucas stood over Sean's shadow. He looked around. Clara's shadow was missing. The other shadow escaped. He snorted. It wasn't in any condition to fight, so there should be no problem letting it go. Rather, this is better. If I kill that shadow, it would just revive. It's better to leave it injured and make sure it can't join the battles. Lucas crouched and picked the black crystal. It was left when Sean's shadow evaporated after his death. He pressed his earpiece. "I've secured one shadow elemental crystal. Where should I send it?" "Send it to me." Neo's voice flowed through the earpiece. "I'll reveal my location in a few seconds. Be prepared." "Oh." Reveal his location. Lucas looked around. Was Neo nearby? Although he understood Neo was searching for his shadow, he didn't understand how Neo would go about it. Neo's words about him revealing his location confused Lucas further. Chapter 109. When a genius faces a wall known as Shadow. Depth Level 3 Southside. The domineering presence of Shadow Elemental pressed down. Corroded everything in the vicinity. Where was I teleported? Harrison looked around. He stood in the center of a clearing. The energy of the unique skill Invincible pulsed through him. His muscles tensed. He tightened the grip around the sword and stared at his shadow across the clearing. The shadow wore the same face, wielded the same sword, but its presence was darker, felt sinister. "You know you can't win. You're just a shadow of me." The shadow smirked at his taunts. "A A shadow mimicked the original. It was always weaker, but, in return, it knew the original better than original itself. Harrison's shadow lunged forward without another word. Their swords clashed. A storm of golden and black sparks flew and the ground beneath them trembled. Harrison pressed forward. He used his superior strength to force the shadow back with brute force. The shadow tilted the blade and let Harrison's sword slip. Harrison charged again. His shadow rolled to the side and dodged the powerful strike of golden lightning from his blade. It spun on its feet and slashed at Harrison's side. The blow bounced off Harrison's tough skin harmlessly. Invincible gave a major boost to all abilities. The boost acted differently for everyone. In Harrison's case, it increased his defenses the most. Harrison barely flinched when the shadow's attack connected. He smirked. Lightning crackled around his blade as he slashed downwards. His shadow leapt back just in time. The ground where the shadow stood moments ago was scorched and smoking. "You can't even scratch me. You will never win." Harrison grinned. The original could never win against his shadow. That might be true for everyone, but Harrison was different. He was genius. He would not lose. Never. The shadow's smirk stayed on its face as it charged at Harrison. This time faster. The strikes became more precise. Harrison parried each blow with ease. But he realized something was off. The shadow's movements weren't random. They were deliberate, almost rehearsed. Each time he moved to counter, the shadow was already a step ahead. It dodged and parried with uncanny precision. Harrison growled in frustration. He raised his sword high and summoned a surge of lightning from the sky above. Unique skill thunderbolt. The air around him buzzed with electricity. He brought the blade down in a powerful, swift arc. A golden arc of lightning descended. His shadow didn't dodge. It sidestepped just enough to let the bolt pass and hit the ground next to it. The calculated precision left Harrison stunned. Before he could react, the shadow closed the distance between them in an instant. It disappeared into a black arc of lighting and reappeared before him with a flash. The shadow's sword struck at his wrist. The attack barely had any strength behind it. It would never hurt Harrison, especially not when he was under the effects of invincible. Harrison ignored the attack. He should have been able to brush it off. But something unexpected happened. Harrison's grip faltered and the sword slipped from his hand. The shadow capitalized on the opportunity. It landed a solid kick to Harrison's chest. Harrison stumbled back. Shock and pain flashed through his eyes. His skin was tough, but the spot the shadow hit was just below his sternum. A spot Harrison didn't even know was vulnerable. How? His voice cracked. He had trouble breathing and he could not speak properly. Looking at his actions, the shadow continued to grin. And Harrison realized, a shadow knows the original better than the original itself. My weaknesses, habits, and fears. It knows everything about me. Harrison's heart pounded in his chest. For the first time he felt truly exposed. As if there was nothing he could hide. The shadow strikes weren't random. They were calculated, aimed at places Harrison didn't defend instinctively. It knows me better than I know myself. The shadow came at him again. Its blade targeted Harrison's wrists, elbows, and the small of his back. Places Harrison didn't think twice about. Each strike was weaker than Harrison's blows. But they were more precise. Harrison gritted his teeth and blocked another attack. I can't lose here. Not me. The shadow was exploiting his habits. Harrison, who always fought with brute strength, was in a disadvantage. Harrison's shadow ducked under a wild swing from him. It slashed across his ribs. Harrison hissed in pain. There should have been no wound, but the shadow, capable of mimicking invincible, could fight against him on equal footing. It retreated before Harrison could retaliate. The shadow's mocking smile grew wider, as if it was taunting him, calling him weaker, a loser. Harrison's eyes narrowed. He wanted to let loose and attack in a berserk rage. But he held on. He knew attacking without a plan would get him killed. Predictable. That word echoed in his mind. Cut deeper than any sword. The shadow wasn't stronger. It was just playing to Harrison's weaknesses, his habits, his overconfidence. Suddenly, realization struck. My habits. The shadow knew exactly where he'd swing, where he'd step, how he'd move. It wasn't the shadow's strength that was the problem. It was Harrison's own predictability. He had been relying on the same moves and the same strategies since forever. The shadow was not beating him. He was beating himself. Harrison had to surpass himself. That was the only way to win. Everyone is busy with their battles. They can't help me. If I lose, I die. Harrison could hear his heart beating against his chest. He was in danger and he felt a thrill unlike ever before. Harrison grinned ferociously. The golden lightning crackling around him flared. His breathing slowed. He focused not on overwhelming his shadow with power, but on breaking the patterns the shadow exploited. I can win this. I just have to fight smarter. When the shadow lunged forward again, Harrison didn't respond with brute force. He sidestepped. Normally, he would have met the attack head-on. His abrupt action took the shadow by surprise. Its eyes widened for a split second, unable to understand the cause behind the change. Harrison capitalized on the moment. He brought the sword down in a swift, unexpected angle. The blade crackled with golden lightning and struck the shadow's shoulder. The shadow staggered. It gritted its teeth in pain. The wound was shallow since the mimicked invincible strengthened it. But the attack shook the shadow. Harrison pressed forward. He switched his style and moved unpredictably. His strikes were different. Angled, timed, and powered in ways the shadows hadn't anticipated. Harrison, after understanding his weakness, broke free of his old habits. And for the first time, the shadow struggled to keep up. The two exchanged blows after blow. Their figures blurred. They looked like flickers of lighting dancing around in a dance of fury and chaos. Harrison moved with precision. He tried to exploit the small opening he had created. His confidence returned, stronger than ever. The shadow was on the back foot. It was barely able to parry his attacks. I told you, Harrison growled, his voice thick with determination. You're just a shadow. At the final moment, Harrison summoned a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. This one was far larger and stronger than before. The air crackled with electricity as he brought it down in one devastating strike aimed directly at the shadow's head. But, just as the attack was about to connect, the shadow smirked. A black portal opened between them. Harrison's strike disappeared harmlessly into it. Lucas' shadow is helping it? Before Harrison could even process what was happening, the shadow reappeared behind him. Slashed. The blow was not strong and it didn't need to be. It struck the back of Harrison's neck, the one spot where his impenetrable skin was the weakest. Harrison's body seized up as the shadow's blade discharged a pulse of lightning directly into his spine. His sword slipped from his hand and his legs buckled. He collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The shadow stood over him. It smirked triumphantly. This damned fucker. The shadow ignored his anger. It grabbed his head with both hands. Suddenly, the shadow's form shook. Its skin crumbled into black motes of energy that entered Harrison's orifices. Harrison did his best to resist while the shadow tried to overtake his body. He could not move after the shadow's last attack at his nape. His divine energy flowed slowly, like sludge, since the invincible was at its limit, and he couldn't use his spells. Harrison clenched his teeth. He tried to hold on and search for a way to stop the shadow. Chapter 110. Fighting with Awakened Obitus. Depth Level 3, Extreme West Side. Neo and Nathan stood at the edge of a small road. The world around them was broken while the gravity defied the laws of nature. Floating debris and crumbling ruins were scattered around. The road beneath them was cracked and fragmented, and every few feet, chunks of pavement hovered in the air. The place is worse than other locations. Lucas' shadow must have come here since it's easy to hide here, Neo said. He gazed at the surroundings. Some of the buildings were ripped from their foundations entirely. They hovered at odd angles and casted flickering shadows over the chaotic ground below. Wreckage of buildings, vehicles, steel beams, chunks of concrete, shattered glass. Everything drifted without purpose. Nathan pointed at the roof of a building that hung upside down in the air. It was as though the structure had been torn from reality and flipped on its head. Lucas' shadow is there. Can it see us? I doubt it. This place is filled with broken wreckages that are hiding us. Besides, the shadow is assisting other shadows in their battles. It doesn't have leisure to search for us, Nathan answered. He pursed his lips. Lucas' shadow was dangerous. It was only slightly weaker than Lucas. Moreover, its ability to use portals made it nearly impossible to defeat since the shadow could run away when it was on the verge of losing. So what's the plan? Nathan questioned. Instead of answering, Neo posed another question. Can you use Noctis burst spell? How did you even know I can use that? Sigh, never mind. Nathan massaged his nose. Back in the academy, he used the spell once during the missions. Felix uploaded the videos of their mission to the private website of the academy. Neo might have seen the Noctis burst spell in those videos. The one I can use is not very powerful since my mastery is low. It is far weaker than the standard version you can see other shadow wielders using and... Can you use it or not? A simple yes, no is enough. Yes, I can use it. But why? Nathan asked. I need you to attack Lucas' shadow with the Noctis burst spell. Since it's a long-range spell, you should be able to use it from this distance, Neo answered. Wait. What? Nathan's eyes shot wide open. He took a step back and shook his head. Impossible. You want me to attack Lucas' shadow? I'm too weak to fight him. Calm down. You can retreat after the first attack. I'll handle it from there. What do you mean by that? Noctis burst spell can stop Lucas' teleportation ability for a few seconds. That's the only moment when we can defeat Lucas' shadow. Nathan understood what Neo was trying to say. Noctis burst spell was a condensed sphere of shadow elementals. It exploded upon contact with the target. The high concentration of shadow elementals released from the explosion would disrupt the elementals in the air. That included space elementals. Let alone Lucas' shadow, even Lucas would not be able to manipulate the space elementals to create portals after he was hit by Noctis spell burst. But I can't stop Lucas for more than 5 seconds. How the hell are you going to defeat the Lucas in 5 seconds? Nathan pointed at the path between their location and Lucas' shadow's location. We are several hundred meters apart, and the path is filled with debris and shadow monsters. Look at that. A massive shadow monster with long arms and sharp claws slept on the ground. That thing is as strong as the wraith we fought. There are dozens of monsters with similar strength around the building where Lucas' shadow is hiding. The shadow chose that location because it knew the monsters would act as alarm for it in case it was ambushed. 5 seconds will be up before you cover half of the distance. There is no way you can defeat Lucas' shadow when you can't even reach it. You'll just die. Nathan bit his lips and looked away. We should make another plan. It's fine. Neo smiled at Nathan's concern. Just trust me. He put his hand over Obaidas' hilt. Since he could fight at his full strength after Obaidas awakened, he was confident. It was not easy to convince Nathan. But Nathan had to agree to the plan after Neo remained firm on his decision. I'll start. Nathan chanted the Noctis burst spell. Motes of black energy gathered above his palm. They formed a condensed, swirling mass of shadows. The spell flew through the air and struck the building where Lucas' shadow was. Hundreds of shadow hands came out from the explosion. They wrapped around the buildings. The concentration of shadow elementals in the vicinity increased by several folds. He knows we are here. Go now. Neo dashed forward. The shadow monsters, alerted by the attack, turned to Neo. Be calm. Neo exhaled. I can do it. He didn't know how strong he would be after releasing Obaidas from the sheath. His current actions were a gamble with his life on the life. If he had a choice, he would have not taken it. Neo pressed his thumb against the hilt of the sword at his waist and pushed it out of its sheath slightly. Instantly, the debuff that weighed him down vanished, and a surge of energy coursed through him. His speed exploded. The world around him turned into a blur of light and shadows. Monsters lunged at him, but they were too slow. Neo weaved between them like a phantom. Their claws and fangs missed him by a fraction of a second. His speed was overwhelming. He turned into a blur that even the sharpest eyes couldn't follow. The monsters rushed at him from all directions like a giant tsunami. Neo leapt above them. He used the floating debris as foothold and made a straight beeline towards the rooftop where Lucas' shadow hid. As he neared the building, he saw Lucas' shadow. The shadow stared at him with a smile. It pulled the bow taut and aimed towards Neo's head. The air around the bow trembled. Although the shadow was unable to use portals for the moment, it could not be underestimated. Lucas used the portals to battle, not because he was weak without them, but because they were convenient. He was one of the strongest demigods of his generation for a reason. Neo's eyes narrowed. He didn't slow. The shadow released the arrow. It turned to a black bolt of energy that tore through the air with deadly precision. Neo drew his sword with a fluid motion. As the blade left its sheath, it became wrapped in darkness. The aura of death and darkness swirling around it extended the sword's length massively. He slashed through the air in one smooth strike. The blade cleaved through the oncoming arrow as if it was made of paper. The bolt of energy was split in two. The strike didn't stop there. It cut across the shadow's body and sliced him in half with a single, decisive blow. The giant blade continued onward. It split the building where Lucas' shadow stood moments before. Neo landed on crumbling building gracefully. His blade reverted to its true size before he returned it to the sheath. The fight was over with a single strike. Neo looked at the shadow's corpse. The shadow, split into two halves, continued to smile. It was dead before it knew what had happened. It wouldn't have lost so easily if it didn't underestimate me and used invincible. Neo shook his head. As the shadow disintegrated, Neo picked the elemental seed it left behind and devoured it. Divine energy +1. I don't think this is enough to defeat Arthur's shadow. Neo exhaled. He was about to call Paimon when suddenly he saw something far in the distance. In the northeast direction, white mist covered everything. Neo could not see what was happening there. That must be where Arthur and others are fighting against Arthur's shadow. Squinting, he turned his gaze to the south. And, far into the distance, he could see Harrison about to be devoured by his shadow. Neo's face hardened. He was too far to do anything. No, I need to try. We need as many peoples as alive if we want to win. Neo looked around. He tore apart a long rebar from the floating wreckages. Just as he was about to pull the sword out of the sheath, a voice spoke into his mind. You don't need to unsheath me every time. As long as you wish, I'll remove the burden over you. Neo nodded. He followed Obaida's words and thought about removing his debuff. Instantly, endless power surged through his body. The sword began to absorb his divine energy at a rapid pace. Neo tightened his grip around the rebar. He wrapped the aura of death and darkness around the iron pole and pulled his hand back. Chapter 111. Fall of the Arrogance. Depth Level 3, South Side. The shadow held Harrison's head in a tight grip. He tried to break free. It was useless. His shadow continued to contaminate him. Harrison's consciousness blurred. He was being overtaken by the shadow, losing himself to it. I can't fall here. Harrison struggled to keep his eyes open. A single mistake was about to cost him his life. The shadow would replace him, and no one would ever realize the original Harrison was long gone. I don't want that. His chest heaved. Don't fuck with me. He grabbed the shadow's wrist with a last surge of strength and tried to flip it over. The shadow scoffed. It didn't budge. As Harrison's shadow, it always knew what he could and would do. There was no way Harrison was going to win against it. Maybe he shouldn't have insisted on fighting his shadow alone and asked for someone's help. If Lucas was here with him, Harrison could have won. Harrison realized he was defeated. Regrets started to slip in. The last vestige of his consciousness was about to disappear when suddenly he heard the noise of air being torn apart. An iron rebar hit the shadow's head from the side and pierced its head. The powerful momentum behind the throw carried the shadow's body away and pinned it into the ground far from him. Harrison was free. He heaved. The shadow, despite having a pole shoved through its head, continued to move. The mimicked invincible kept it alive. Red lightning wrapped around the rebar surged. It flowed into the shadow's body through the iron pole and killed it from the inside. The shadow stopped moving and it fell with a limp. Who was it? A single attack killed his shadow. Only Morrigan could achieve such feat, but she never came with them into the window. Harrison turned his head. He stared in the direction from where the iron rebar came flying. There is no one there. He squinted. Far into the distance, he could see broken wreckages flying around. The distance was too great for Harrison to see the person who threw the rebar. But red lightning. There was only one person among them who could manifest death element. Neo. He saved Harrison by defeating his shadow from a distance where Harrison couldn't even see anything, and that too in a single attack. Harrison's face contorted. Had Neo been hiding his strength? Was it funny to act like a weakling while he waited for an opportunity to reveal his strength? The gratitude and relief that came from behind saved turned into something darker. Harrison punched the ground. Depth level 3, extreme south side. It doesn't look like he appreciates the help. Neo could see the frustrated expression on Harrison's face. He did not regret saving Harrison. It was his job as the mission leader. Suddenly, a silvery portal appeared behind him. Lucas stepped on the rooftop. He smiled wryly. I never knew you could use such a massive aura blade. It was visible from my location even though we were so far. He gave the Sean Shadow's elemental seed to Neo. The elemental seed was almost half evaporated. After the seed evaporated completely, it would reform at the deepest part of the window and the shadow would be revived. What are you going to do with the elemental seed? This. Neo used darkness to devour it. The voices returned for a brief moment. Digestion +3. Isn't that harmful to you? If you keep devouring everything, your body will enter a state of imbalance where your secondary stats are completely mismatched. Lucas asked. This is the only way we can make sure the shadows don't get revived. Neo knew a way to handle the imbalance, though he would not reveal that to Lucas. Bring Nathan here, Neo said. Lucas used a portal to teleport Nathan after Neo revealed his location. Nathan stepped onto the rooftop with a strained expression. How did you do that with a single attack? Lucas realized something was wrong with Nathan's words. What do you mean by that? He defeated your shadow with a single attack. Lucas' smiling face stiffened. He stared at Nathan as if he had heard an absurd joke, but Nathan's half-awed, half-afraid face made it clear he was not joking. Stop talking about unnecessary things. The shadow monsters are climbing the building to attack us. Let's move somewhere else. Neo's words snapped them out of the shock. He added, we should meet up with Harrison before regrouping with Arthur and others. Lucas nodded. He quickly composed himself, and the determination in his gaze solidified. Lucas, able to see Harrison despite the distance, created a portal. The three entered the portal. They appeared next to Harrison. Harrison was in a daze. Half of his body had been contaminated with shadow elementals, and he was on the verge of becoming a shadow monster. Lucas used holy affinity to baptize Harrison. While they were busy, Neo devoured the elemental seed left behind by Harrison's shadow. Constitution +1. Now only Clara and Arthur's shadows are left. Clara's shadow was not a threat alone. They had to focus on Arthur's shadow. Neo looked around. He made sure no one was looking at him. Paimon, I want to make the contract. Are you thinking of fighting against the Lightning Clan's boy? Yes. The skeletal doll on Neo's shoulder held a tiny fan in her hand. She used it to hide her mouth. I hope you are not overestimating yourself after the chains binding you disappeared. Good. Seems you have a clear grasp of your limits. She smiled. So what do you want? A full blessing that will disappear after one use, or the partial blessing that will remain with you forever? Give me the partial blessing. Neo made his decision after careful consideration. He had to look at the future. Losing almost half of his god blood in exchange for the blessing would weaken him greatly. On top of that, if he took the temporary blessing and lost it after one use, he would become weaker than a grade 5 awakened demigod. Done. I've unsealed the blessing. I don't feel any different. Paimon smiled at his words. Chapter 112. Protagonist versus Protagonist's Shadow. I've used your sword to link your blessing to you. You should be able to feel the blessing's effect when you unsheath it. What about the god blood? It doesn't seem like you've taken it. Indeed, I haven't. I'll take your god blood after you've returned from this mission. Until then, use the blessing to complete the mission. Paimon closed the fan. I need to return to the underworld. Barbados is complaining about unsealing your blessing. Her figure started to disappear. Before she left, she flew and patted his head. May you be in good health and prosperity when we meet next again, child. Paimon disappeared. Thank you, Neo said. Although she had left, Neo had a feeling she heard him. Suddenly, Neo's earpiece came to life. Arthur's voice followed through it. Neo, I need your help. Come here quickly. He sounded desperate. What happened? There is no time to explain. Please, be quick. Got it. An ominous promotion seeped into Neo's heart. He turned to Lucas. We need to regroup with Arthur. Lucas nodded. Since Arthur was not within his line of sight and out of the range of his senses, he had to create multiple portals. They returned as quickly as possible. Depth level 3, northeast side. 15 minutes ago, the white mist curled around Arthur and Leonora. Arthur held his daggers in reverse grip and waited for his shadow to attack. Leonora stood with her back against Arthur's back. Her breathing was labored. She was exhausted due to the aftereffects of Neo's elixir, and her divine energy had barely recovered. Stay sharp, Arthur warned her. His heart thumped against his chest. He was nervous and afraid. The shadow can use invincible already. Did it kill itself to reset the skill countdown? It was bad news. Leonora, don't let the mist disperse. My shadow should be able to sense us with the sound affinity, but the mist still blocks its vision. Okay. She was used to fighting in the mist. It didn't hinder her as it did others. Leonora used an ice defense spell to create an armor. The sound of lightning crackling echoed from all directions. Arthur tried to concentrate and use his sound affinity to locate the shadow. It was of no use. The shadow was faster, much faster, thanks to the invincible skill that Arthur could not use himself. It's near, he whispered. MHM. Leonora prepared to cast spells. Her holy affinity was their only advantage against the shadow, but she was too exhausted to make full use of it. Suddenly, there was a sharp shift in the mist. The shadow appeared at the corner of their vision. It looked no different from a black lightning running around. A portal flickered open at its side, conjured by Lucas' shadow, and it stepped through it. Arthur's breath was caught in his throat. Portals. Lucas' shadow was helping it. Arthur's expression worsened. Lucas' shadow's ability to sense them inside the mist spoke volume of Lucas' talent. Unfortunately, it was no time or place to praise him. The shadow reappeared next to Leonora without warning. It swung the dagger towards her neck. Leonora reacted just in the nick of time. She created a wall of water to block the strike. The force of the blow sent her staggering back. Her ice armor cracked. Leonora! Arthur rushed forward to shield her. Another portal opened beneath his feet. His shadow jumped out from it and slammed a fist into his gut. Arthur doubled over in pain. The air was forced from his lungs. His vision blurred for a split second. The shadow's speed was terrifying. It was enhanced beyond anything what Arthur and Leonora could match. Leonora struggled to regain her balance. She summoned a shard of holy ice and threw it with all her strength. It shot through the air, glowing with divine energy, aimed straight at the shadow's heart. But the shadow turned into lightning and dodged it effortlessly. Another portal opened, and the shadow vanished again. It was toying with them with its overwhelming speed and the portals to stay untouchable. Arthur gritted his teeth. He focused on the faint ripples of sound around him. His shadow was close, too close. A flash of light erupted and the shadow reappeared behind Leonora again. The shadow's dagger coated in black lightning moved toward her throat. Leonora, watch out! Arthur shouted. He was too far to intervene. Leonora's eyes widened. Time seemed to slow down, her body too tired to react. She could see the blade coming, the strike that would end her. If only she had trained like others. If only she did not laze around, drunk on her talent. She would have known how to fight even if she was exhausted. She could have pushed herself beyond her limit. But there were no second chances. The dagger slid across her throat. Blood poured out from the wound. No! Arthur's scream tore through the mist. Another person died because he was too weak, because he could not defeat his own shadow. In that moment, as death loomed closer, something shifted in Leonora's mind. This was it, her last chance. The shadow thought it had won and let down its guard. Leonora's hand glowed with one last surge of holy energy. The moment the shadow's blade cut her, she unleashed her magic in a blinding explosion of light. Holy magic, the shadows were weak against it. Arthur's shadow staggered back. Its body writhed in agony as the holy energy seared his flesh and broke through its mimicked invincible. The shadow never expected it. Thought it had won. Should have won. But Leonora used her own impending death to deal the final blow. Defeat it. Leonora spoke as she tried to stop the blood flowing out of her wound. Arthur gritted his teeth. He rushed forward. His gaze was filled with desperation and fury. He pulled a small vial from his coat before uncorking it with his teeth. Shadow ink. The trump card against the shadows, even his shadow. Arthur's shadow remained calm. Although it was injured from Leonora's attack, it could escape through the portals easily. Chapter 113, Death. The portal never materialized. Unknown to Arthur's shadow, Neo had just slayed Lucas' shadow. The shadow could not escape. Arthur didn't hesitate. He dashed forward with all his might. In one swift motion, he plunged the dagger into the shadow's chest and smashed the vial of shadow ink inside its mouth. The shadow gasped. Its eyes widened and it tried to puke the shadow ink. The poison coursed through its veins and it died a slow death, unable to do anything. Arthur almost collapsed. He was exhausted beyond limit after pushing himself to fight the shadow. Despite the seemingly simple battle, he had to block multiple attacks of the shadow that was boosted by Invincible. He rushed to Leonora. Wait a second, I'll use an elixir. Use your holy affinity too. That will definitely heal you. He tried to pull another vial and poured it over her wound with trembling hands. Her body was limp. Blood still trickled from the wound at her throat, but her eyes, though fading, remained fierce. Touch the dash. Leonora tried to speak and choked on her blood. She did not try to use her holy affinity to heal herself. She couldn't. The last attack took everything out from her. The elixir's healing speed was too slow. Leonora could not be saved. Just then, Arthur sensed someone sneaking on them. Clara's shadow pounced on the two before he could react. Arthur tried to shield Leonora with his body. Clara's shadow did not attack them. It snatched Arthur's shadow's elemental seed from the corpse and ran away. Arthur wanted to stop the shadow, but he would have to leave Leonora alone during her last moments. He was torn between the choices. And no. Leonora tried to push him away. Go dash. Arthur's expression worsened. Suddenly, he noticed Sean on the path of Clara's shadow. An idea came to him. Sean, stop the shadow. Sean looked injured. Although he had been teleported away by Lucas and he did not have to face shadows, he still had to fight shadow monsters to return. His body was covered in contamination. Stop the shadow, Sean. Sean raised his sword towards Clara's shadow. The shadow came to a halt. It tried to look for a way to escape, but, before it could take more steps, Arthur wrung his blood dry and fired an air bullet spell. The attack, although simple, was powerful. It tore through the air like a cannon. Clara's shadow, injured during the battle with Lucas, could not dodge. However, Sean blocked the attack with his sword. Arthur froze. What are you doing? She is my sister. I will protect her. I won't lose her again. Sean shielded Clara's shadow with his body. His words made the shadow's face contort into one of a fury. It recalled how Sean's shadow, her brother, died at the hand of Sean's friend. Clara's shadow raised her sword. Dodge! Arthur shouted. Sean moved instinctively after hearing his voice, and the blade grazed his back lightly. He turned around, stunned. "Why are you attacking me, Ciela Clara? I'm your brother." The shadow opened her mouth. Her appearance changed, from a shadowy figure of Clara to one that was more real. The change was the proof of increasing synchronization. "I'm not your sister." The shadow glared at Sean. "You killed my brother." She wanted to attack again, but she knew time was running out. Neo, Lucas, and others would soon return. Clara's shadow had to make sure Arthur's shadow survived if she wanted revenge. Because she knew Sean's shadow was devoured. She ran away. Sean did not try to stop her. Arthur was too exhausted to move after the last attack. "Cough! Cough!" Leonora's voice snapped Arthur out of the stupor. He tried to think of a way to save her. "Yes, Neo. He had a powerful elixir he used to attach your hand. We can save you with that." He hurriedly pressed the earpiece. "Neo, I need your help. Come here quickly." "What happened?" "There is no time to explain. Please, be quick." There was a short silence before Neo answered. "Got it." After cutting the connection, Arthur hit Leonora's cheek slightly. He could not see more deaths. "Don't sleep. Just don't sleep. Leonora, if you can hear me, use your holy affinity." It did not take him long to realize she was out of divine energy. He took out a divine energy vial and tried to have Leonora drink it. Before he could put the vial against her lips, someone grabbed his hand. "Stop. She'll overdose and die a painful death if she drinks more elixirs." Arthur turned around when he heard the voice. Neo held his hand while Nathan, Lucas, and Harrison stepped through a portal. Their condition made it clear they had a hard time against whatever they fought. "Neo? What are you saying?" "The elixir I used to reattach her arm was a strong one. She needs to wait for a day before consuming any more elixir." "All right, the elixir. You have a strong elixir, right? Use it." Neo exhaled. "I only had one." Arthur's face stiffened. Then, he looked at Leonora. Neo followed his gaze. The presence of death around her was thick. It's too late for her. Neo knew it was his fault. If only he had insisted on leaving Leonora behind at depth level 2. If only he had saved the healing elixir instead of using it to reattach her arm. If only, there were too many things he could have done better. She died because of his wrong choices. Not just her. Christian, Clara, Kendrick, Gwen. Their deaths were his responsibility. He was the mission leader. He should have done better. But it was already too late. Neo was not going to run away from his responsibilities or deny them. He took a breath. "I will revive them, no matter how long it took or how hard it was. It won't be easy to do that. I can't let the information about resurrection ritual leak. I need to find perfect sacrifices, and I have to make sure their bodies don't rot until I can resurrect them." He clenched his fists. Could he successfully do that? How long would it take to complete the preparations? The weight of failure was overwhelming him. "Neo, what should we do?" Arthur's voice jolted him back to reality. He stared at Leonora and made his decision. She was in pain. Neo crouched. Red lightning crackled around his hand. "I'll end it painlessly for you." Chapter 114, Infighting. Leonora nodded with difficulty. Before Neo could push the aura of death into her body, Arthur grabbed his hand. "What are you doing? You will kill her." "Stop this. We can still save." "Arthur, face the truth already." "What truth? Can't you see she's still alive?" Arthur grabbed Neo's collar. Lucas and Nathan were about to intervene until Neo raised his hand to stop them. He looked Arthur in the eye. Arthur lowered his gaze after a few seconds. "I'm sorry. I overreacted." He let go of Neo's collar. "This is my fault. Why am I even shouting at you?" He looked as if he was about to cry. Neo opened his mouth. "It's not your fault. She was not just strong enough." "What?" Arthur looked at Neo as if he had heard something absurd. "The shadow used invincible, didn't it? That means it forcefully revived itself by fusing with another elemental seed. It should have been weaker due to it, and she died to that. Arthur punched Neo in the face before he could say another word. He would have attacked Neo again if not for others holding back. Neo staggered. Arthur glared at him. What did you just say? Is that how you talk about your friend who just died? Condensed golden lightning flickered around Arthur. The lightning disappeared after a brief moment. He is angry after watching his friends die and he is exhausted. It's still not enough to break his seal? That bastard is a sadist to have left such seal on his own child. Neo thought as he wiped the blood trickling down his nose. Neo knew his words were insulting to those who died. But he had to corner Arthur physically and mentally while the opportunity presented and try to break the seal on his unique skill. Did I say something wrong? You! The condensed golden lightning did not return. After knowing the seal was nowhere close to its breaking point, Neo ignored Arthur and approached Leonora. She was dead. Store her corpse, he said to Nathan. Neo turned to Arthur. What happened here? I know you guys lost, but how did your shadow escape? Arthur clenched his jaw as he retold everything except Sean's actions. Neo could guess it, but he did not say anything for the moment. We'll take a short break before moving again. The group sat down. Lucas drank a healing potion to tend to his injuries. Harrison was weakened after using Invincible and being almost turned to a shadow monster before being baptized. His mental state was worse. Sean sat in the far corner. He pulled his knees closer and muttered gibberish. The venomous words Clara's shadow spat at him dealt a huge blow to him. Arthur approached Neo. He no longer looked like he was about to cry, and he stared down at Neo with a hardened expression. Did you know already? Know what? About how many among us would die? You did, right? You have an unusually strong connection to death. You should be able to see more than normal death wielders. That's the domain of fate affinity. Did you know or not? Arthur's eyes glowed. Looks like I really pissed him off if he using that spell. Lying when Arthur's eyes were glowing was useless. Neo had to speak the truth. I did my best to make sure no one died. Arthur bit his lips after hearing his answer. His eyes stopped glowing and he looked away. After the short break, Neo gave the orders. Harrison, Nathan, Arthur, and Sean will secure the corner, and Lucas and I will go rescue Jack. Nathan already explained to Arthur that Neo defeated Lucas's shadow instead of securing the corner, and so did Lucas explain to Harrison. Came as a huge shock to them. But there was no time to question Neo about it. You will rescue Jack? Nathan questioned. Yes, he is a shadow wielder. He should be revived at the end of the window anytime now. I don't plan to leave him there and escape alone. He is alive? Arthur blinked. His eyes gained a bit of hope. Neo turned to Nathan for the explanation. Yes, we shadow wielders need to consume our shadows to awaken the shadow element. That makes us half shadows. We can revive just like the shadows. It takes a long time, and there are more restrictions, but we can do it, Nathan said. So that's how it works. It was never explained in the novel properly, Neo thought. He remembered the shadow element book he took from library. It didn't talk about consuming one's own shadow to awaken the element. Either what Nathan said was a secret way of awakening, or it happened naturally during the awakening and barely anyone noticed it. Neo looked at Lucas. Arthur's shadow will take time to revive, and they can't travel quickly without your shadow's help. We can rescue Jack and close the window without fighting against Arthur's shadow if we are fast enough. That's why I want your help. I'll understand it if you refuse my request since it's not part of the mission. Lucas portals would increase their movement speed by a large margin. It was why Neo wanted Lucas to enter the window with them. Besides rescuing Jack, I have the quest to complete and I need to get that thing from the end of the window. I can't leave without completing all tasks. Can I count on your help? Of course. Lucas smiled. Neo explained how they should secure the corner. He left with Lucas after giving a detailed plan for different scenarios to the group. Lucas created multiple portals to cover the distance quickly. After entering depth level 4, Lucas reduced the usage of portals. The presence of non-elemental divine energy became scarce as the depth level increased. If they continued to use portals, Lucas would have exhausted himself before they reached the end of the window. Let's use portals to avoid monsters. It's good enough we don't need waste our time on them, Neo said. Understood. While they were moving towards the doorway of depth level 5, Neo spoke. It might sound rude, but I was surprised when you accepted my request so easily. Thank you. Don't worry about it. It was an order from my clan, and it's the reason why I've been saving my skill. Chapter 115, Orders from Zeus Clan. Oh. Invincible, Lucas whispered. Golden lightning crackled around him. In one swift motion, he pulled out the bow from his back and aimed at Neo's head. Time seemed to slow down. I've been ordered to eliminate you. Lucas released the arrow. Neo, aware of the incoming attack due to his death affinity, dodged by a hair's margin. In that short moment, Lucas was already far away from him. He drew the bow and smiled. I can see you did not defeat my shadow through a stroke of coincidence. Why the sudden attack? You were listening to all my orders since the beginning. Was all of it an act 2 for this moment? Neo frowned. Indeed, I wanted to finish it with a surprise attack. But I failed since you are a wielder of death. Unlike what Lucas expected, Neo was calm. He was not surprised by his betrayal. You seem awfully composed. Do I? Neo never trusted Lucas. Why would he trust him when he tried to kill Neo along with the Phoenix during the A-rank mission? And it was better this way. He could fight Arthur alone after the fallout with Lucas. It feels weird how he really did what I expected him to do. Guess I can't expect more from a third-rate villain. Lucas pursed his lips when he saw Neo unsheathing his sword. Aren't you curious why my clan ordered to eliminate you? Not really. I can guess it's something related to Zeus clan not wanting another great god clan to appear and compete with them. That's terrifyingly close to the truth. Lucas chuckled. But you know what? I have even more surprising news. You aren't the first demigod to awaken Hades' bloodline. Do you know what happened to your predecessors? They were eliminated, just like you will be. Lucas shot arrows through the portals. Neo ducked to dodge the attack and dashed forward. He used the floating wreckage as footholds to bridge the gap between him and Lucas. Suddenly, a portal appeared directly in his path. There was no time to react. Neo was running too fast. His momentum carried him forward into the portal. In an instant, he was spat out on the opposite side of the battlefield, far from where he had been. Neo fell from the sky. He used the wreckages to break his fall. The sudden shift disoriented him. It made him nauseous. Worse, the distance between him and Lucas increased after he was teleported away. This is going to be tricky. Neo tightened his muscles. He shot forward with explosive speed. But the same situation repeated. Every time he got close, Lucas would use a portal to teleport him away or slip away himself. The sudden shifts due to teleportation gave Neo motion sickness. It made it difficult for him to dodge the arrows that shot out from the fist-sized portals that suddenly appeared around him. Neo's heart raced. Lucas' advantage was too overwhelming. His speed, his precise control over the battlefield, the way he used the portals to maintain the distance. Neo couldn't keep up. He was losing, and they both knew it. Damn it. I wanted to save this for Arthur's shadow. Neo exhaled. He called out to Obitus. His blessing. Now's the time, he thought. An immense surge of energy exploded through him. His muscles tensed, his senses sharpened, and his perception of the world increased dramatically. Overwhelming power. He hadn't felt it for ages. Neo bolted towards Lucas. He moved faster than before and dodged arrows with ease. Lucas' eyes widened. Neo had become faster. Fast enough to almost match him. The battlefield became a blur of movement. Lucas' arrows whistled through the air, and Neo deflected them with ease. Every time Neo was teleported away, he returned faster. Every arrow Lucas fired, Neo evaded or parried. It seems as if victory was within Neo's grasp. But he knew they couldn't continue fighting like this. The blessing was consuming a great deal of his divine energy. With Neo and Lucas in a stalemate, the battle had become a test of endurance. And Neo, a mere grade 4 awakened demigod, would run out of divine energy faster than Lucas. His heart raced as a plan formed in his mind. Dangerous, reckless, but the only way he could win. Neo launched himself at Lucas. He ran while making sudden shifts to throw off Lucas. His affinity did not warn him of the portals since they were not life-threatening. But he was beginning to understand their timing. He was learning. Lucas stopped smiling long ago. He hadn't expected Neo to be strong enough to match him while he was boosted by Invincible. Just as he prepared to use another portal to escape, this time in desperation, Neo was already before him. Red lightning and black flames flickered around Neo's blade. Seemed Neo had won when suddenly Lucas smiled. Got you. Multiple portals materialized around them in an instant. Condensed beams of energy shot out from them. Lucas did not dodge. The Invincible would protect him. Neo, however, was not so lucky. Why are you unharmed? I have a good defense spell. Neo swung his sword. The blade and the aura of death failed to penetrate far into his skin, but he was heavily injured. Before Neo could attack again, Lucas created a portal beneath his and slipped away. The portal did not disappear immediately. It was blocked with some kind of translucent screen. Lucas stood on the other side. He pressed his injury to stop the blood from flowing out and stared at Neo with a tired eyes and a smile on his face. Aren't you a bit too strong for someone who awakened less than a month ago? Yes, I am. And stop smiling, asshole. You look fucking creepy. I am just happy I won. Won? You say that after running away with your tail between your legs. Lucas continued to smile. Neo clicked his tongue. It was true. He lost and Lucas won. Chapter 116, Lone Survivor. Lucas' goal was to kill Neo. It didn't matter if he did not do that with his own hands. As long as he injured Neo and made him expend his divine energy, it was good enough. Arthur's shadow would do the rest of the job. Neo, weakened, would be in a disadvantageous position if he fought against Arthur's shadow. He was tired and, although he blocked the attacks with Ocean's Embrace, some of them went past his defenses and injured him. The portal disappeared. Neo returned the sword to the sheath and asked Obitus to reseal the blessing. Lucas was likely returning to depth level 3. Since he was injured, Neo could catch up to him if he pushed himself. However, that was counterproductive. It would give more time to Arthur's shadow to revive, and Neo would be wasting more divine energy. Neo turned around. He moved towards the doorway of depth level 5. Inner castle, depth level 5. Jack woke up with a snap. He sucked in a mouthful of air and collapsed to the ground, coughing. I'm alive. It took him a minute to compose himself. Jack looked around and found himself in a room with broken walls. He left the room. This is a castle. A huge broken castle. Even more shocking was the giant flower that loomed above the castle. Dozens of tendrils came out from the center of the flower. Those tendrils stooped low, some of them entering the castle rooms like the one Jack woke up in. It's my first time seeing an elemental flower. I guess I was revived through one of the seeds of the elemental flower. He shivered. It was cold. Looking down, he noticed he was naked. Jack used a shadow weave spell to create a robe out of the shadows. He wore it and roamed the area slowly. I can take things at my own pace. After all, I'm sure everyone already left. Despite his nonchalant face, there was an unhidden melancholy behind his voice. Elemental flowers formed at the core of the window. The core area was the part of the window closest to the other dimension. In other words, Jack in the deepest part of the window. It was too dangerous for others to rescue him. He was left alone to fend for himself. I guess they would have closed the window by now and left. Jack choked when he realized he was stranded in a place with no hope of rescue. He held back his tears. This was no time to mope around. He had to look for a way to survive. While he was searching through the castle for something to eat, he came across a giant shadow monster. Jack hid his presence and entered shadow space to hide himself. He stared at the shadow monster. It kept circling on particular area, as if it was protecting the room behind it. Jack looked above and noticed a group of tendrils entering the room. Is that where the elemental seeds of the shadows are? His heart raced. He recalled the overwhelming might of Arthur's shadow. How many of the shadows are alive? Since the window should have been closed, I'm sure the group clashed with the shadows and won. I hope they've defeated all of the shadows before leaving. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to survive here. Jack did not voice out his complete thoughts. There was no guarantee that the group won. Maybe they were eradicated by the shadows. It was certainly possible with Arthur's shadow and Lucas' shadow. Jack hoped he was wrong. He did not want any of his friends to die. While he was drowned in his thoughts, Arthur's shadow, revived, came out of the room. It looked in Jack's direction. Jack's breath was caught in his throat. Don't find me. 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 Arthur's shadow should not be able to sense him while he was in shadow space. However, Jack could not help but get nervous. He released his breath only after Arthur's shadow stopped looking in his direction and left. Arthur's shadow is leaving the castle. Jack noticed. The shadow looked like it was in a hurry. Is it trying to return quickly to stop the group? That meant the window has not been closed and the others were still inside it. Of course, Jack could be wrong. However, the possibility of his assumption being correct was high. Hope appeared within his gaze and it disappeared just as quickly. Why am I thinking about useless things? I can't regroup with everyone either way. Even if I can avoid all the shadow monsters on this level, Arthur's shadow will find me before others. He was trapped. While Jack was talking to himself, he failed to sense the shadow monster sneaking towards the entrance of his shadow space. Third corner, depth level 3. Lucas returned to the group after baptizing himself. He made sure no traces of Neo's death aura remained on him. The group noticed him. Lucas? Why are you injured? Arthur ran up to him. He supported Lucas and let him sit near the corner they secured. The shadow attacked while we were on our way to depth level 5. As you can see, this is the outcome of that. Lucas pointed at the huge scar on his torso. It's enough you came back alive. Arthur looked around. But where is Neo? Lucas lowered his gaze. Guilt appeared within his eyes. That can't be true. Please, tell me that I'm over-imagining things. Arthur grabbed Lucas' shoulder. The silence answered everything. Is Neo dead? No. Arthur's eyes widened. Before he could say anything, Lucas continued. He stayed behind to stop your shadow and buy us enough time to close the window. Multitude of emotions appeared in Arthur's mind. Relief, hope, horror. Arthur forcefully calmed himself. He could not lose his calm again. I'll rescue Neo. Arthur quickly made his decision. Chapter 117, Hypocrite. Lucas stopped him. You can't. Neo ordered me to make sure no one, especially you and Mars, try to rescue him. But, I don't know how, but the shadow revived too quickly. Maybe there is another shadow at their base, and it fused your shadow's elemental seed with another elemental seed to speed up the revival. Lucas added, it means the shadow is weaker than the last time you faced it. Still, are you sure we can win against your shadow? Harrison used his skill to defeat his shadow. I used mine to help Neo fight your shadow, but we lost, and I had to escape while Neo shielded for me. Leonora is dead. You are tired. Mars is strong, but he is a poor matchup with your shadow. There is no way we can win. If we don't use the time Neo brought us to close the window and escape. Lucas clenched his fist. He bit his lips until they bled. His sacrifice will be useless. Arthur gritted his teeth. I'll recuse Neo. He was about to leave when suddenly Lucas spoke. Tell Arthur I'm sorry for what I said about everyone's death, Lucas said. Those were his last words. Arthur froze. His face contorted. Tears simmered in his eyes. He knew he could not rescue Neo and he would be himself killed by his shadow. Trying to rescue Neo was a suicide mission. Arthur was prepared to throw his life away. However, Arthur's shadow would kill not just him but everyone if they did not escape as soon as possible. Damn it! No one deserved to die even if they were weak. Those were Arthur's ideals and it was why he argued with Neo. Is this your way of saying I shouldn't throw my life away? Arthur struggled to compose himself. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms and drew blood. "We'll close the corners and escape," he said. Arthur felt disgusted with himself for saying those words. His heart was filled with regret. The last thing he talked about with Neo was not a friendly banter, a heartfelt talk, or even a casual conversation. It was him blaming Neo. He had been angry with Neo because Neo claimed Leonora's weakness was the cause of her death, because he seemed to disregard the value of life. But now, Neo, despite disregarding the value of life, was sacrificing himself to give them a chance to live. And Arthur, the one who acted like a justice incarnate, was running away and leaving Neo to fend for himself. In the end, he was just a hypocrite. Depth level 5. Fuck. I feel like shit. Neo pulled out the sword from the corpse of the shadow monster. He had no way to avoid the battles without Lucas' help, and he ended up fighting every shadow monster on his way to depth level 5. His clothes were torn, he was bleeding all over, and he was exhausted. He fixed his gas mask. At depth level 5, the mask was not enough to stop the contamination from shadow elementals. He had to use Ocean's Embrace with the mask to block the shadow elementals from contaminating him. "This whole place is shit, right?" Neo asked. He looked up at Arthur's shadow, who was sitting on the edge of rooftop a short distance away. The shadow nodded. "It is. That aside, I didn't expect you to appear like this. I thought you would start with a sneak attack. It's useless against you. You'll probably sense the attack before it can even reaches you. You could have used Invincible to deliver an attack fast enough that I couldn't react to it," Neo pointed out. "A quick attack like that wouldn't have made it past your defense spell. It blocked my attack last time too." While they talked, Neo uncapped the divine energy elixir given to him by Elizabeth and drank it. "Since you are kind enough to wait for me, let me drink these." He popped open the Academy's divine energy elixirs and poured them into his mouth. His stomach felt like it was burning. Immense pain surged through his body. Feeling the overdose, he wondered if Leonora had felt the same. Neo's eyes turned bloodshot and blood trickled down his nose. Since the air barely had non-elemental divine energy at depth level 5, he could not use Essence Breath spell to recover his divine energy. This was the only way. He had to use everything if he wanted to have a chance against Arthur's shadow. The shadow opened his mouth. "Wait a second, I don't want to fight. I know you must be angry because I killed your friends. But that was because it's the shadow's instinct to consume the original and take over them. I wasn't in my right state of mind back then. I was driven by my instincts." Arthur's shadow clenched its fists. "I don't want to do that anymore. I understand my actions were wrong, and I want to apologize for them. I'll do anything to repent." "You want to repent?" Neo questioned. He asked Obitus to remove his debuff and unseal his blessing. In a split second, he disappeared and reappeared before Arthur's shadow. He slashed. The shadow, expecting the attack, dodged and used Invincible to create a gap between them. He jumped far back. "So we have to fight in the end," Arthur's shadow said. "Stop being melodramatic. I can sense your hidden bloodlust. It's clear as day you are just waiting for me to let my guard down." Neo covered his blade in aura of death and darkness. Arthur's shadows stopped the act when it realized Neo was not going to let down his guard. Both them stood still. They eyed each other, careful to not miss a single movement. The shadow moved first. It dashed towards Neo, leaving behind trails of black lightning. Neo leapt to the side. He dodged the attack just in time and landed on a drifting chunk of metal. The shadow followed up with a strike that sent another wave of sound magic towards him. It distorted the air and shook the wreckage around them. Chapter 118, Arthur's Shadow. The shadow followed up with a strike that sent another wave of sound magic towards him. It distorted the air and shook the wreckage around them. Neo grunted. His ears were ringing and he was disoriented. Arthur's shadow disappeared. "The shadow is faster than me. I will lose if I face it in a contest of speed." Neo knew he was vulnerable. He closed his eyes and spread out his senses. Suddenly, he twisted his wrist and blocked the invisible blade. Arthur's shadow canceled its invisibility and retreated. As I thought, surprise attacks are useless against you. The shadow maintained an emotionless face. It used its superior agility to attack Neo from different directions. The attacks were perfectly timed and savage. Each one of them was aimed at Neo's vital. The shadow disappeared into the debris with a swift movement. It used the environment to hide itself. A faint crackling echoed. Neo barely had time to react before the shadow reappeared above him. He blocked with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back and he nearly fell off the floating platform. Neo narrowed his eyes. Fighting against Arthur's shadow was eerily similar to his fight against Lucas. Just this time, the shadow wasn't relying on portals. It was using pure speed and overwhelming force. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged around Neo. His senses screamed danger and he rolled away without thinking. A beat later, a blade of air sliced through the space he'd been just standing in. The shadow disappeared again, leaving behind trails of black lightning. It used the floating wreckages to its advantage, slipping in and out of view as it hid behind them, much like Lucas had done with his portals. Neo cursed under his breath. He knew he couldn't keep up with Shadow's speed for long. His divine energy was decreasing at a fearsome speed and Arthur's shadow was nowhere close to being exhausted. Sweat dripped down Neo's brow as he dodged another barrage of strikes. The shadow kept using quick attacks to drain his stamina. It knew Neo could not continue fighting for long. Neo exhaled. He had to take the risk. After condensing his aura of death on the tip of the blade and stabbing it into the ground, he made it explode. Arcs of red lightning burst into the surrounding with no rhyme and rhythm. They killed whatever they touched. The air, the soil, the wreckage. Everything started to crumble into nothingness. Arthur's shadow had nowhere left to hide. Neo bolted towards the shadow with an explosive speed. Their blades clashed. They exchanged blows at a speed invisible to naked eye. The impact sent shockwaves through the floating debris, but Neo held firm. Neo needed to end this fast. His eyes were peeled open, looking for even the slightest opening, while he parried one strike after another. There was no opening in the shadow's defense. Neo would have to create one himself. He suddenly launched himself backward and tried to put distance between him and the shadow. The shadow sensed an opportunity and pressed for the attack. It launched a barrage of lightning and air bullet spells to corner Neo. But Neo wasn't retreating. He was baiting. Before the shadow could react, he stopped retreating and a massive power surged from his sword. Neo slashed. The air around his blade distorted as it raced toward the shadow. For a moment, the shadow's eyes widened in realization. Couldn't dodge. The attack was too close and too fast. The blade sliced through its neck without any resistance. There was no resistance? Shit! Neo scanned his surroundings. He didn't kill anything. The shadow in front of him was a mirage. It was created through a magic spell. When did the shadow switch with a mirage? Neo's senses rang, and before he could react, a dagger pierced his gas mask. The translucent energy field covering his body shattered and the shadow elementals stuck to his skin. You've lost. Arthur's shadow appeared only a bit far from him. It had thrown the dagger while Neo was distracted and, although he sensed the attack, he was not fast enough to dodge it. Neo used Ocean's Embrace at full power and wrapped his body in aura of darkness. Both of them combined reduced the shadow elementals seeping into his body. But he was only delaying the inevitable. The mask is your lifeline. You'll die without me doing anything. Neo fell to his knees. He grabbed his neck as if he couldn't breathe. Arthur's shadow approached Neo and stabbed the dagger in Neo's neck. It stared at Neo's corpse and the blood pouring out of the wound for a few seconds before turning around. Suddenly, Neo came back to life and he grabbed the shadow's leg. His injury stared to heal. He used necrotic touch before Arthur's shadow could react. The shadow's leg began to crumble. It was forced to slice off its leg before its entire body crumbled. How are you still alive? I killed you just now. Yeah, you did kill me. Neo stood up. The shadow gritted its teeth. After losing one of its legs, it couldn't escape. However, Neo, even if alive, had his mask destroyed. It was a draw. He could kill Arthur's shadow before he died. but he would die too. Why are you completely fine? The shadow asked. Neo looked at himself. The high-density shadow elementals should have killed him again after he used Immortal to revive himself. But he was completely fine. It can't be due to my bloodline. Even Zeus clan's descendant can't stay in the windows connected to World of Lightning without proper gear. Arthur's shadow opened its mouth. I see. I understand now. You are a shadow who consumed the original and took his place. That's why the shadow elementals aren't harmful to you. He glared at Neo. Why are you attacking me when both of us belong to the same side? Neo was not a shadow. He never devoured the original Neo and took his place. Suddenly, Neo froze. What happened to the previous Neo? The video recording he received said someone killed the original Neo. Then, why was not there any injury on the body? What if the different transmigrators who possessed the original Neo were all shadows? Chapter 119. Closing the window. No, that can't be possible. Every person has only one shadow. The original Neo can't have multiple shadows. Neo did not understand what was happening. He exhaled. I'll think about it later. First I need to complete the task before me. He stood in front of Arthur's shadow. The shadow did not try to fight back. It knew its fate was sealed. Any last words? Last words. Arthur's shadow smirked. Shadows never die. We'll meet again and next time I'll make sure you stay dead. You damned traitor. Neo sliced the shadow's head off its shoulder. Quest completion notification appeared in his vision. He ignored them. Damn it. I feel like shit even though I won. Neo used Immortal. There was nothing wrong with using his skill in the battle. Still, he felt like had cheated. It wasn't the type of victory he wanted. Fuck. This is almost as if I'm weaker than Arthur. Neo clenched his fist. He would surpass Arthur. He didn't care if Arthur was the protagonist or the hero who was destined to save the worlds. Neo was not going to give up. Depth level 3. Lucas activated the device. A spatial ring formed around the crack in the space, the corner, and it tried to forcefully close the crack. At the side, Nathan used the communication device to alert the other teams on depth level 2. Mars, Felix, and Cassandra used the device to close their corners. The 3 corners were closed at the same time. It's done. The window will soon close. We need to leave. Lucas created a portal. Arthur didn't step into the portal immediately. Arthur, we can't waste time. Arthur nodded and entered the portal with downcast eyes. The group moved towards the doorway of depth level 2 at a quick pace with help of portals. They met with Felix, Mars, and Cassandra. Where are the others? Mars asked. Arthur shook his head. Mars' face hardened. He did not say anything for a few moments. I see. A sigh escaped his lips. Let's leave, he said. The group returned to depth level 1 quickly and left the window with the help of the portals. The principal, Charlotte, and Elizabeth, disguised as Anna, were waiting for them. Good work. The medical team will take care of the injured. All of you can take a rest for 3 days. You'll receive your reward after that. Charlotte did not ask about the missing students. It was easy to guess what happened to those who did not return. She looked at the slowly closing giant tear in the sky. Suddenly, Elizabeth took a step. Rings of fire materialized around Elizabeth. Before the students could realize what was happening, Charlotte's dolls teleported them away. She stared at Elizabeth. Where are you trying to go? To save Neo. He wouldn't have died. Elizabeth was about to break the flames created by Charlotte until she sensed multiple powerful presences in vicinity. They were hiding, but their bloodlust was as clear as day. Master, did you prepare those people to stop me? Yes, I did. Since I knew you would try to enter the window if that boy died there. Elizabeth clenched her fists. She could sense someone as strong as herself among those people brought by Charlotte. Elise, we can't risk bringing out your shadow. If that thing appears when you enter the window, there will be countless causalities. We can't afford such scenario. I'll defeat my shadow. You can't. No one can defeat their own shadow. Elizabeth realized her master would not let her enter the window. There was no other choice. A spear materialized in her hand and the gravity around her started to go out of control. Before she could take a step, Charlotte sighed. Fine, I accept it. The boy is alive. I can see him. He has defeated the Kingsley boy's shadow just now. Then that means I can still save. No, the boy doesn't need your help. Oh. Charlotte looked at the window that was nearly closed. He isn't even trying to return. I'm sure he has a plan. That's no excuse to leave him there. Elizabeth was about to leave when suddenly her vision blurred. Her body grew weak and she lost consciousness before she could realize what was going on. Charlotte looked at the teacher's staff room far into the distance. Inside, an old man was drinking his coffee. He smiled bitterly. The lass is quite strong. It took me an entire day to knock her out. Thank you. The old man and Charlotte talked as if they were sitting next to each other even though they were thousands of meters apart. Don't mind it. But is this okay? What will happen when the lass wakes up? There will be mayhem. Charlotte massaged her brows. As she watched the window disappear, she hoped, prayed. Neo had a plan to return alive by the time Elizabeth woke up. Inner castle, depth level 5. The shadow monster attacked. His massive arm hit Jack's abdomen. His body flew back and crashed into the wall. Cough! Cough! Jack was caught by the shadow monsters. He didn't even realize how long he had been fighting for. He bled from the multiple wounds inflicted on his body. The shadow monster tried to grab his neck. Jack hurriedly slipped into the shadows on the ground and tried to escape. But the shadow monster tailed him. When the monster left the hall, running after Jack, a shadow appeared inside the hall. It was Jack. He fell to the ground, exhausted and injured. I need to keep moving. The double won't fool them for long. Jack used the shadow double spell to create a doppelganger and baited the shadow monster with it. He had to escape while the shadow monster was gone. Just as he tried to stand and run away, he noticed dozens of shadow monsters patrolling the corridor outside of the hall. Aha! Ha 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 ha! A hollow laugh escaped his lips. Tears slipped down his cheeks. He couldn't escape. Chapter 120, Reuniting with Jack. The shadow monsters noticed Jack's presence. They dashed towards him. With nowhere left to go, Jack was forced to fight them. He continued to cast spells without break. But it was not enough. Injuries piled up on his body. His exhaustion grew. And finally, an attack managed to go past his guard. The claws of Shadow Monster stabbed deep into his shoulder. The monster grabbed him. It raised Jack and smashed him into the ground. The air was knocked out of his lungs and blood poured out of his wound non-stop. His vision blurred. The monsters rushed at him from all sides. Jack could not move, let alone resist. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see his own death, when suddenly the presence of death erupted inside the hall. He opened his eyes in shock. The monsters were cleaved into two halves with their upper torso separated from their legs. Dead, their bodies fell to the side and he heard the familiar voice. Stop crying like a bitch already. Those blood-red eyes stared at him. Neo? It's team leader. Suddenly Jack laughed. It wasn't the laugh of hopelessness. He laughed cheerfully. You are late, you damn team leader. I had to take care of some issues on the way. Neo approached him. Good work surviving until now. I know, right? I'm pretty awesome. Hope returned to Jack's eyes. Only someone like me could have survived so long in this hellhole. He grinned. A wave of relief washed over him and he lost consciousness. Jack woke up with a groan. His body seized up. Where were the shadow monsters? He prepared to fight as soon as he recalled where he was. Depth level 5. It was the deepest part of the window, the place closest to the world of treacherous shadow. The shadow monsters there were highest in numbers and the strongest across all depth levels. Calm down. Neo's voice flowed from his side. I've dealt with the shadow monsters. Neo? Wait, that wasn't a dream? You are really here? Yes, I came to rescue you. Are you stupid? Now, you are trapped with me. You are just throwing your life by coming to save me. Neo sighed. He didn't take offense to Jack's words. He definitely didn't. Stop shouting and wear something. Junior Jack has breathed enough air for one day. Jack froze. He looked down and screamed like a girl. You shamed on me when I removed my shirt during the salamander mission, and you are going commando? Hey! I didn't do it in front of girls. After wearing a robe of shadows, he calmed down, but his ears remained beet red. Neo stood up and dusted his clothes. Follow me. The two roamed the castle. Jack realized there were no shadow monsters. He could sense a faint presence of death, probably due to how many shadow monsters Neo's killed, but there was no corpse. Did he devour everything? They reached a door. Neo pushed it open. The two entered the office. Cough, cough. There is a lot of dust here. Why did we come to this room? I wanted to show you this. Neo pointed at the briefcase on top of the table. Unlike everything in the room, the briefcase was not broken or covered in cobwebs. It's a god relic. I tried to open the briefcase, but I couldn't, so it's not from my bloodline. And Jack wanted to ask why Neo was so sure it was a god relic, but he asked another question first. Why are you showing this to me? Try to open it. Maybe it will react to your bloodline. Huh? Jack looked at Neo, perplexed. God relics could only be used by the bloodline of the person who owned the god relic. What were the chances the random god relic they found inside a window belonged to Jack's bloodline? He placed his hand on the briefcase. There is no way it will react to my blood. Jack stopped speaking when the briefcase unlocked itself with a click. He looked at Neo, stunned. Seriously? Wait a second. Did you know this god relic belonged to my bloodline? Yes, I did. Actually, you were supposed to be trapped in this place for months if I did not come to rescue you. You would have found this god relic during your time here. Okay, stop. Sorry for that weird question. Jack raised his hands when he thought Neo was giving a nonsensical answer. Of course you could not have known that this god relic belonged to my bloodline. Jack shook his head. He opened the briefcase. There was a map and a key inside it. Jack touched the key. The key crumbled into motes of black dust and seeped into Jack's finger. Agar. He fell to his knees and clutched his head, groaning in pain. While Jack was absorbing the key, Neo took a look at the map. The key was a god relic and he could not use it, nor did he want to. However, the map was different. He memorized the map. Jack stood up after a few minutes. He was huffing and covered in sweat. Neo, is the window closed? It should be by now. If that's the case, I have good news and not so good news. The key. I can open the window with it. But I need to increase my mastery over the key first. How long will it take you to master the key? I don't know. Could be days, months, or even years. There was nothing to eat inside the window. Neo and Jack could devour the shadow monsters to sustain themselves. But doing that for a long period of time was bound to turn them insane. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed. Neo looked out of the broken walls. Seems like their patience is running thin. We might need to leave this place soon. What are you talking about? Jack's voice was caught up in his throat. Outside, the entire landscape was covered in a blanket of shadows. Looking closer, Jack realized the blanket were shadow monsters. Hundreds of shadow monsters. They had surrounded the castle. Why aren't they entering into the castle? Look carefully. Jack followed Neo's advice. Chapter 121. Escape 1. His eyes shot wide open. What? How are you doing that? Jack could not believe his eyes. The ground below the castle was covered in darkness. He noticed the shadow monsters, afraid of the darkness, had not stepped into the castle. An entire castle's area was under Neo's protection. The amount of divine energy and mastery of darkness needed for such feat left Jack stunned. Since when could you use darkness to this level? No, wait. I forgot to ask about it. But how did you defeat the shadow monsters inside the castle alone? I'll explain about it later. For now, let's go. Go where? Somewhere not here. Neo added, the darkness is scary to the monsters, but it's not harmful them. Since it takes time to devour anything and devouring something alive takes even longer. As soon the monsters realize this, they'll rush in to attack us. Jack nodded with a concerned gaze. He gave the map to Neo since he took the key, and they left the room. We need to be careful about the shadows too, Jack spoke. Don't worry about it. All of the shadows have been defeated. Arthur's too? I saw it a few hours ago. Yeah. Jack did not ask how many of them died while they defeated Arthur's shadow. He did not want to know. How are we going to leave through that horde of monsters? Jack asked. They stood at the castle gate. Neo posed a different question instead of answering. How fast can you run? I'm pretty slow. Why? We'll run through the shadow monsters. Jack was not surprised. He was getting used to Neo saying or doing bats hit crazy things by now. I can summon Phantom Steed. What will you use? I'll run. What? Just summon something. Oh. Call a shadow summon for yourself. I can't use that spell. That's the first spell every shadow wielder learns after they awaken their shadow element. Neo, like Jack, was not using mask. Only shadow wielders could do that and survive inside the window connected to World of Shadow. Because they were half shadows themselves. Neo did not say anything, but he found his situation weird. If he was a shadow who devoured the original Neo, he should have awakened his shadow element. But he was not able to use it. If he was not a shadow or a shadow wielder, it did not make sense why he could survive without the mask. Jack summoned a phantom steed. The black horse had thick legs and blue flames burned at his hooves. Jack sat on top of it. Where are we going? He asked. To the depth level 1. You'll use the key to open the window. A sigh escaped Jack's lips. I told you I need to learn how to use the key. At my current mastery, I can't open the window, Jack said. The window closed recently. The space at its border should be unstable and it will be easier to open. If we wait, the space will be stabilized. Besides, this is a calamity-ranked window. The monsters here will keep growing stronger. If we delay our escape, it wouldn't take long for each shadow monster to far surpass us in terms of strength. Did I tell you I hate it when you make sense like that? I don't care about you think. Yeah, sure, dear Thunder team leader. Neo's answer was mixed with lies and truth. The main reason why he was hurrying to leave was due to the corpses of his friends. The corpses of demigods would take time to start rotting, but delaying months was bound to damage them. Neo wouldn't be able to revive anyone if the corpses were not in pristine condition. So, how do we leave through that horde? It's not like they'll let us go if we ask them politely. You can use anti-debuff spells, right? Use them on me. Are you sure you want them? You look exhausted. I don't think you'll survive the strain of if I apply anti-debuffs. I'll manage. Jack clicked his tongue. He chanted spells under his breath. Black flames materialized on his palms. They circled around Neo and seeped into him before forming glyphs over his skin. As soon as Neo started to feel weak, Jack chanted reverse technique spell. The glyphs glowed. The weakness disappeared and Neo could feel endless power rushing into his limbs. His divine energy started to disappear at frightening pace. Blood trickled down Jack's eyes. You okay? Neo asked. It's my first time using so many anti-debuffs at once. Before Neo could say anything, Jack added, if you have time to worry about yourself. I'll do just that. Neo stood at the castle gate. He asked Obidus to remove the debuff of his bloodline and unseal his blessing. Neo felt as if he had become invincible. He called back the darkness he was using to cover the castle. He felt refreshed, no longer forced to split his focus to protect the castle. Neos placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. The aura of death and darkness erupted around him. It condensed and condensed and condensed again until it was covering his blade. The monsters did not attack immediately. They could sense the dangerous presence around Neo, but they were too many. A few shadow monsters rushed forward and soon the horde was running towards Neo and Jack. Neo exhaled deeply. The sword fit perfectly in his hand. It felt like an extension of himself. Obidus became happy when it senses his emotions. His synchronization with the sword increased. Neo's thumb pushed the blade slightly from the scabbard. Death and darkness coiled around the blade. In a single, fluid motion, too fast for the eye to follow, his blade flashed through the air. The auras wrapped around the blade expanded violently. The ground beneath him cracked as the sheer force of his slash tore through the mass of shadow monsters. The monsters didn't even have time to react. One moment they were charging at Neo with their clawed limbs ready to attack. The next they were cut down. The red lightning flickered. It disintegrated them in a chilling instant. For a moment, only silence remained. Chapter 122. Escape 2. Neo slid his blade back into the sheath with a soft click. He resealed the blessing. The aura of death crackled around his arms. It tore his skin apart and injured him. He had overdone it. Short of breath, he turned to Jack, who was in a daze. "Wow! The hell was that?" "Let's run," Neo said. Jack commanded the phantom steed. It darted forward with a blinding speed, leaving blue flames on the ground. Jack looked behind, worried Neo could not keep up with his speed, only to notice Neo using the flying wreckages to run at a pace no less than the phantom steed. Isn't he supposed to be weak? The anti-debuffs should not have boosted Neo to this degree. It did not take long for the shadow monsters to return. Although Neo killed hundreds of them, there was no end to their numbers. The window was filled with thousands, if not tens of thousands of shadow monsters. Neo's aggressive method of killing the shadow monsters revealed their location to all of them. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to use that reckless attack to escape the encirclement. "Neo, the shadow monsters are returning." "I know. Keep going. I'll handle the monsters." Neo increased his speed and took over Jack. He slashed. The aura of death and darkness wrapped around the blade and its length by several folds. After killing the monsters, Neo returned to blade to the scabbard and kept running. "You can spam that attack? You fucking fraud. Why have you been acting like a weakling until now?" Jack shouted as he threw shadow spears at the shadow monsters. "I'll throw you into the midst of monsters if you curse at me again, bitch." Wounds appeared over their bodies at an alarming pace. They continued to slash and attack at anything that blocked their path as they rushed to the doorway of depth level 4. As soon as they entered depth level 4, Neo trigged the Essence Breath spell at full power. "Neo, stop fighting. Rest for a few minutes." "Why? You are dying." "Well, I like that. Stop. You fucking crazy lunatic." Neo's body was crumbling under the effects of the overwhelming amount of death and darkness aura he was using. He was walking on the thin line between death and life. If he pushed himself more, death would embrace him. He would die from exhaustion. But Neo never felt more clear-headed. The monsters he killed, the death aura he created, the death that tried to claim him. The battlefield was covered in the presence of death. It was comforting. "More. I can do it." Neo pushed himself to the limit. He had to become closer with death. Giant bolts of condensed red lightning erupted around Neo. With every step he took, the presence of death surrounding him increased by several folds. "This crazy guy. He is having an enlightenment while he is dying?" Jack could not believe his eyes. He started to use darkness along with shadow spells. He had to take off the burden from Neo, or Neo would die from exhaustion. The voices spoke to him in a jarring cacophony. Jack felt like he was being devoured by the darkness. But he held on. To help Neo. To return. The pressure over the two decreased as they went down the depth levels. They reached the boundary of depth level 1 covered in blood, bruises, and life-threatening wounds. "Use this." Neo threw the vials of healing elixir, given by Academy, towards Jack. Jack caught them. "What about you?" "I don't need them." Neo wanted to reach adept mastery in death. Healing himself would kill the enlightenment he was trying to gain. "Now get to work," Neo said. Jack wanted to advise Neo to drink the elixir, but he knew Neo would not listen to him. Crazy bastards wouldn't be crazy if they listened. "I'll do my best." Jack tried to activate the key. Black circuit line patterns appeared on his arms. They glowed with eerie, dark energy. He put his hand on the boundary and focused. "Can you do it?" "I should be able to, but it will take time." "Fine." Neo slashed on the ground and left a line on it. Don't cross this line. I'll make sure the shadow monsters don't touch you. The ground trembled as if earthquakes arrived. Hundreds of shadow monsters appeared on the horizon. They gathered from depth level 5 to depth level 1, rushed over like a tsunami threatening to drown them. Some of the shadow monsters were as big as houses, some of them were faster than wind, and some had shells harder than bulletproof shields. Jack tried to hurry. He aggravated his injuries and found it hard to focus on the task. Calm down. I'll buy as much time as you need. Do it at your own pace. Jack bit his lips. He saw Neo's back as he stood against the horde of shadow monsters. He could open the window if he took his sweet time, but Neo would not survive that long. Jack had to hurry. He exhaled. Despite his worries, he tuned out everything. The monsters, Neo on his deathbed. Jack stopped thinking about everything. He trusted his back to Neo. He would do his own task. On the other side, Neo cut off the area behind the line by creating a wall of darkness. He clashed with the first shadow monster and unsealed his blessing. The monsters attacked from all sides. Neo moved like a blur. He did not dodge the attacks or use Ocean's Embrace. His entire focus was on killing the shadow monsters. He slashed at anything that moved and went on a killing spree. A whip-like tail pierced his abdomen. Neo grabbed the tail and pulled it out from the monster's body with a snap. Just then, he sensed an attack from above. He raised his head and saw a giant hand coming down to crush him. Neo shifted and placed himself between the gaps of giant fingers. He jumped, running over the monster's arm, and used the tail of the monster he killed to choke the giant shadow monster. The giant shadow monster tried to throw him off. Neo sent aura of death through the tail into the monster. Dead, the giant monster fell and crushed dozens of monsters beneath it. Flying, harpy-like, shadow monsters pounced on Neo while he was still in air. He created a condensed sphere of death aura and made it explode. The attack did not kill them, but it slowed them. Neo landed on the ground. He fought like a mad berserker. His mind was focused on killing as many shadow monsters as he could. The presence of death covering the surroundings continued to increase. More. Neo killed any monster that stepped close to the line and the wall of darkness. Time lost its meaning to him. He continued to fight. Suddenly, Jack's voice rang. Neo, it's done. Let's escape. The border of the window opened. However, Neo did not stop. He was immersed in the battle. The increasing death had intoxicated him. Neo did not realize his aura of death was going under massive changes. It grew more sinister, more malevolent. Chapter 123. Adept Mastery of Death. The entrance started to close. Neo. Jack was about to enter the battle and pull Neo when suddenly Neo raised his sword. Red lightning gathered at the tip of his blade. Its size increased until it turned into a giant orb of red lightning. The sphere looked like a fiery red sun. Neo swung his sword down. The orb of lightning fell. It hit the ground and, a beat later, exploded into a blinding blast of energy. The space twisted from the force of the attack. Anything that touched the explosion crumbled into nothingness. Neo created a coffin of darkness to shield himself and Jack. When he removed it, he saw a giant chasm. A massive hole had been punched into the ground. The shadow monsters on the other side of the chasm roared, unable to cross the enormous gap. They could only watch as Neo and Jack left the window and it closed behind them. Demigod Academy. A dark presence suddenly enveloped the academy. Every person could sense it. The presence increased and the sky started to crack. The low-ranked demigods, unable to handle the powerful presence, started to lose consciousness. People were dropping like flies. Charlotte issued an alarm. All mythic demigods spread out. Protect those who cannot handle the pressure. Hundreds of new emergency missions were posted in mission halls. Empyrean demigods and above gather near the dimensional crack. Window number 12862 is reopening. I repeat, this is an emergency. Window number 12862, a dimensional crack with the potential of calamity rank, is reopening. Charlotte called her Phoenix. It flew through the sky at breakneck speed and brought her near the opening of the window. Hundreds of demigods gathered around the place. She landed on the ground. Percival, the student council president, approached her. Principal, we've mobilized every second-year and first-year student. The evacuation process is going smoothly. What about the window? The student council and several professors are already securing the perimeter. Even if a battle breaks out, we'll make sure the destruction is contained. Charlotte nodded. A closed window could not be opened easily. Only a monstrously strong demigod or a powerful monster could do that. Who is opening the window from the other side? If it was a monster, a huge battle was bound to break out. Charlotte could not help but worry. The Academy would stand tall even if it was attacked by an exalted demigod. They would win against whatever was coming out of the window. However, they would incur huge losses. Is it that boy's doing? Charlotte was not able to see inside the window after it closed. She had no idea what was going on. The tear in the sky spread apart in multiple directions. It reached the ground. The demigods waited with bated breaths. The window reopened and suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended. This is death element. Why is it coming out of a window connected to World of Shadows? Percival's back was drenched in sweat. Two figures, Neo and Jack, covered in injuries and blood, walked out of the window. The window closed behind them and disappeared. However, no one relaxed. What is that? Percival frowned. Neo was the source of the ominous presence of death. The presence radiating from him was strong. Too strong. As if, oh. Percival flinched when he tried to sense Neo's condition. Neo's heart was not beating. He was dead. Yet, he was alive. It was contradictory. His fatal injuries were a clear sign he could not be alive. He shouldn't have been alive. Ready your weapons, Percival shouted. Instinctively, when Neo looked at him, he was afraid of the abomination he was witnessing before his eyes. No need. The boy has reached adept mastery in death element. That's all, Charlotte said. She stared at Neo and shifted her gaze to Jack, who was unconscious. Is he alive? Yes, but he needs immediate medical attention. He forced himself beyond what his body could handle. Neo answered. Charlotte nodded. She looked at the professor responsible for healing injured students. Please heal that kid. Before Gila could approach Jack, another professor, Daniel, stopped her. But Principal, what if they are shadows? We can't guarantee they haven't devoured the originals and are trying to infiltrate us. Many voiced their agreement to the Daniel's doubt. No one could believe two awakened demigods escaped a window without any help. Neo opened his mouth. Jack is a shadow wielder. He can't be a shadow. Oh! His words brought a sense of relief. The professor, Gila, approached Neo and Jack. She took Jack from Neo. After sitting on the ground and placing Jack's head on her lap, she began to heal him. Gila looked at Neo. What about you? Are you a shadow? Neo looked at Charlotte. The principal nodded and announced. Neo Hargrave's shadow did not appear inside the window. He is the original. After the principal's confirmation and the disappearance of the window, the people relaxed. The fear and anxiety in their eyes was replaced by awe and admiration. Two awakened demigods. They escaped a window which had the potential to reach calamity rank alone. And judging by the injuries of Neo and Jack, they could tell which of the two was responsible for the successful escape. The professors gathered around Neo. Neo Hargraves, congratulations on escaping window. You have reached adept mastery in death at such young age. Your future is bright, young man. How about you join my club? I'll help you learn about your element. Back off, you don't even use death element. I'll teach this kid instead. Neo Hargraves. It's my pleasure. Although they did not know the full story of what happened inside the window, all of them understood one thing. Neo Hargraves was a monstrous genius. While everyone was trying to talk to Neo, Charlotte coughed and leaked a bit of her pressure to warn the professors. Give the boy some space. He needs to be healed first. Only then did everyone realize Neo's physical body was dead. He was forcefully keeping himself alive after reaching adept mastery in death. but he would soon die completely. Chapter 124. A Deal with the Principal. All of you can return to your posts. Neo Hargraves, come with me, Charlotte said. She summoned her phoenix. Neo climbed on its back with her. The beast's body, despite being covered in flames, was not burning Neo. It was warm. They reached the mansion on top of the clouds and entered the study room. The principal called the puppet maids. Prepare tea for us. Understood. The puppet with silver eyes brought them tea. Neo drank it quietly. Let's settle the important topic first. How much time do you have left? Charlotte asked. A few minutes at best. Neo raised his palm. Sparks of condensed red lightning flickered around his body. Although dead, the death could not embrace him. He was manifesting the death, which came for him, outwardly and stopping it from pulling him into the underworld. Charlotte opened her mouth. The life element and holy element can't heal you since you are technically dead. The elixirs won't work either. We'd need to reverse time of your physical body and return it to the state before it died. Only then can we heal you. What are you trying to say, Principal? I can recommend a healer with time element to heal you. But what do I get in return? Charlotte asked as she sipped the tea. I'm sure it's Academy's job to provide healers to the students who've returned from S-rank mission? It is. But what can you do if I refuse? Neo smiled as he heard her. He could see where Elizabeth had gotten her habits from. What do I need to pay to be healed? Don't leak the news about what happened inside the window. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean, Principal. Is it possible that you saw something unethical and now you are trying to bury the news? Her expression worsened. Neo knew exactly what she wanted and he was trying to act oblivious. Lucas attack. I want you to keep quiet about it. Oh, you mean how he backstabbed me? Neo faked a sad expression. I must say I was quite scared back then. Do you know how I felt when the heir of Zeus clan tried to kill me? Charlotte's eyebrow gave a slight twitch. She had seen how Neos forced Lucas to run away with tail between his legs. Scared? It was like saying a lion was afraid of a hyena. It was impossible. He knows he has the upper hand in the negotiations, Charlotte thought. If Neo was a normal demigod, she could have threatened him. Unfortunately, he was the little brother of Henry Hargraves, and it seemed her disciple fancied him. Charlotte could not let him die, or else there would be consequences. Neo understood this. A sigh escaped Charlotte's lips. I'll be upfront. If you reveal Lucas' betrayal, the Academy will be forced to take strict action against Lucas. The Zeus clan won't take it lying down. At best, they'll crush Hargraves Corporation to take revenge. At worst, they'll declare the Academy as their enemy and demand us to spare Lucas in order to stop a war from breaking out. There will be enormous damage to both sides. But we can avoid that if you keep your mouth shut, Charlotte said. I doubt a war will happen, Neo thought. The Zeus clan did not put too much importance on Lucas even though he was the heir. There was a slight chance the Zeus clan would protect Lucas to save their image. However, it did not matter. Henry would protect Neo. Knowing how strong Henry actually was, Neo was not worried about any god clan. Besides, there was a high chance Elizabeth would take his side too. What if I refuse your offer, Principal? I'm immortal. I can just revive after I die. So you won't accept the deal? Oh, I will. But I want to change the terms of the negotiations. Charlotte went quiet after hearing his words. Neo smiled when he saw her confused expression. He did not want the Academy to punish Lucas. He did not want to kill Lucas either. After dying multiple times, Neo realized death was not scary to everyone. Living, even though the times were difficult, was more painful to some people. Lucas was one of those people. Neo would turn Lucas' life living hell. He would take his revenge with his own hands and not through someone else's help. He would make sure Lucas regretted making an enemy out of him. If you don't want to be healed, then what do you want? Give me the corpses of those who died in the mission. Charlotte's face stiffened. Each student that died had a high-profile background, especially Leonora. She was once in a century genius. The Poseidon clan had high expectations of her. The families of the deceased had demanded the corpse of their children. It is nearly impossible to deny the families, since they already know the corpses of their kids were brought back. That's not my problem, is it? You fulfill your side of the deal, and I'll fulfill mine. Charlotte's brows creased. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place. In the end, she chose the lesser evil. Fine, I'll do as you want. But I need to know why you want the corpses. A heavy pressure hit Neo. Charlotte spoke in a chilling voice. I'll kill you with my own hands if you are planning to devour those corpses. I won't do that. Then what is it? Necromancy? Charlotte believed she was right when Neo did not object. Neo, on the other hand, let her misunderstand his intentions. He had no plan to reveal the existence of the resurrection ritual. Since we've decided to go ahead with the deal, please let Nathan keep the corpses for now. I will take them from him. Neo stood up. I'll be taking my leave. Wait, take this. Charlotte threw a badge towards him. Go to Professor Daniel in Mediation Hall and get yourself healed. Neo nodded. He was about to leave when Charlotte spoke again. And keep our conversation secret, especially from Elise. Understood. Send him away. Charlotte spoke to the maids. A portal appeared beneath Neo. He smiled just before he was teleported away. It was good doing business with you, Principal. Charlotte frowned after hearing those words. She had completed a successful deal with Neo. It was the truth. However, Neo's smile made her uneasy. She felt as if she had somehow made a loss. Chapter 125. Completing the contract. Neo appeared inside his dorm. He looked at the badge in his hands. I'll heal myself on my own. But I guess I can use this thing to ask the professor help me awaken my time element. The corpses of Christian and others would be fine for a few weeks. Neo needed to awaken his time element. After that, he had to learn to create a frozen time prison to make sure the corpses don't rot. Fuck, it would have been easier if I could put their corpses in zero chambers. But I can't do that. The less people know about the corpses, the better. I'll have to do it myself. Neo massaged his brows. Resurrection ritual was not easy to prepare. The entire academy was within the principal's range. He could not get the sacrifices here or she would know. I can only wait until the second semester starts and we are given the permission to leave the academy. As he entered the room, his body started to stop functioning. He could not control his left hand or his mouth. Looks like I'm about to die. Neo sat on the sofa. He closed his eyes. 490th floor, Hargraves Corporation. The butler entered the office after the knock. He saw Henry going through some documents. Master, I have received the news from the spies we've put in the academy. The young master has returned alive. I guess I don't need to go there and rescue him. Henry nodded, his eyes fixed on the documents. Anything else to report? Yes, young master has reached adept mastery in death element, and he likely as strong as top 5 students in his year. A smile appeared on Henry's face. Contrary to him, the butler looked anxious. Master, if young master continues to grow at this rate, then it's fine. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Henry cut off Sebastian before he could complete his words. He added, I want Neo to be strong enough to fight them. Instead of making sure he stays weak and hoping they spare him. A sigh escaped Henry's lips. He closed the document and took out a cigarette. Fuck. Arthur's private training room, Seraphim Hall, Demigod Academy. The noises of blades clashing echoed. Arthur disappeared and reappeared around the place. He kept attacking Mars. Mars used his fists, which were as hard as steel, to block the attacks. Both of them were fighting without holding back. Their bodies were covered in bruises and their gazes were filled with exhaustion. They had been training since the moment they returned. Felix entered the room. He noticed them training and shifted his gaze to the side. Nathan sat at the corner. His eyes were closed as he manipulated the darkness, training. Felix approached Nathan. You should take a break. I'll take one after a bit. Nathan kept his eyes closed. A sigh escaped Felix's lips. He sat near Nathan and opened the dinner. I didn't take you to be the sentimental type, but I guess the deaths hit you hard. I'm not sad. Nathan opened his eyes. He let go over his hold of the darkness and he continued. I'm just scared. I never thought geniuses like Leonora and Christian could die so easily. It made me realize death can come for me anytime and I'll never be able to stop it. So easily, huh? Felix puckered his lips. He smiled miserably. What about Neo? He is a genius too. I don't think Neo died. Oh. He was murdered. Lucas must have. Hey, shut up. Felix cut off Nathan mid-sentence. Don't say those words to anyone else, or you won't know what killed you. Nathan bit his lips. He never trusted Lucas after he killed his friend in the ranking competition. But he knew they could not oppose the Zeus clan. Watching Nathan's miserable expression, Felix felt his resolve strengthen. Felix hated their world where the bloodline was everything. The person's fate was decided before they were born. The weak had no right. Felix would change the accursed system, even if he had to kill the gods. For freedom, for equality. Lucas Room, Seraphim Hall, Demigod Academy. Lucas! Harrison rushed into the room. He was breathing heavily after running for a long while. Huff, he is alive. Lucas put down his knife and looked out of the kitchen. Neo Hargraves has returned. He successfully rescued that shadow wielder and came back. I see. Lucas smiled. Lucky for them. He wiped his hand on the apron and focused on cooking. Why are you so calm? What if he reports you? Harrison, that's not for you to worry about. The clan elders will handle the aftermath. Harrison was stunned at Lucas' attitude. Before he could argue back, Lucas added, Don't ask unnecessary things. Just do as you are told and keep your mouth shut if you don't want to get discarded like Morrigan. Willow Mansion, Forest of All Beginnings, Underworld. Neo appeared in the garden of Paymon's mansion. He exhaled. He gained the Death Elemental Vision after he reached Adept Mastery. The thick amount of death in the underworld surprised him. After looking around, he entered the mansion. He found Paimon and Barbados in the open hall. The two Grim Reapers were sitting on sofa, sipping tea. Paimon was smiling as usual. Barbados, on the other hand, seemed angry. Would you like some tea? Paimon questioned. Yes, please. She prepared the tea with finesse. Her movements were graceful and precise. Why did you return to the underworld, child? I believed you would meet the Sphinx as soon as possible and try to complete the third trial. I'm here to fulfill the contract. Neo's words made Paymon's smile deepen. It doesn't look like you are afraid of losing your god blood. Don't you regret it? If you did not fight to protect your friend and instead escaped on your own, you would have never needed the blessing. In the end, you could have completed the mission without sacrificing your god blood. She watched Neo with interest, wanting to know his answer. Neo opened his mouth. I don't regret it. Jack was my teammate. I was the one who brought him to the window. He was my responsibility. Neo exhaled. I never sacrificed my god blood. I used it to rescue my friend. His answer made Paimon chuckle. She turned to Barbados. See, I told you. The child has grown. He can handle the responsibilities that come with the blessing. Barbados continued to stare at Neo. Oh, great child of Monarch. Do you realize the cost of your sacrifice? We commend your bravery and brotherhood, but we cannot praise you. Not when you have decided to squander Monarch's precious blood. Barbados was not angry with Neo. He was proud of Neo's decisive mentality. It showed Neo put thought into his actions before doing anything and stood by his decision even if they had consequences. Paimon coughed. Should we begin? Yes. Please close your eyes, child. Neo followed her words. He sensed Paimon going behind him. She unbuttoned his collar button and tugged his shirt off his shoulder. Suddenly, Neo felt two sharp objects burrowing into his shoulders. He almost screamed, even though he was used to pain, and felt his soul burn. After a few seconds, the sharp objects were removed. Something cold and soft licked his bleeding shoulder. The injury and pain disappeared as soon as they had arrived, and Neo felt a soothing sensation surging through his body. It was addicting. "Thank you for the meal, child. It's been decades since I drank Monarch's blood." Neo opened his eyes. He was stunned when he saw Paimon return to her seat. She was no longer a bag of bones, but a beauty with milk-white skin, golden hair, and blood-red eyes. Her fangs were revealed when she smiled. "Did I surprise you, child?" She chuckled at his speechless reaction. Neo spoke after a few moments. "I don't feel much different. Did you really take my god blood?" "Indeed I did. Your stats haven't changed, which is why you don't feel different. But your divine energy pool has been reduced to half. You'll notice it if you use your divine energy." Neo closed his eyes. He tried to manifest aura of death. Red lightning flickered around his fingers, and he felt a strain on his divine energy reserves. "I was reduced by almost half," Neo noted. Thankfully, his stats were still same. As long as he was careful to keep the battle short, he could fight at full power without any problem. Neo did not regret his actions. He could always recover his god blood by devouring monsters with darkness. To him, it was but a minor inconvenience. "If that is all, I'll return now. Goodbye, child." Barbados stayed quiet. In the end, he spoke only after Paimon elbowed him. "May you live in peace and prosperity, O child of Monarch. See you later." Neo used the immortal and arrived back into his body in the world of living. Chapter 126. Hallucinations. Neo revived, opened his eyes. A burning sensation surged through his body. He clutched his heart and doubled over. Groans escaped his lips. He lacked the divine energy to heal completely after the revival. The torturous pain nearly knocked him out when suddenly Neo felt someone place their hand on his back. A comfortable flow of energy entered his body through those hands. The pain disappeared. Healed, Neo raised his eyes. "Amelia? What are you doing here?" "I came to check on you." She scratched her cheeks. After helping him sit on the sofa, he prepared a drink for him. "Thanks." Neo sipped the drink. "But how did you enter the room?" "I'm sure I locked the door." "Neo, congrats on completing the mission." "Amelia, don't change the topic. Mom gave the keys to me." "Why does she have keys to my room?" "She has the keys to my room too." Amelia stared at him in annoyance. "You should be happy you don't need to share the bed with her." "She sleeps with you?" "Yes, and she—" Amelia let out a subdued, frustrated scream. "I can't sleep with her. She hugs me too tightly. I haven't slept properly a day since she came here." Neo placed the empty cup on the table. "Why didn't she come to meet me herself?" "She doesn't want to meet you right now. Mom's frustrated she couldn't help you." Amelia sighed. "She is thinking she failed you." "What?" "Don't ask me what goes through her head." Amelia shrugged. She stood up. "I came here to check up on you. You can rest now." Just as she was about to leave, she stooped at the door and turned to look at him. "Welcome back." Amelia left and the door closed behind her. Neo massaged the back of his neck. "I guess I need to buy a new lock." After taking a bath, he slept. The mission had been too exhausting. He wanted to rest. In the morning, he woke up with a jolt when his senses warned him of an incoming attack. He rolled off from the bed and dodged the poison-coated dagger by a hair's breadth. The assassin was wearing a shroud of shadows that hid his body and face. Did Zeus clan send him? No, even they won't do as assassination so openly. Neo got in a position to fight. Suddenly, a dagger pierced his heart from the behind. The second assassin, who sneaked up on Neo, twisted the blade. Neo looked down at the tip of the blade coming out of his chest. How? His death affinity never warned him of the sneak attack. Neo woke up. He was breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Looking around, he noticed it was only midnight. Was it a dream? He grabbed his forehead. It was too realistic to be a dream. The faint headache made it hard for him to think straight. Hearing the voices, Neo realized it was not a simple dream. It was a hallucination created by the darkness. Seems like I overused the darkness during the mission. I can't control it properly anymore. The volume of the noises increased. Neo could not sleep. The hallucinations of the assassins began to appear in front of his eyes while he was awake. He groaned. His head felt like it would explode. Amidst the countless voices speaking to him, he heard the voice of Obitus. "Hold me, Neo." The sword called out to him. Neo found it hard to concentrate. He bit his lips and tried to look around the room. The hallucinations made it hard for him to find the sword. One moment he was falling from the sky, the other he was burning alive, and suddenly he was fighting the assassins. "Neo, move to the right. Continue forward." The sword guided him through the hallucinations. He reached the place where the sword should have been. "Yes, now grab me." Neo held the air in front of him. He felt the cold grip of the handle in his arms as his control over his elements was boosted by Obitus. The voices disappeared along with the hallucinations. Neo was back in his room. He fell to his knees, shivering uncontrollably. "Thanks you, Obitus." A surge of positive emotions appeared in his mind. "No need to thank me. I will always help you no matter what. Now go sleep. You need rest." Neo nodded. He held the sword in his hand and lay on the bed. Normally, Neo kept a lid on his darkness affinity to stop it from going berserk. He could not hold the lid down while he was asleep. It was not a problem until today, since his darkness affinity was never strong enough. But after the mission, his darkness affinity grew a lot stronger. He could not suppress it anymore unless he was diverting his focus towards it, which was impossible to achieve while he was asleep. Neo did not know what he would have done without Obitus. The sword increased his control over his elements. He had to sleep with the sword in his hands if he did not want to fall victim to the hallucinations again. In the morning, Neo received a notification from the academy. All participants of the recent S-rank mission must report to the assembly hall in 1 hour. Mission evaluation report will be distributed. Please make sure to attend the meeting. He ordered the food to his room. After filling his stomach, he moved towards the venue. He met Jack on the way. "Hi, Yon. How are you?" "Good enough, I guess. What about you? Did you stay awake the whole night?" "I've been sleeping since we returned. I'm tired due to the side effect of the revival," Jack answered as he yawned. The two reached the assembly hall. They met Arthur, Felix, Mars, Sean, and Nathan. Noticing their sorrowful expression, Neo spoke. "Why do you all look like shit?" Arthur raised his head when he heard Neo's voice. He stared at Neo. "It's just that too many died during the mission." "Leonora, Clara, you?" Suddenly, Arthur closed his mouth. He stared at Neo, turned his head, stared at Jack, turned his head, and stared at Neo again. "Felix, can you pinch me?" "Sure, but pinch me too." Felix, in her female body, stared at Neo and Jack with a stupefied expression. The others were no different. Arthur winced when Felix pinched him. "Neo, are you really alive?" "Yes, I am, and please stop acting like you saw a ghost." "You are alive." Arthur jumped from his seat. He hugged Neo and Jack with a speed that made them think they were hit by a truck. "You are alive. You are alive." Tears strolled down Arthur's cheek. His voice cracked. Thank you for being alive." Jack looked at Neo with awkward expression, not sure of what to do. Before Neo could do anything, Felix followed Arthur's example and hugged them tightly. After a minute of crying, Arthur calmed down. He wiped his tears and stared at Neo. "How did you survive? Lucas told us you stayed back to buy time for us." "Lucas told you that?" "Yes. Isn't that what happened?" Neo smiled. He saw Lucas, Harrison, and Cassandra entering the hall from the corner of his eyes. "Actually, yeah, that's what happened back then." "Then how did you return?" Chapter 127, Mission Evaluation Report. "Attention all students. Please return to your seats and stop talking." A young professor stood at the podium. He glared at Arthur and Neo's group for making a commotion. They sat down. After the ceremonial speech, where the professor talked about the deaths and difficulties they faced during the mission, he invited the principal on the stage. Charlotte arrived. She swept her gaze around the hall. "Good morning, students. Congratulations on successfully completing the S-rank mission. I know some of your friends could not return from the mission, and I'm terribly saddened by the news. But I hope this defeat would not cause you to crumble under the losses you've suffered, and instead serve as the nourishment for your growth. She spoke a few words for the condolences before moving towards the mission evaluation. I'll be announcing the mission evaluation report. This report is solely to serve as a reminder for your performance during the S-rank mission. The professors who've compiled the reports, myself included, hope these reports will help you understand the areas where you are lacking. Charlotte coughed before she added. The parameters included in these reports are calculated using the devices included in your gears. Some of you might think the reports are unfair, and that means you still haven't understood how much you are lacking. I hope all of you are understanding students and will not complain about your results. Charlotte wore her glasses and flipped the pages in her hand. Arthur Kingsley. Mission Evaluation, C. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 28. Summary. Arthur has a good control over his elements and is a capable fighter. He can cover his own weakness perfectly. However, he is bad at teamwork and is susceptible to emotional outbursts. Charlotte added, Arthur's Kingsley, come up on the stage and take your report. The summary I've said is only a small part. The report itself has a detailed assessment of your performance spanning several pages. Arthur stood up and went to take his report. After he returned, Charlotte continued. Mars Everhart. Mission Evaluation, B+. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 42. Summary. Despite being a proud student and one of the strongest demigod among his peers, Mars repeatedly showed his calmness by following his team leader's orders even though he wanted to do otherwise. His performance of protecting his two teammates on depth level 2, while the others went to depth level 3, was exceptionally noteworthy. Mars took his report. Charlotte continued. Harrison D. Valemont. Mission Evaluation, C. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 20. Summary. Harrison has a good grasp of his techniques and he has shown his potential for further growth. His biggest flaw, however, is his pride. He fought his shadow alone, even though he could have asked for help, and was nearly defeated. Harrison grunted when he heard the report. He turned his head to stare at Neo for a short moment before taking his report file. Lucas D. Valemont. Mission Evaluation, B+. Number of shadows defeated, 1. Sean's shadow. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 17. Summary. Lucas' ability to use portals assisted the team greatly. Without him, the mission would have been at least 10 times more difficult. His compassionate nature, which led him to help his team leader in rescuing Jack, is the only mistake he did during the mission. Going on a suicide rescue mission that put the rest of team's life on the line is not commendable. Lucas stood up with a smile. He took the mission report and returned to his seat. Nathan Darkholm. Mission Evaluation, A. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 12. Summary. Nathan's scouting ability with his shadow summons is one of the most important reasons for the mission's success. He made almost no major mistakes and his biggest contribution is locating Lucas' shadow. Nathan broke into a smile when he heard his report. After taking his report file, the group gave him thumbs up. He looked at Neo, mouthing thanks, since he knew he only followed Neo's orders. Sean Brown. Mission Evaluation, F. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 25. Sean's carelessness during the battle nearly caused the team their life. Due to the confidentiality clause, we will not be disclosing his errors, however. Charlotte raised her gaze from the file. Her powerful pressure hit Sean and he almost screamed. Sean Brown, if you repeat a mistake like this again, you will be expelled and charged with attempted murder. I understand, Principal. He stood up with downcast eyes. The group did not ask what Sean had done. They had an idea of what happened during the battle, But since Arthur had apologized in place of Sean, they had to let go of the matter. Jack Hanma. Mission Evaluation, D+. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 152. Summary. Jack was defeated at the beginning of the mission. His shadow monster count was taken from the Neo-Hargraves device. Although the number of shadows monsters he defeated is useless since it did not contribute to the mission, we can see the untapped potential in Jack Hanma. We recommend him to undertake more challenging tasks to help unlock that potential. If he can do that, Jack Hanma will surely become a renowned figure in the future. Felix, Arthur, and Mars stared at Jack with stunned expression. 152. Seriously? Felix questioned. Jack let out an embarrassed smile. His evaluation grade was second lowest amongst his peers. However, he couldn't help but smile. The mission made Jack understand he was not as weak as he thought himself to be. As long as he could overcome his cowardice, he could do more and be more. Cassandra D. Langley. Mission Evaluation, D+. Number of shadows defeated, 0. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 19. Summary. Cassandra's performance during the mission was average. She neither excelled nor made many mistakes. However, we would recommend she does not let her arrogance cloud her eyes and follow the orders from her higher-ups without prejudice. Cassandra snorted and went up to take the report. After almost everyone's report was done, Charlotte looked at Neo. He was the only one left. She opened her mouth. Neo Hargraves. Mission Evaluation. Chapter 128. Neo's Mission Evaluation. Neo Hargraves. Number of shadow defeated, 3. Arthur's shadow, Lucas' shadow, and Harrison's shadow. Number of shadow monsters defeated, 1,243. Charlotte stopped speaking and stared at Neo. The hall was submerged into an icy silence. No one could believe what they heard. Neo alone defeated 3 of the strongest shadows and killed more than twice shadow monsters than all of them combined. Surprisingly, no one objected to the report. After hearing what happened during the mission from Nathan, they had guessed Neo was stronger than he revealed. Nonetheless, the contents of the reports were beyond their imagination. Jack opened his mouth. I thought the team defeated Arthur's shadow together? I did it alone. But you said. Jack closed his mouth. Clearly, he had misunderstood Neo's words back then. You defeated that monster and came to rescue to me after that? His rhetorical words sent the hallwards in a flurry. Neo, why have you been hiding your strength? I knew my rival. You. They surrounded Neo and spoke without a break. Silence, Charlotte shouted. The mission evaluation has not ended yet. The group became quiet. They returned to their seats. Neo Hargraves, it's clear to everyone that the S-mission's success would have been impossible without you. However, you failed miserably as a team leader. You left only 3 members at depth level 2. Did it occur to you what would have happened if a shadow managed to sneak past you into depth level 2? Those 3 could have died and your path of retreat would have been blocked. You failed to make proper use of Mars Everhart. Despite being one of the strongest demigods in the mission, he barely had any opportunity to make use of his strength. You did not take into account the probability of Lucas' shadow appearing when you entered the window. Your carelessness led to death of Gwen D. Langley, Kendrick D. Valemont, Clara Brown, and Jack Hanma. You failed to persuade Leonora von Villiers and took her to depth level 3 when she was in no condition to fight. Your lack of decisiveness led to the death of a once-in-a-century genius. After the first defeat against the shadows, you should have retreated and left the window. But you did not. Instead of low-risk and low-reward scenario, you took the high-risk and high-reward path, which led to death of multiple students. Your death affinity was an important technique to detect the ambushes. It could decide the life and death of entire team. Even after knowing this, you left the team and proceeded to go towards depth level 5 alone to rescue a teammate who might or might not have been alive. It needs to be mentioned you had no surefire method of defeating Arthur's shadow. You gambled with your life and the entire team's life. Mission Evaluation, F-. Her words made the group's face harden. None of the mistakes were Neos alone. All of them were to be equally blamed. They could not have done better than Neo if they were the mission leader. Neo Hargraves, the deaths of the students in S-rank mission are your responsibility and yours alone. Do you accept the mission evaluation? I do. Charlotte smiled. Good. It seems you understand your own weaknesses. Take this report as a lesson and improve as much as you can. When Neo went to receive the report, she added in a whisper, your evaluation is better than what most mission leaders receive for their first S-rank mission. Neo nodded. He knew most of them received FFF rank evaluation. Percival, the current student council president, made a record by receiving an FF plus rank evaluation. Neo's F rank evaluation was a new record. However, Neo was not satisfied with it. Just because others failed didn't mean he had to fail too. He could have done better. He should have done better. One F-rank evaluation from the A-rank Phoenix mission and another from S-rank mission. One more F-rank evaluation and our team will be disbanded. Neo returned to the seats. After another speech, Charlotte ended the mission evaluation ceremony. The group left the assembly hall. Neo was bombarded with questions. He decided to leave when the questions seemed like they would continue on forever. I need to meet Professor Daniel to heal my injuries. See you guys later. Neo slipped away before anyone could stop him. He approached the meditation hall. The place was empty. After entering the dojo-like building, he went towards the office. He knocked. Professor Daniel? There was no reply. He knocked again, louder. Professor Daniel, I was sent to you by the principal. Stop crying. I'm opening the door. The door opened. Professor Daniel stood at the door and stared at Neo. Why are you here? You seem to be already healed. I wanted to ask if you could help me awaken my time element. Of course, I'll compensate you. Professor Daniel took a good look at him. Before he could speak, a voice flowed from the office. Daniel, who is there? No one important. He turned to Neo. Wait here. I'm busy right now. Professor Daniel shut the door at Neo's face. Neo sat on the seats outside on the corridor. The sun reached the peak and hid behind the horizon after a few hours. The voices from the office disappeared. Did he leave from a back door? It confirmed Neo's suspicion. He is just messing with me. Still Neo did not leave. He remained seated outside the office room. To pass time, he manifested the aura of darkness and trained with it. Neo was focused on improving his control. He lost the track of time. A familiar voice shook him out of his reverie. Neo, where have you been for the past 2 days? Oh. Neo opened his eyes. He saw Jack. 2 days. His stomach grumbled. Sighing, Neo stood up. Since you are here, I guess it's time to meet the Sphinx? Yeah. That's why I came to find you. I see. Let's go. They met with others. Mars and Arthur seemed to have become quite close after training together. While the group was waiting for someone to bring them to the Sphinx, Felix brought him snacks. Chapter 129. Administrator of the Akashic Record on. This is. Eat something while we wait. Jack told us you've outside the professor's office for the last 2 days and you looked hungry. Neo narrowed his eyes, staring at Jack with a piercing gaze. Why did you tell them? His eyes were asking. Jack whistled and looked away. Hey, don't blame Jack. He was worried about you. Felix stuffed the snacks in his hands. Besides, all this is luxury food. Do you know how long I waited in the line for all this? Neo, sighing internally, sat on the nearby bench. The food was too much for him to eat alone. While he wondering what to do, he noticed Jack and Felix staring at the food in his hand with salivating gaze. Want some? And no, I'm not hungry. Felix gulped. Neo clicked his tongue. Come eat with me, or I can just throw away the extra food. Well, if you insist so much. I'm not hungry, okay? I'll just take a bite because you are insisting so much. Felix hopped to the empty seat next to him. Jack followed behind her. Do you guys need separate invitation? Neo stared at Arthur, Mars, Nathan, and Sean. Arthur, Nathan, and Mars came. Sean, you too. Sean nodded. Looking at him, He was clearly feeling guilty about what happened during the mission. Sean, along with other members, was undergoing therapy to handle the stress caused by the mission. He understood his actions back then were horribly wrong. Lucas, Harrison, and Cassandra arrived. They waited at the side for a few minutes. The principal and the puppet maids came to the venue after an hour. "I'll make it quick since I'm short on time," she continued. The Sphinx is a formless being, one of the 4 protectors of the Academy and an administrator of the Akashic Record. It holds infinite knowledge. It can answer almost any question you ask. However, be careful of the Sphinx. It likes to play with the mind of the people. If you value your sanity, don't do anything that could land you in trouble. Just go inside, ask the question, get the answer, and return. Arthur raised his hand. What should we not do? Maybe start by not asking stupid questions and instead use your common sense. Arthur lowered his hand with an awkward expression. After a short Q&A, Charlotte told them to close their eyes. She snapped her fingers. Don't open your eyes unless you want to go blind. Now, if you understand everything, start walking forward. The students followed her words. Neo felt himself entering a portal. He continued to move and entered multiple portals. You can open your eyes now, Charlotte spoke after they changed the location multiple times. They were standing in a giant hall. Whist mist gathered near the floor and giant pillars held the roof. The gate at the end of the hall opened. Only darkness existed beyond it. Go inside. Following Charlotte's words, they entered the door. Mars and others with fire or light element created source of light inside the pitch-black darkness. However, it was useless. They could not see anything. Neo suddenly realized he was alone. The others disappeared before he could notice anything. He kept moving forward calmly. Soon he saw light at the end of the tunnel. Stepping into the light, he met the Sphinx. Felix's POV. You are the Sphinx? She stared at the giant snake that covered the room. I am. The snake hissed. Felix had been separated from others. She arrived at the room alone. Where are my friends? They are meeting the other me. Alone, of course. The hissing voice of the Sphinx crawled under Felix's skin and gave her goosebumps. I want to ask. Now, why are you in such a hurry? How about we have a small chat? It's not every day that you meet the Sphinx. The giant snake circled Felix, trapping her within its giant body. Felix recalled the principal's advice. I'm honored to meet the great Sphinx. Your boundless wisdom stretches far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Truly, there is no corner of existence, no hidden mystery, no fleeting thought that escapes your all-knowing gaze. The universe itself seems to pale in comparison to the depths of your knowledge. Each word you utter is a beacon of enlightenment, an endless fountain of insight that nourishes the minds of all who have the honor to listen. You are the living embodiment of wisdom itself, a force both eternal and immeasurable. Just ask the question. The Sphinx, irritated by Felix's machine-like response, cut her off. Felix smiled. I want to know the method to kill the gods. The Sphinx laughed. Its eerie laughter was a mix of hissing and rasping sounds. Arthur's POV. I greet the Sphinx. Arthur bowed to the being in front of him. It had the body of a lion, the head of a pharaoh, and majestic wings behind its back. The Sphinx sat on the ground. One of its front legs rested over the other with regal grace. What is your question, child? Oh. Arthur realized the Sphinx was not trying to do idle talk. He wondered if the principal's advice was wrong or the Sphinx was not interested in chatting with him. I want to know why I have been given the name Kingsley. Ho? You are not going to ask about the whereabouts of your father. Arthur flinched. He became wary. How do you know about that? I know everything, child. I know you were raised by your grandfather alone on a mountain. I know what kind of life you've lived until a few months ago. I know why your grandfather mysteriously disappeared. And I know why you are searching for. Shut up, Arthur shouted. He was breathing heavily. His eyes shook. Are you not going to ask about your father because you want to find him yourself? The Sphinx smiled. Arthur glared at it. Just answer the question I've asked about. Emicham, I thought you would attack me if I poke you a bit. Seems like the mission taught you an important lesson. What? Arthur felt something was weird with Sphinx's words. It was as if Arthur was the Sphinx's goal. Chapter 130. Administrator of the Akashic Record. 2. Did you put that mission up to help you grow through the loss of your friends? You! Arthur lunged at the Sphinx, his daggers drawn. An invisible force struck him and smashed him back into the wall. His vision blurred. The attack nearly knocked him out. Child of lightning, you've inherited the purest blood of Zeus. That's why you are the rightful owner of the words, Kingsley. Arthur's father was the great sky god Zeus. The news would have shocked him if it was not for the current circumstances. They died because of me? Arthur felt like he was being crushed under the weight of the truth. Mars POV. Mars entered the giant library. The shelves stretched as far as his eyes could see. He looked around. Each book contained a different spell, a different technique, a different knowledge. However, all of it was useless to him. His cursed body could not use anything. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him. Ask your question, child. Mars looked around. He could not find the Sphinx. No need to search for me. This form is your visualization of me. In my current state, I'm omnipresent. I'm knowledge itself. The Sphinx chuckled. It's been a long time since someone thought so highly of me. Mars felt as if the air was talking to him. He could feel the faint presence of Sphinx all around him. Speak, child. What is that you want to know? Mars could feel his heart loudly thumping in his chest. He opened his mouth. There was no hesitation in his words. I want to surpass the Supreme. This was it. The moment he had been waiting for. You cannot surpass the Supreme. It's impossible for you. The Sphinx's words struck him like thunderbolts. Silence. For a moment, Mars felt everything came crumbling down. Just for a moment. He quickly composed himself. It was not the first time his hopes were crushed. Child, I will allow you to ask another question. The Sphinx's words were generous. But Mars felt it. The Sphinx's ill-intended excitement. It wanted to see how Mars would crumble. Unfortunately for the Sphinx, he had long learned to keep moving forward no matter how thorny his path was. O great Sphinx, from your words, it seems the method to surpass Supreme exists and I cannot use it? That's the truth, child. The method is useless for you. Mars bowed. I want to know the method, O great Sphinx. Even though you can never surpass Supreme? Child, you should change your question. Chasing after an impossible dream is not worth your life. Please, O great Sphinx. Sigh. If that is your wish, then. The Sphinx decided to answer Mars' question. Lucas POV. Lucas entered the massive room. He saw the baboon, a type of monkey, resting on the stone in the center of the room. A giant silver cube, made of millions of smaller glowing cubes, floated in the sky. Its Akashic record. The baboon spoke, smiled. Greetings, heir of the mighty Zeus clan. Or would you prefer, puppet of the mighty Zeus clan? Contrary to the Sphinx's expectations, Lucas' smile did not crack. He gave a pretentious bow. It's my honor to meet the omniscient Sphinx. The baboon licked its lips, irritated by Lucas' smile. I don't like to talk with those who are the same as me. Just ask your question and leave. You are far too generous to compare my inconsequential self to someone as great as you, O Sphinx. I humbly thank you for your kind words. Yeah, hurry up. I want to know. Lucas raised his head to stare at the giant cube in the sky. Why is the Akashic record being created? The Sphinx's smile disappeared. What? I want to ask the purpose of creating the... It appeared behind Lucas and grabbed his neck. Who told you that the Akashic record is still incomplete? Oh Sphinx, please calm down. Don't test my patience, brat. The Sphinx tightened its grip around Lucas' neck. Tell me, who told you about the Akashic record's truth and how much do you know? I know nothing. My question was born purely out of curiosity. Lucas' face reddened. He could not breathe. After a few moments, the Sphinx let him go. It could not kill Lucas unless it had the proof that Lucas' question was born out of malicious intent towards the Akashic record. Will I receive an answer? Growling, the baboon scratched its head in a mad frenzy. Just when it seemed the baboon would not answer, it opened its mouth. Akashic record is the compendium of all knowledge we've gathered. The internet is but a small part of its true ability. Akashic record is hope itself. Neo's POV. Neo stepped into an empty hall. He did not see the Sphinx. An unfamiliar voice flowed into his ears. This is interesting. Although everyone knows I'm formless, they end up associating me with an image, even if that image is formless itself. I did not think I would meet two students today who did not associate me with an image. A table appeared in the center of the hall. Sphinx, in a body of a man, wearing a suit and a faceless face, sat on one of the two chairs. It beckoned Neo to take the other seat in front of it. I hope this form is acceptable? I have no problem with it. Both of them became quiet. Neo opened his mouth after a few minutes. Why aren't you saying anything? I thought you liked to talk. I'm observing you. The Sphinx leaned over the table. Who are you? It stared at Neo in the eye. You are not supposed to exist. The S-rank mission I posted was meant to kill all but 5 participants. Not only did the composition of the teams change, more than 7 survived and the future changed completely. The Sphinx leaned back. It drummed its finger on the armrest and continued. Everything has been different since a while back. Elizabeth de Beaufort is alive, Morgan de Montaigne is not the ruler. The attack planned by the head of Mystical Fauna Reserve was thwarted a year earlier, and now the S-rank mission too. The future is not flowing as how it is supposed to flow. I was suspicious of what was causing the changes. It's you, isn't it? The one who is changing the predetermined future, the Sphinx said. Chapter 131. Silas. I am clueless about everything you just said. Neo shook his head. I'm living my life normally. You aren't changing the future purposefully? I don't know the future. How can I change it? That's even weirder. The Sphinx continued. Neo Hargraves, you don't exist in the Akashic record. Not in the past, not in the present, not in the future. You are absent in the predetermined timeline recorded in the Akashic record. But you exist here in reality. Your presence itself is causing the changes. Oh. Forget it. Doesn't look like you know what is happening either. Are you going to kill me because I'm changing the future? MHM? Listening to your words, it's clear Akashic record can predict the future. Are you planning to eliminate me since I'm a variable to the predictions? Neo knew the answer. He asked a question to make sure he looked innocent. No, I don't care about the future. Our Akashic record isn't made to predict the future. That's just a side effect. The Sphinx realized it had spoken more than it should have. It decided to change the topic. What is your question, inheritor of death? I want to learn about emotions. That's too broad of a topic, no? Tell me why you want to know about emotions, so I can phrase the answer to match your needs. It's to increase my mastery over darkness. Ah, the Sphinx nodded. Sacrifices to the darkness and understanding what you need to sacrifice. Did the angels of death tell you learn about them? Yes. I can answer your question. You are not the first person who wants to know this, but... Answer me, inheritor of death. Do you really think the darkness asks for sacrifices in return for the powers it bestow? Neo did not understand why Sphinx asked the question. He thought about it carefully. It was darkness' nature to devour. It demanded sacrifices. That was what he learned from his experience with darkness, and Paimon told him the same. Yes, it does. I think so at least. I see. The Sphinx nodded. You are following the teachings of your teacher. Before Neo could ask why it questioned him, it snapped its finger. I'll show you 4 visions and ask a question at the end of each vision. By the end, you will learn what emotions are. Is this a test? Yes and no. It is a test, but it's very easy. No can fail it, and it will give you the answers you need. Neo frowned. Can't you answer my question normally? I can give a vocal answer if you want instead of teaching you about the emotions through the visions. Of course, the visions will teach you a lot more. The choice is yours. Suddenly, a window appeared before Neo. Quest. Answer all 4 questions of Sphinx. 0/4. Reward. Immortal EXP plus 100. Accept/refuse. The quest made Neo wary. The EXP reward was twice what he usually received. This confirms the visions are not going to be simple. This damned Sphinx wants to play with me. In the end, Neo accepted the quest. 100 EXP was enough for him to reach grade 3 awakened. The Sphinx was anything but a liar. If it said the visions were impossible to fail, then the quest was a free reward for Neo. I'll see the visions. Good choice. Neo woke up with a groan. He was sleeping on a tattered mat spread on the ground. Sunlight peeked through the broken walls of the hut. It's morning already? Neo stretched his limbs. He noticed he was extremely thin, probably due to malnutrition, and wore torn clothes. The large piece of cloth draped over the entrance was lifted and a man in his 40s entered. Silas, how long will you sleep? Get to work already. Yawn, no, uncle. I was just tired due to yesterday's festival. Neo. Silas yawned. He left the hut with his fishing rod and returned in the evening. It was an average day. He caught a few dozen fishes in the sea, played with his friends, and went around doing nothing. If Silas had to say what was memorable about the day, it would be the cube. Usually, the net would capture some junk along with the fishes. But today he caught a cube. A small, fist-sized, silver cube with smooth sides. The cube, rock, or whatever it was special to a child like him. He bragged about it to his friends. His daily routine did not change much for years. Eat, sleep, go fishing, and play around. Silas liked his routine. He resisted the upcoming change to his routine. What? Why am I getting married? I'm just 19. Silas shouted at his uncle who came to meet him today. Silas, listen to me. No, damn it. I said no. I don't care if you are the village head or whatnot. Throw me out of the village or exile me. I'm not getting married to someone I've never met before. Silas's uncle massaged his brows. It was a political marriage between 2 villages to strengthen their ties. The marriage was important for their poor village. Silas left the hut in anger. Just when he stepped outside, he saw some unfamiliar people. They were from outside the village since Silas did not recognize them. He was about to ignore them and leave when suddenly his eyes wandered to a girl at the back of the group. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Silas had never seen someone so pretty. He could not move. His eyes refused to look at something other than her. Silas, listen to me. Silas' uncle came out of the hut. He noticed the group of people who came for the negotiations for marriage. Shit, did they hear Silas shouting about the marriage? He thought. Before he could give an excuse, he noticed Silas staring at the girl in stupor. Hey, what happened to you? He whispered. That girl. Who is she? Silas asked. She's the one you are going to marry. I know you don't want this, but please, think about the village. Okay. What? I'll do the marriage. Huh? Why so suddenly? She's beautiful. I mean, it's for the village. For the village. Silas stepped forward to introduce himself to the group of people. Chapter 132. Orcus. They had heard Silas' complaints, but they ignored it. After all, it was rare for youngsters to accept political marriages so easily. Silas married Quella after a few months. The start of relationship was rocky. Silas and Quella barely knew anything about each other. Although it was a marriage born about their village's needs, they fell in love with each other as time passed. Slowly, Silas came to love Quella for more than just her beauty. Their son was born 5 years after the marriage. Silas, the current village head, named his son Ron after his late uncle. He was happy with his life. Just when he thought his life could not get any better, Quella gave birth to twins, Iris and Isla. Watching his children grow, Silas realized his ambitions. He wanted to develop his village to make sure his children had no lack of resources. As time passed, so did Silas' fame. The village slowly became a town. Silas gathered talented people from around the place to help him govern his growing town. Quella continued to assist Silas in the administration and other areas. Over the years, she gave birth to 2 more children. Silas' love for her only increased. He never took another wife and treated Quella with same care as when they first met. Time continued to pass. Silas reached 80, and he was on his deathbed. "Quella, are you there?" "I'm here," she whispered softly. Quella took his trembling hand in hers gently. Tears streamed down her face as she watched Silas weakly reach out, struggling to grasp her hand. Their children were gathered around. They were crying. "Quella, are you there? I can't see you." "I'm here. I will always be here." Her voice broke. She took out a silver cube she always carried with her and placed it between her and Silas' hand. "This is silly. This was your first anniversary gift to me." She smiled, recalling how Silas had forgotten their anniversary back then. He gave her the cube to make it look like he prepared the gift beforehand. She had carried it with her since then. She knew the cube was something Silas kept close to himself since his childhood. How many years ago was this?" Silas asked. "It was." Quella continued to talk to make sure Silas did not feel lonely. Before long, Silas stopped breathing. Her tears did not stop. Neo gasped. He was back in the hall with Sphinx. Disoriented, he looked around. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "How was the vision, inheritor of death? Did you learn something after 80 years? You!" Neo threw away the table with a snap of his wrist. He grabbed the Sphinx by its collar and raised it in the air. "Send me back to my family. Send me back to my world. My wife, my children are waiting for me. That was a fake life. It was a mere fragment of the past." Neo froze. He understood the Sphinx's words in his head. Countless emotions crushed his heart. Anger, longing, loss, despair. Emotions that weren't his own. Emotions that belonged to Silas, not to Neo. "Is the weight of 80 years heavier than that truth you've lived for nearly 2 decades? The Sphinx questioned. Neo could not stop crying. He wanted to go back. To Silas. To Ron, Iris, Isla, Brian, and Ezekiel. "That's not me. That's Silas. I can't lose myself to fake memories." He tried to tell himself. He kept his head down and he felt emptiness growing in his heart. "Inheritor of death. It's time I asked my question." Neo raised his head. The Sphinx, despite being faceless, seemed to be smiling. "If I were to send you to the past and let you meet Quella, would she treat you as her husband or Silas?" Neo felt something snap. He had already drawn Obitus, removed the debuff and activated the blessing, before he could think. The aura blade passed harmlessly through the Sphinx. Chuckled. "What about Silas and Quella's children? Would they call you father? Or would they treat you as a stranger?" Neo lunged at Sphinx. The aura slashes left deep marks on the ground. They did not do anything to the Sphinx. "Why are you angry, inheritor of death? I did not harm you or say anything offensive." It was a simple question with a simple answer. "Quella or her children will not recognize you as their family." Neo stopped. The words cut deeper than any wound. He sat back on the chair. "What is your answer?" "Silence, is it? That's fine too. It's an answer in and itself." The 80 years Neo spent as Silas overwhelmed him. Start the next vision. Already? Yes. The next vision would not be easier, but it would overwrite the memories of Silas. Neo wanted to erase them, even if it meant facing something far more agonizing in return. Neo stitched the wound. He patted the crying patient's shoulder. "It will be fine now. IW will live, right? Doctor, please save me. You don't need to worry. Your wounds have been treated and they will heal with time." The soldier started to cry while thanking him. Neo, now Orcus, moved to the next patient. He continued to treat them to the best of his ability. However, he could not save all of them. He left the medical tent late in the night. "Good work, doctor." "Yeah." Orcus nodded. "Good night, Lucy, and be on time tomorrow." He returned to his home quite late. An old woman was waiting for him. She took his briefcase and the overcoat. You are late again. The old woman, Anna, looked at him with worry. Why don't you ask the emperor to increase the number of doctors in your ward? There are doctors in need everywhere, Anna. The emperor can't send them to us if there is no one to send. TSK, that stingy emperor. He should take better care of the best surgeon in his kingdom. It's the war's fault, Anna, not the emperor's. And I'm nowhere near as good as the best surgeon. Even the old man Desai is better than me. Desai will kick the bucket soon. You'll be best in due time. Chapter 133. Quella's Descendants. Orcus looked at his mother's grin in exasperation. Whatever floats your boat. Although Orcus acted cheerful, the war was taking a toll on him. He had to see dozens of people begging to him to save them every day. His heart was crushed when he lied to them, assuring them they could be saved. It's the war's fault, eh? Orcus lay on the bed. He stared at the roof. His thoughts wandered. Sigh, I hope the war ends soon. The next day was not easier. The war showed no sign of stopping. Orcus' medical skill increased with plenty of surgeries he was doing each day. He did not know how to feel about it. It was not as if he was saddened by the deaths. By now he was used to them. Orcus just could not forget the look in the eyes of his patients when they were about to die. Damn it. It really makes me feel shitty. Maybe I should have chosen a different career. The war lasted a few years. Orcus was promoted to senior surgeon. In a few months, he would become the royal surgeon. Congrats! Anna hugged him. My baby is about to become a royal surgeon. Ha ha ha! I can see it. Long lines outside our place for an appointment with the Orcus Hargraves. Now, I just need to find a good lass for you and I can leave without worry, Anna said. Hey, watch what you are saying. Orcus smiled. You are too lively to die. He showed the pamphlet to Anna. And I need to complete these tasks if I want to become the royal surgeon. Who knows, maybe I'll fail. Bah, there's no way my child would fail. Orcus left for the task the next day. He, along with several other surgeons, had to go towards one of the remaining front lines and treat the wounded soldiers there. Orcus encountered a problem during the job. What did you say? Tavern Eshka Lo Verinder. Sultane KV. Oh shit. Orcus stared at the woman, who looked like someone from his kingdom, thanks to her silver hair, with anxious gaze. Please, tell you can understand my words. Please. Orale den. Froska. Ml disharuvarilin. Kashtan valerendo. Although her words were sharp, she was too weak and could barely speak in a whisper. Only Orcus heard her. He closed his eyes. Damn it. The woman was a soldier of the enemy kingdom. Those idiots rescued her due to her hair, didn't they? One of the nurses approached her. Dr. Orcus, is there a problem? That. The foreigner woman glared at the nurse. Orcus used a cloth to shut her mouth before she could say anything. He spoke to the nurse. This patient seems to have received a shock. Bring me. He listed the name of the herbs. After the nurse left, Orcus removed the cloth from the woman's mouth. Looking at her not being a bit thankful, he sighed. Do you know I just saved your life? Wait, you do? I thought you couldn't understand my language. Kalen Frisha Devorith. Orcus did not understand a word. Still, he could guess what she meant. You understand a bit of it? The woman nodded. After treating her wounds, Orcus left the tent. He sighed. I really fucked myself over by saving her. Damn this doctor's ethics. The war on the remaining front lines ended in the few weeks. While he was there, Orcus did his best to make sure no one realized the woman was a foreigner. They returned to their kingdom's capital along with the soldiers and the yet-to-be-healed patients after the final battle ended. The administrator demanded a report from Orcus when he said he would take the foreigner woman with himself. Are you saying you are taking Vanessa? Yes, Vanessa. With you because she has not been healed yet? I did say that. What about her family? She is orphan. Husband? Relatives? Nothing? No. The administrator turned to Vanessa, the fake name Orcus gave her since she refused to share her real name, and asked, You have no problem going with Dr. Orcus? She is a mute. Orcus answered instead of Vanessa. And I've asked for her permission already. She would have been refused by now if that was not true. The administrator took a good look at Vanessa. Her starry silver hair, small nose, red lips, and proportionate figure made the administrator drool. Can I get the permission, Sir Administrator? Orcus stepped in front of Vanessa, shielding her with his body before she decided to punch the administrator. TSK, I can see why you want to take her with yourself. The administrator stamped the documents. After they left the tent, Orcus noticed Vanessa staring at him. Sigh, I'll help you return to your country. Just follow me until then. Please, because if you get caught, my head will go flying with you. He returned to his home. Anna was waiting for him. The whole neighborhood was gathered with firecrackers and boards ready to celebrate his homecoming. Congratulations, Orcus. Your promotion to royal surgeon has been. Anna noticed Vanessa walking closely behind Orcus. She blinked before she shouted enthusiastically. My baby has brought a girl home. He is not a boy anymore. Vanessa flinched when she heard the loud noises of the firecrackers. She grabbed Orcus' arm. Orcus massaged his brows. It took him a lot of time to convince his mother that he was not in a relationship with Vanessa and she was his patient. Time continued to pass. Soon, the channels between the Hazriel Kingdom and Pangaea Kingdom were reopened. Orcus approached Vanessa's room to tell her the news. He noticed her praying to a small silver cube in her hand. A sharp pain tore through his head when he saw that cube. The cube, Quella, Vanessa, descendant. He groaned in pain. Neo's ego surfaced for a short moment. It was quickly suppressed by an unknown power. Orcus snapped back to his senses. He noticed Vanessa staring at him with concern. He pointed at the cube. What's that? I've seen you joining your hands in front of that cube for the last year. Is it your god or something like that? Chapter 134. Until we meet again. Vanessa nodded. She stared at him, as if asking why he came to her early in the morning. That? Orcus found it hard to say she could now return to her kingdom. They had been together for almost a year. Orcus would be lying if he said he did not have any feeling for Vanessa. He did not want her to leave. Sigh, what am I thinking? She hasn't even told me her name. It's pretty obvious how she feels about me. Orcus told her he could help her sneak back into Hazriel Kingdom since they reopened the path. Vanessa was not as happy as he expected her to be. She barely smiled. A few weeks later, Orcus met an illegal smuggler and ensured the safe passage for Vanessa's return. He felt melancholic when she left without even revealing her name to him. Why do you look so down? Anna asked him. Is it because that witch left? Huh? What do you mean by witch? She was a foreigner. Did you really think I wouldn't realize it after spending a year with her? Orcus sighed. He finally understood why his mother suddenly stopped pushing him to start a relationship with Vanessa. Stop thinking about that witch. Today is your big day. You are being promoted to Emperor's personal surgeon and… Anna stretched her words as if to create a sense of anticipation. I'm receiving an award too. Huh, you? It's for being a patriotic citizen. Orcus' eyes widened. A smile bloomed on his face. Congrats. Yes. Let's celebrate after we return from the ceremony. Orcus and Anna visited the royal palace. Today was the recrowning of the emperor after they won the war. The young emperor started with the ceremonial speech. Neo did not pay much attention until the emperor presented a small silver cube to the audience. We have triumphed at last in capturing the spawns of the devils. Behold, this is the undeniable proof of their treachery. Before you stands the demonic tool they worship. With a sweeping gesture, the emperor pointed towards Orcus. For helping us bring these devils to justice, I, Lysander Kingsley, the emperor of Pangaea Empire, will be awarding the patriotic citizen, Anna Hargraves. Orcus' heart froze when he saw his mother walk towards the stage. The silver cube in Emperor's hand belonged to Vanessa. His mind connected the dots even though he did not want to do so. He remained seated in a daze until the end of the ceremony. After its end, the Emperor came to meet him and thank him for his contribution in the war. Orcus' mind failed to register the words. His feet moved after the Emperor left. "Orcus, where are you going?" "Orcus!" Anna shouted. He ignored her. His feet brought him to the gallows of the royal palace. The soldiers did not stop him when they recognized him as the emperor's personal surgeon. Among the dozens of headless corpses of Hazriel Kingdom's higher-ups, Orcus easily recognized the corpse of a familiar figure. He crouched next to it. "Vanessa's!" Orcus' voice was unervingly calm. After receiving the confirmation, Orcus returned to his home. He did not know what he was doing. His body continued to do the daily chores like always. Anna could not watch Orcus like that for long. "Why are you acting like the world has ended? Do you even know the witch's true identity?" She grabbed him by his shoulders when he remained silent. "She was the princess of that kingdom. You found her while she was escaping the rebels. Vanessa's kingdom was defeated due to betrayal of spies of Pangaea hidden among them. She had to hide among the soldiers since her whole kingdom was searching for her, and the front lines were the last place they expected the princess to visit." Anna's face contorted when she noticed the listless expression on Orcus' face. "What kind of black magic did that witch do on my child?" She broke into tears. Orcus returned to his room. He lay on his bed, staring at the roof. He didn't cry or feel sad. Just empty. In the morning, he was folding his blanket when suddenly he noticed a paper beneath his bed. A letter. He opened it. To Orcus. "Thank you for saving me and sorry for leaving without a word. Are you angry now that you realize I can speak your language? To be honest, when we first met, I was ready to embrace death, which is why I spoke only in my kingdom's native tongue. But fate works in mysterious ways. I survived thanks to you. As we spent time together, the distance between us shrank. Did you feel the same? You must wonder why I never expressed these feelings aloud. I was afraid. If I grew too close to you, I feared I would abandon everything to stay by your side. I had to return to avenge my family. But as I write this letter tonight, I find myself torn between choices. I don't want to leave you. This may sound selfish, but please wait for me. I promise I will return to you, even if it takes years. Yours, Proserpina." Orcus' tears stained the letter. "If you could talk, you should have done that." Neo opened his eyes. He was back in the hall with Sphinx. "How was it? You did not spend more than 5 years in that vision. Was it easier than the first one?" The Sphinx was having fun. "How are you feeling? Angry at Anna?" Neo stared at the Sphinx silently. He opened his mouth after a few minutes. "What is the question?" The Sphinx chuckled. Neo did not cry. He could not cry. Not anymore. "My question is, will you forgive Anna? What if I told you Anna did everything to save Orcus? If Vanessa, or Proserpina if we use her true name, was caught, Orcus would have been beheaded. Even if Vanessa returned after a few years, she could have not been with Orcus because she was the enemy kingdom's princess. Anna knew Orcus would have been heartbroken no matter how their story played. She became the villain, serving as a convenient outlet to Orcus' pain. After all, isn't it easier to cope with sadness when you have someone to blame for it? The Sphinx took a step and appeared before Neo. "Now tell me, are you angry at Anna? Will you kill her and then kill yourself like the original Orcus?" Chapter 135, Dios. "Silence again, huh? Fine. I have no problem with the answer you've chosen." The Sphinx appeared back on the chair. "Remember how you are feeling right now. You aren't thinking logically, right? If you could, those fake lives wouldn't have mattered to you. Your emotions are clouding your judgment. They are the reason why you can't let go of your experiences of those visions. Start the third vision." The Sphinx chuckled. "As you wish." The belt hit Neo's arm. He stifled his scream. "How many times have I told you, Dios Kingsley? We do not act like those lower-class scums. So tell me, why did you start a fight with your classmates for no reason?" The man, his father, continued to hit Dios. He was strong, far stronger than a child like Dios. Still, Dios did not apologize. He believed he was correct for what he did. He fought the bullies because they hit his friend. Dios did not say anything to his father. He knew the man would not listen to him. "You are special, Dios. You mustn't fall into the wrong path." Fighting like thugs isn't what you should do. The man caressed his head after the beating. Dios nodded. He returned to his room. Milanoe, his little sister, was waiting for him. She cried when she saw him covered in blood and applied first aid to his wounds. Life was not easy on Dios. Although he was born in the influential family of Kingsley, his family never treated him as a human. They treated him like some kind of a trophy or a machine. A machine they had to make sure it turned out perfect. They would beat him, they would give him lectures, force him to learn things he would never need his life. Milanoe took a look at his tomorrow's schedule. You have an appointment with a pianist and an archer? How many sports does it make this now? 7. Wow. My brother is going to win the next America's Got Talent. Both of them chuckled. Dios, come with me. I found a nice place yesterday. He followed behind his sister. After moving through the mansion, they came across an old room. Milanoe opened the door and entered. The room was covered in cobwebs and dust. She removed the photo hung on the wall and showed him the door behind it. How did you even find this? I saw Mom entering it a few days ago. Milanoe flashed a smug grin. Dios patted her head and she giggled. Unlike the rest of the family, Milanoe treated him like a person. She always tried her best to cheer him up. The two entered the hidden door. After following the downward stairs, they stepped into an ancient-looking hall. Sculptures, jewels, weapons. The place was filled with treasures. Dios and Milanoe felt they've entered a dragon's lair. I think I can swim in that much gold. Hooray! Milanoe picked up a few jewels and wore them. How do I look? Beautiful, my lady. Ho ho ho, you have a way with words, my knight. I'm impressed. As a reward, you can take anything from my personal vault. The siblings laughed at their own antics. While Dios was looking around, he came across a glass cabinet. A silver cube rested inside it. What are you doing? Milanoe questioned. Dios gasped when he realized he was trying to open the cabinet. And nothing. Let's go. We've been here for quite a while. They'll start searching for us. He stared at the cube as he left the place. Years passed and Dios became a university student. His life was still fucked up due to his family, but he learned to focus on the happy times. Everything was good, until it wasn't. What the hell? Dios stepped out of the crashed car. He was bleeding all over, but he ignored his wounds and tried to help the driver out of the car. Suddenly, the driver groaned. It spun its head in the opposite directions and tried to bit Dios. What? Dios' body reacted before his mind. He punched the driver's head with his full strength. He was a moment late to realize he had failed to hold back. The driver's head exploded. Before Dios could feel the guilt, the headless corpse moved. What? Why is it moving? He backed away. Strange noises entered his ears. Looking around, he noticed people with peeled or cracked skin, walking around, groaning and biting others. Zombies! A sense of excitement surged through Dios' heart until he recalled Milanoe. Shit! He dashed towards his home. On the way, he noticed people becoming infected if just a drop of zombie blood or saliva fell on them. However, it did not happen with everyone. Dios was one such example. He jumped over the gates of Kingsley Mansion with his inhumane agility. The place was filled with zombies. Dios crushed them without holding back. Making sure he did not kill them would only waste his time. To him, his sister was worth more than all of their lives combined. Dios did not find her even after searching the whole mansion. Suddenly he heard a shout. He bolted towards the room and noticed the photo that hid the door behind it had been removed. The voice came from there. I'm sure of it. He entered the secret vault. Milanoe was inside. A sense of relief washed over Dios' heart. She was alive. He noticed Milanoe holding the silver cube in her hands and crying. Milanoe, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She continued to mutter the same words. Dios grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Milanoe, snap out of it. She turned to him, her eyes swollen from crying. I didn't know this would have happened when I touched it. It suddenly opened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Open what? Take this. She showed him the silver cube. One of its sides had disappeared and he could see the hollow area inside. Dios did not understand what was happening. Before he could say anything, he sensed someone entering the secret vault. Chapter 136. God King Zeus. It was his zombified father. Milanoe flinched when she saw their father in his current state. "Close your eyes," Dios said. She followed his words. Dios picked the sword from the heaps of treasures. He did not want his sister to see him kill their father, not with a smile on his face. One slash and it was over. Although the zombies were stronger than an average person, Dios had always been an inhuman freak in terms of physical ability. He never met anyone better than him. "Let's go. Keep your eyes closed until we leave the place." Dios helped his sister out of the treasury. The world changed that day. Zombies, mythical beasts, monsters straight out of comics appeared. A small portion of people started to awaken supernatural powers. They were revered as gods. Dios and Milanoe were a part of the majority. They remained unawakened. Dios was not sad. Even if the world was turned into hell in just one day, he became free. Milanoe, however, continued to blame herself for the apocalypse. According to her, opening the silver cube was the cause of everything. No one really believed her. The two siblings roamed the shores of America. They met all sorts of people. "Dude, see this? They are really calling themselves Titans," Aides spoke. "Hell, their leader is calling himself Kronos." Aides laughed as he drank inside the bar. Milanoe sat next to him, hanging onto his words with rapt attention. Dios sat a bit far from them since Milanoe did not like him intruding on their couple time. Damn it. She was always Dios this, Dios that, when she was a child, but that bastard stole her away from me. He downed another shot while crying his heart out. Although he did not show it, he was happy. Milanoe was overcoming her trauma thanks to Aides' help. While Dios was downing one shot after another, he picked the newspaper. The newspapers stopped printing when the apocalypse began. The Titans brought it back. It was a sign of their power, authority, and a promise they would return the society to what it was. Dios noticed the photo of Kronos on the front page. He froze. A sharp pain tore through his head. Francis? Neo's ego surfaced when he recognized Francis. Francis, Klein, and Neo were childhood friends. There was no way Neo would mistake him for someone else. The unknown power tried to suppress Neo's ego, but he held on. "Why is Francis called Kronos?" Neo felt like his head was being torn apart. He hurriedly flipped through the newspaper. Fuck! It was his world. The countries, the places, the people. Even if they were altered after the apocalypse, Neo still recognized them. A waiter approached him. "Sir, are you okay?" "Why, yeah, a minor headache. Nothing serious." Dios massaged his temples. "What happened to me?" He stared at the open newspaper. "I feel like I just had a blackout." He ignored the problem when he did not find anything wrong with him. A few months later, Milanoe announced the news to him. "Aides proposed to me. We are officially going out now." "What?" Dios stuttered. "You know, shouldn't you try to find a more capable partner? Like Aides isn't even an awakened." "He is." "Dios, just congratulate me." "Congrats." Dios never thought his life would get worse. It did. He got the news of Aides marrying his sister. Damn it. Who marries after just 3 years of dating? That bastard is tricking my sister. Dios felt like he lost to Aides. The worst part was Aides was capable of fellow. He had no shortcomings. Is she going to take Hargraves as her family name? EW, who uses that name? Kingsley is miles better. Dios cried his heart out while drinking under dawn. He saw the photo of Aides shaking his hand with Kronos on the front page of the newspaper. His sister's husband was too successful. Damn it. It was soon the day of the marriage. By now, it became Dios' habit to check the newspaper first thing in the morning. It always brought bad news and he wanted to get over it as soon as possible. MHM? Dios led the headline. The Titans, and their leader Kronos, have promised to slay the one responsible for the apocalypse and bring justice to those who lost their loved ones in its cruel wake. An ominous premonition crept into his heart. Ha ha ha, that can't be possible. I'm just imagining things. His heart wouldn't calm down. I guess I'll meet them earlier than planned. Dios walked towards the house where Aides and Milanoe lived. The ominous premonition refused to disappear, continued to increase. Dios was running before he realized. He continued to pray for their safety. His prayers were not answered. He found their house crushed, as if it was hit by a typhoon. Milanoe, Aides. Dios removed the wreckage as fast as he could. His fingernails broke and his skin was torn, but he paid no heed to it. He found Milanoe. Dios tried to sense her pulse. Ah! A heartbreaking cry left his lips. He tried to do a CPR. Nothing worked. Milanoe was dead. Tears slipped down his cheeks and his cries wouldn't stop. I'll kill them. I'll kill them. Golden lightning started to manifest around Dios. For the first time, he let loose. Giant bolts of lightning descended from the sky and leveled the city. Dios flicked his wrist. The wreckages were blown away, revealing barely alive Aides beneath them. Did you reveal about the silver cube and Milanoe to the Titans? Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Ha ha ha. Your eyes are saying everything. You really do believe I betrayed her. Blood continued to pour out of Aides' injury. He did not have long to live. I guess I can't convince you in this life. We will meet again, Dios. I wonder if you listen to me the next time. Aides stopped breathing. Despite Dios' conflicting feelings, he gave Aides and Milanoe a burial together. Just as he was finished, a pulse passed through the air. This is strange. A newly awakened flattened an entire city. Kronos, having stopped time, walked towards Dios. He was inspecting the area when suddenly golden lightning crackled around Dios. Under Kronos' shocked gaze, Dios moved even though the time was frozen. How? I've made a promise to my sister. Dios floated into the sky. The sky darkened and condensed lightning crackled. I'll kill every last one of you Titans. Chapter 137. Unending Despair. Neo woke up in the hall with a gasp. The years he spent in the vision were but a moment in reality. He clutched his heart. What was that? The beginning of the Age of Gods. It was the first battle between the almighty God King, Zeus, and the father of time, Kronos. Neo was shaken to the core. The third vision showed him things beyond his wildest imagination. He was not in a different world. This was his world, just far into the future after the apocalypse arrived. Now the question, did Kronos do the right thing by killing Milanoe? Before you make a decision, let me tell you Kronos lost his family, his friends who were like brothers to him, in the apocalypse brought by Milanoe. It might sound cliché, but Kronos did not kill her out of a sense of justice. He wanted revenge for his brothers. Neo bit his lips. Kronos, Francis, did it for Neo and Klein's sake. He wanted to say Kronos was correct. However, Dios' emotions would not let him. The Sphinx chuckled. Seems like you are not shocked by the fact that the gods were once mortal, but by the vision itself. Was the pain of great god Zeus too much for you? He continued to speak. Then, do you think Zeus made the right decision by protecting his sister even though she caused the death of billions? Don't forget Zeus killed an entire city in mad rage. Sphinx watched with curiosity as Neo was torn between the choices. Rationality or his emotions? Kronos or Zeus? Neo was shivering. Just when Sphinx thought Neo was about to crumble, he raised his head. Hey, you fucking bitch! He stared at the Sphinx. Start the fourth vision. Are you sure about that? The Sphinx saw through Neo's fake bravado easily. Even I don't know what is in the fourth vision, nor can I know. The Akashic records will show you your personal despair. The Sphinx continued, amused. Barely anyone comes out unscathed from the fourth vision. Do you really want to enter it? You might just end up losing yourself. The Sphinx explained. Yes, I want to enter the fourth vision. If that is what you wish. The Sphinx knew Neo would agree. They always agreed. Always. Neo flipped the pages of the diary. Day 1. I'm the last of Hades. More. People are, to talk. Day 2. Losing. The clans. No longer. A lot of content of the diary was scribbled over in what seemed like made rage. Only a few words were intelligible. The pages were crumbled and a bit damp. Day 48. My fault. We defeated. I couldn't. He continued to flip. The number of empty pages continued to increase as he went deeper. Day 72. Strong. Overwhelmingly. Everyone. Falling. Day 125. We lost. Day 498. Not. Alive. I alone. Along. Day 1013. I wanna die. Day 1014. I wanna die. I want to die. Day 1015. I wanna die. I want to die. I want to die. Day 1016. I wanna die. I want to 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 die. The diary entries suddenly stopped. There was nothing no matter how long the man flipped. Just when it seemed there were no more entries on the diary's pages, he reached written pages. Day 3679. Tried everything. Immortal. Can't. Day 3680. Please, let me die. Day 4115. Child of lightning. Decapitated. His. Still fights. Last. Alive. The man stopped flipping through the diary. As if he knew it was the last entry. He opened the last page and wrote a new line. Day 123,526. This is my last entry. I wish I could have done better. The man rose from his seat. He closed the diary. His face in the mirror reflected his blood-red eyes, black hair, and his head wrapped in bandages. He removed them. Ugly scars and burnt marks revealed themselves. The man's original face was unrecognizable. He moved towards the door and opened it. Maggots everywhere. They had eaten everything. The entire world was their buffet. The man looked towards the east. The thunderclouds that used to cover the skies were no longer visible. It seems the child of lightning's corpse was eaten as well. The maggots crawled towards the man. He did not stop them, nor did he try to escape. There was nowhere left to escape. The maggots ate him. His body regenerated. They ate him. His body regenerated. The cycle continued. The world was destroyed. The man floated in the void, amidst the sea of the maggots eating him alive. He continued to live on. He was immortal. Time continued to pass. Years, decades, centuries, millennia, eons, epochs, ages, eons, until the unending eternity. The man wouldn't die. He couldn't die. He continued to live, left alone with his regrets. If only he had not failed. If only he had done better. What is happening with him? The Sphinx muttered as it watched Neo. Why isn't he waking up? Usually it took a few moments for a vision to end. However, Neo had spent 1 month within the 4th vision. He showed no signs of completing it anytime soon. The Sphinx held its chin. What kind of vision needs him to spend so much time on it? Unlike other visions, the Sphinx had no idea what would happen in the 4th vision. It had allowed Neo to enter the 4th vision because it wanted to see the Akashic Record's decision. If Neo was dangerous, the Akashic Record would kill him in the 4th vision. If Neo was harmless, the Akashic Record would not do anything unfavorable to him. Seems like Akashic Record decided to finish him off. The Sphinx left the hall and disappeared. It decided to give its final report to the principal. Chapter 138, Mother and Son. 2 months later. It's time, Charlotte muttered. While she sat in her office, her gaze was fixed at Neo, who was with the Sphinx. Neo would die from terminal dehydration today. It would forcefully end the 4th vision. If we were going to do this, wouldn't it have been better to kill him earlier so he could leave the 4th vision? The Sphinx asked. It sat within its lair, next to Neo. No, we can't kill him. If the Akashic record is showing him a trial he needs to complete in one ago, killing him earlier would hinder him. Of course, the opposite could be true. Neo might just be trapped in the fourth vision. After careful consideration, they decided to neither kill Neo nor heal him to make sure he lived longer. They would wait until he died his natural death. I still think we shouldn't let him revive. The Akashic record must have a reason to kill him. Doesn't matter. Charlotte sighed. We can't afford the consequences if he dies. The tyrant. Yes, her. It's already a headache seeing her wake up at midnight every day as she contemplates whether she should attack you or not. The Sphinx let out a nervous smile. You shouldn't have asked. Now it could picture Elizabeth coming after it. Neo moved. Charlotte and Sphinx swiftly directed their focus towards Neo. His pulse slowly stopped. He was dead. Sphinx closed its eyes and reopened them a few moments later. The fourth vision ended. I've confirmed it. Charlotte let out a sigh. She had been worried the Akashic record would keep Neo's mind trapped even after he died. Now we wait for him to revive. Neo appeared in the underworld. His eyes were blank. The eternity he spent in the fourth vision, trapped within the body of the man, unable to do anything, crushed his sense of self. He was nothing more than an empty husk now. His sense of self died eons ago. Neo's soul started to crumble. Just as he was about to disappear, becoming a part of Underworld for eternity, an unknown power caught him. Unlike the power that suppressed his ego in the visions, this one was comforting and gentle. Pulled Neo into an empty dark void. Neo, Master, wake up. Obitus tried to talk to Neo. It did not understand what was happening. He always returned from the vision even if they hurt him, but not this time. The sword, its soul merged with Neo's, tried to jolt Neo to awareness before he crumbled away into nothingness. It was worried. Neo would die immediately again, even if he was revived through Immortal, if his sense of self completely disappeared. Suddenly, the unfamiliar power surged again. Obitus noticed someone walking towards them. It let out a roar of auras to warn the woman. She smiled. Her steps were light. Flowers bloomed wherever she stepped. It was as if she was the harbinger of life. Obitus' aura did nothing to the woman. She stood before Neo. Thank goodness I could bring you here before you faced the void death. Neo reacted to the woman's appearance. Milanoe, he wasn't healed. His body was merely moving like a robot when it received external stimuli. It's mother for you. The woman cupped Neo's face. She pulled him closer and planted a kiss on his forehead. A refreshing energy flowed into his body. It reached the deepest corner of his soul. Neo was jolted awake. He took a mouthful of air and blinked. Suddenly he was sitting next to a pond within a forest. The air was refreshing, the trees lush, and the water clear. It's the season of spring. Milanoe's voice flowed into his ears. She sat next to him. Neo's gaze never left the woman. Who are you? You can't be Milanoe. She twisted Neo's ear. Neo frowned. However, he didn't cry out or complain about the pain. TSK, you are no fun. Can you let go of my ear now? That's no way to talk to your mother. Fuck you mean by mother? Milanoe died ages ago. She twisted his ear once more and let him go. Neo rubbed his ear. The woman was strong. There was no way he could pain from a simple ear twist otherwise. She saved me from void death too. She can't be a simple person. Neo was not very alarmed. It was clear the woman had no harmful intentions. He was thankful to her for saving him. The level of Immortal was too low for it to resurrect him from a void death. Although his physical body would have been revived, his sense of self would have remained dead. Who are you? Neo asked. Sigh. My son doesn't recognize his own mother. Milanoe cupped her face in an exaggerated motion and acted as if she was sad. She waited for his reaction. It's not funny. Milanoe's face became beet red. Why you? Fine. Let's see if you can keep acting as if you don't recognize me. Milanoe's appearance changed. She transformed into Neo Hargrave's mother. You mean your mother? She read my mind. Neo's mind went on overdrive. He was about to take the stance to fight when the unknown power pushed him down. He couldn't pull out Obitus or even stand. Anyway, how did you recognize Milanoe? Neo could not stop the memories from surfacing. Whatever the woman did, she sealed his memories of eternity. He could still recall them. However, now it felt like he was watching a movie of a man floating in the void for eternity, instead of experiencing it himself. The fourth vision had been unending, but now it was a moment for him. I see. It was the visions. She read my thoughts again. This sneaky bick. Neo, maybe you should tone down on the curses if you don't want a beating? She looked at him with a cold smile. Neo unconsciously lowered his gaze. His body was afraid of that smile. His body remembered the beatings he used to get as a child even though he didn't. Did she refresh all of my memories? That's the only way I can understand why my body is acting this way. Let's eat. She opened the box she was carrying. Chapter 139. The correct answers. Eat this. She opened the basket. It had fruits, sandwiches, jam. The usual picnic setup. The woman. Mother. She corrected him. Can you stop reading my mind? And I thought Neo's mother. My mother was a human? The reincarnation that gave birth to you was a human. She continued. Stop talking like you aren't Neo Hargraves when you haven't awakened your complete memories. If you can read my mind, you should know I'm. You don't know everything, Neo. The knowledge you have gives you an edge over others, but it doesn't make you omniscient. Neo had a hard time processing everything that was happening. Let's get the facts straight. I'm Neo Hargraves and my mother is some kind of powerful being? Not some kind of powerful being. I'm someone you know. My maiden name is Persephone. Neo froze. Persephone? The goddess of spring and vegetation? Yes. She let out a smug smile when she saw his stunned expression. You can praise me more, you know? No need to feel embarrassed. A sigh escaped Neo's lips. She really didn't feel like a goddess. I'm sure my parents were both human. Even brother said the same. We were humans. Those reincarnations were at least. Before he could ask what she meant by reincarnations, she added, Let's not talk about those sad topics. I've met my son after so long. I want to know about him. Neo did not understand why Persephone was sure he was Neo Hargraves. She should be able to read his memories and know he was someone from a bygone era. He was a transmigrator. He stole her son's body. You want to know about me? Neo pursed his life. I have been training since the day I awakened my god blood. He told her everything from the moment he woke up in Neo Hargrave's body. How many times he died. How many times he nearly went insane from darkness. How he struggled to keep up with geniuses who had been training since childhood. Persephone smiled. She listened to him. Neo felt the burden over his heart lighten as he spoke for hours. Good work. You've worked hard. I'm proud of you. Those words made him choke up. Neo struggled to hold back his tears. He didn't understand why he was acting like this. It's okay to cry. Neo did not cry. He chuckled. I'm too old to cry like a baby. A smile blossomed on his face. Besides, the training was not difficult. I liked it. It's the proof I'm becoming stronger. That's how I'll reach my dream and surpass everyone. Be it the hero, the god king, or father. Oh my, you want to surpass your father? Those are some big dreams. She teased him. They continued to talk. Persephone kept asking him questions about his life. Is there a girl who is showing interest in my handsome son? Why are you so thin? Are they not feeding you? Neo was an orphan in his last life. He wondered if this was how parents talk to their children. It was nice. Before long, Persephone's figure started to become transparent. She was fading away. It's time for you to return to your world. The unknown power wrapped around Neo. Knowing he was about to leave, he asked the question on his mind. Will I meet you again? Not your reincarnation, but you. He did not understand why she was undergoing reincarnations. Those reincarnations lived and died like normal humans. They had no knowledge or memories of being a god. But the Persephone in front of his eyes was different. Yes. Neo stiffened. She was lying. He understood it instinctively. Suddenly, Neo recalled the future he had read in the novel. The gods would fall. Then, his father and mother. Neo. Her words cut through the ominous thoughts threatening to drown him. Your father and I've lived a long life. You don't need to worry about us. Live for yourself and be happy. That's all we want. Wait. At least tell me why you are undergoing reincarnations. I might be able to help. Neo woke up in the hall of Sphinx's lair. Damn it. He did not revive himself. Persephone sent him away. Why won't you answer me? It was obvious. A demigod like him was too weak to help the gods. Whatever was happening, Persephone did not want to involve him and put him in danger. Neo Hargraves? The Sphinx called out to him warily. What happened to you in the fourth vision? You took a lot of time. Neo exhaled. He needed to focus on the task in front of him. He stared at the Sphinx. The fourth vision. Who was the man in the fourth vision? Neo was half convinced it was himself. However, the Sphinx confirmed he did not exist in the Akashic records. The records could not know his future, since he did not exist in the pre-recorded timeline. It was my future, I think. But is that even possible? The Sphinx did not answer immediately, pondered over his words. After Neo's revival, the threat of Elizabeth disappeared, and it could think more calmly. It might be a parallel world or a fake future created to target your fears. We can never know. Neo smiled bitterly. Whatever it was, the Akashic record showed him a nasty vision. Neo stood up and sat on the seat. The Sphinx looked at him curiously. What is it, inheritor of death? The visions have ended. They should have taught you about the emotions. Since you have your answers, you can leave. Neo took a breath and spoke. Quella would choose me. Oh? I wouldn't need to kill Anna, because I'll make sure Vanessa never dies. I'll propose to her before she leave, and stay with her forever. The Sphinx stared at Neo in surprise. He was answering the questions it had asked. Both of them were wrong. Neo exhaled. Those are the answers to your 3 questions. Ask the 4th question now. The Sphinx covered its mouth. The shoulders shook. Tried to stop the chuckles from bursting out and failed miserably. Ahahaha. What's up with those answers? The Sphinx held its stomach. It laughed. It laughed hard. You answers make 0 sense. Are they wrong? No. And that's why I can't stop laughing. There was no definite answer to the questions. In fact, every answer, whatever it may be, was correct. Remaining silent was the only wrong answer. The test was easy. Still, the Sphinx never saw anyone give a correct answer. No one had ever come out of vision and answered. They all remained silent. The visions were the answer to question of darkness users like Neo. It taught them about emotions by showing them scenarios they never encountered, by showing them cruel choices that demanded one to choose between a rational choice and an emotionally driven choice. The question whether Dios was right or Kronos served the same purpose. Logically, Melione had to be held accountable for the apocalypse, but Dios, driven by his emotions, took her side. Every vision showed extreme scenarios for similar purpose. However, there was a side effect to them. People immersed too much in the visions. It wouldn't have been weird for Neo to think he was Silas and not Neo after he spending 80 years as him. Immersion. It destroyed the sense of self of those who lived in the vision for decades. Sphinx asked provocative questions to check if the person's sense of self was still alive. Questioned Neo if Quella would choose him or Silas. Neo could not answer the question back then, because as Silas he did not want Quella to choose Neo, and as Neo he did not want her to choose Silas. He had become immersed in the fake persona of Silas. The same thing happened with anyone who took the test. This was why they never answered Sphinx's question. However, Neo did the impossible. He gave answers. His sense of self overpowered the 80 years of Silas, 5 years of Orcus, and 30 years of Dios. He maintained his ego. That was the only reason he could answer. Now I'm curious. What did the 4th vision show you? Before the 4th vision, you couldn't answer a single question, said the Sphinx. Is that the fourth question? Yes, it is. I might as well satisfy my curiosity since it's clear you'll answer the original fourth question easily. Chapter 140, Grade 3 Awakened Demigod. Unending despair. That's what the vision showed me. Quest completed. Answer the questions of Sphinx, 4/4. Plus 100 Immortal EXP. Immortal EXP. 156/150. Neo stood up. He answered the Sphinx and received the answer he wanted. Emotions. The visions taught him much about them. I'll be taking my leave. Neo turned around. A portal materialized behind him. He stepped into it and appeared in the principal's office. Charlotte, sitting across the table, put down the documents, adjusted her glasses and stared at him. You took your sweet time to complete the visions, Neo Hargraves. Do you realize how much of a headache you've caused me? Oh. Check your device. Neo took out his phone. He saw 99+ notifications from Arthur, Mars, Amelia, Felix, Jack, and Nathan. Charlotte massaged her brows. Your friends refused to believe you were with the Sphinx for the last 3 months. Half of the Academy thinks you are on a secret mission. The rumors are wild, to say the least. Neo visited the Academy's forum. Almost every topic was about him. The divine ruler Neo Hargraves. Click this post to find the secret behind his strength. Is Neo Hargraves more talented than Percival Solaris? What is Neo Hargraves' bloodline? Today we find out the answer to mystery. Is Neo Hargraves the strongest first-year ruler in the history of the Academy? Let's see a detailed comparison. His lips twitched. What is hell? Last time I remember I was being called a fraud and the inconsequential Zeroth. Why are they calling me divine ruler? Your mission evaluation report. The 4 words answered his doubts. S-rank mission evaluation reports were released on the official website of the Academy. Neo's performance in the mission, coupled with the fact he escaped a closed window, skyrocketed his fame. The temples, the god clans, the countries, and the media, all of them want to meet you. Day and night I keep getting calls for an appointment with you. Charlotte's expression contorted. But our dear ruler is still within his vision, and I had to refuse the appointments. Do you know what everyone outside the Academy think? They think we are trying to hide you and keep you for ourselves. You aren't even mythic demigod. Why would we try to poach you already? I explained this to everyone. But no, they won't believe a word I say. She glared at him. Tomorrow you are going to meet senior Templars. Then, the media, the delegates of god clans and the countries. There are some paragon demigod and exalted demigod who wants to meet you too. Your schedule for the next month will. No, I'm not meeting anyone. Neo added. I've lost 3 months of my classes. I can't waste another month on these useless things. You have to. Charlotte stared at him with a fierce gaze. I'm sure the Academy forbids any outside party to poach a student before they reach 2nd year. The rules don't matter in this situation. Your case is special. It's not every day you meet someone who can fight against the geniuses of God Clan just after a month of awakening his god blood. I don't want to meet anyone, but I want it. What can you do? I can complain to Professor Elizabeth? Neo's innocent expression and his devious words exasperated Charlotte. Will you stop using Elisa's name every time you are losing an argument against me? Of course not. Neo smiled. Charlotte massaged her brows. Get out. A portal suddenly appeared beneath Neo's feet and he fell. Neo appeared in the sky above Seraphim Hall. The fall wouldn't kill him, but it would break a few bones. How can someone as old as her be this petty? He was speechless. As he neared the ground, Neo used Ocean's embrace and covered his body in the aura of darkness. The black flames were stronger than what he normally used. The voices spoke to him, but Neo remained calm. His experience in the visions helped him maintain his sanity. He flipped in the air and landed gracefully. The black flames absorbed the impact of the landing. Neo grinned. He could picture Charlotte looking at him in stupor, shocked to see him unharmed. My mastery in darkness has increased principle. Neo knew Charlotte could hear him even though she was still in her office. You should have thrown me from a higher place. Neo entered the Seraphim Hall. He stepped into his room. After taking a shower, he prepared to make the breakthrough. He sat crossed-legged in the training room. Seal the room. The training room whirred to life. The AI shut down the doors and placed additional insulation. I'd rather not alert the whole dorm like last time. It's best to break through this way. He closed his eyes. The air around him grew thick with divine energy. His body trembled from the immense power welling up within him. The ground beneath him cracked, unable to contain his growing aura. Neo focused. The barrier to the next rank was like a wall of iron. As his aura continued to swell, the barrier weakened. Sweat dripped down his face. The barrier shattered with a thunderous crack. His body surged with newfound strength. His aura became more refined and potent, and every fiber of his being resonating with power. Neo exhaled. Grade 3 awakened. He had ascended. Status: Neo Hargraves. Rank: Grade 3 awakened. Divine energy purity. Grade 4 mythic. Stats: Strength: 39. Speed: 41. Dexterity: 36. Constitution: 35. Luck: 0. Affinity: Death, Shadow, Darkness, Void, Water, Time. Magic spell: Necrotic Touch, Ocean's Embrace, Essence Breath. Bloodline: Monarch of Death. Unique skill: Death Immortal. Quest: Barbados Training, Part 1. He checked his stats. They were quite nice for a Grade 3 awakened demigod. What about the skill? Immortal LVL.3. EXP 0/200. Effect: You gain an extra life every 24 hours. Max stack: 5. Just one extra stack? This fucking... Neo had to stop himself from crashing out. He sighed. Why am I even trying anymore? Neo accepted it. He would gain one more stack of Immortal at Grade 2 awakened and another one at Grade 1 awakened. It was better to give up on Immortal and focus on other things. Chapter 141. Concept of Emotions. I just hope the new unique skill I get at Mythic rank is more useful. Immortal was useful. Its upgrades were not. After completing his ascension, he checked the time. It's midnight. I guess I'll go meet Paimon before tomorrow's classes. Neo decided to another shower to cleanse the impurities stuck to his skin. The impurities were expunged from him during his breakthrough. They smelled bad. After taking the shower, Neo lay on the bed. He activated the death skill. There was a shift and Neo appeared in the underworld. Neo opened his eyes and found himself sitting on the sofa. He was in the same room as the one he had been the last time. Welcome back, child. Paimon was waiting for him. You took longer than I expected. I take it as you have found your answer? Yes, I did. Paimon could see the maturity behind Neo's gaze. He had grown. It was clear to her Neo gained the understanding of emotions. What is the answer? Emotions. Neo recalled the first vision. It was a perfect life. He had a happy family, good friends, loving wife, people who respected him, money. There was not a single problem. But when he left the vision, he was angry at that life. He hated it. He never wanted to lose it. Instead of being happy that he got to experience such a life and moving on, he was filled with rage. He tried to go back to that fake life. Because he was led by his emotions. Emotions are a burden. They hinder the ability to think rationally. Paimon smiled at his answer. Neo continued. Emotions. In his second vision, he was a doctor. He thrived during the war. His business boomed due to it. Still, he hated the war. He hated seeing people dying or being injured. He was a patriotic person. Yet, he saved a soldier of the enemy kingdom and fell in love with her. His emotions made him do everything what he was not supposed to do. Emotions are chains. Once they bind you, they won't let you go. They'll pull you down and make you do their bidding. And all we can do is follow them. So emotions are a bad influence? Paimon asked. No. Neo never regretted falling in love. They are a good influence. Is that so? Your earlier words say otherwise. Paimon chuckled. Yes, and I still stand by my words. Neo smiled. Emotions are evil. In the third vision, he became Dios Kingsley. He murdered his zombified family with a smile on his face. He killed anyone who harmed his sister, no matter if they were wrong or right. Dios was the evil created by the emotions. Still, Neo would not call him wrong. Neo would have done the same. They are a necessary evil. That's what emotions are. He gave his answer and waited for her judgment. It was a beautiful answer. Paimon placed the flag post on the table between them. Congratulations. You've passed the third trial, child. Not just passed. Your answer was one of the most unique I've ever heard. She placed another flag post on the table. I'll give you a bonus reward. Originally, I was just meant to give you this, but I'll give you a hint for your fourth trail. Neo picked the flag post. He inserted the flag in the first flag post. It was inserted and the flag post glowed, signifying the completion of the process. He tried to put the flag in the other flag post and realized something was wrong. The flag won't enter. The fourth trial is to surpass yourself. Unless you do that, you can't use the fourth flag post. Neo nodded. He stored the flag and flag posts. While he was drinking the tea Paimon prepared for him, he asked, "What was the purpose of the third trail?" "I know understanding my emotions helped me remain calm and resist the voices of darkness." "But was that all?" Instead of answering him, Paimon posed another question. "What is your current mastery of darkness?" "Adept." "How close are you reaching to expert mastery?" Neo became silent. He answered a few seconds later. "I don't know. Unlike before, where I could sense how to increase my mastery, I can't feel anything similar." "That's the point of your third trial. It will become the foundation of your mastery over darkness." "Oh?" To go from adept to expert, you need to conceptualize your element. The trials are meant to prepare you for the future. Neo's face hardened. Only a handful of demigods could apply concepts to their elements. Conceptualization was the dividing line between those who would use their talent to reach the apex and those who were talented but failed to achieve anything. He had to attain conceptualization if he wanted to become the strongest. Your current trial will help you gain the concept of emotions. With it, you'll be able to gain immense power when you sacrifice your emotions. Sacrifice. It was not a word Neo liked. It might seem like a bad trade to you, but it is not. The concept of emotions is the strongest among all concepts to use with darkness. Suddenly, Neo recalled something. The Sphinx had asked him if he truly believed the darkness demanded sacrifices. His words bugged Neo back then. It was as if the Sphinx wanted to say they were misunderstanding darkness. "Paimon, is true the darkness demands sacrifices? Do all concepts of it need us to give up on something?" "Yes. I've never seen a concept of darkness that does not demand sacrifices." "Strange. Was the Sphinx just messing with me?" "No, that can't be true. The Sphinx cannot lie. It means there is another concept no one has discovered." Neo became excited. He wanted to know what the unknown concept was. "I'll be taking my leave. Are you going to start searching for the fourth trial?" "Not right now." The third trial took a lot out of him. He wanted a short break and focus on the other tasks he had been ignoring until now. Besides, what the fuck did surpassing himself mean? Chapter 142. A Delectable Treasure. He reached grade 3 awakened a few hours ago and he still couldn't use the flag post, so it was not counted as surpassing himself. "Are you going to return to the world of living?" "No. I'll grind some stats until the skill forcefully revives me." Neo left the mansion. He entered the forest. The place was empty. He did not find any monsters. It was the same last time. Is this place supposed to be always empty? Neo doubted it. Forest of all beginnings was where the souls appeared after their death in the world of living. It should have been filled with monsters, grim reapers, and souls. Suddenly, he sensed a monstrous presence. His heart froze with dread. The presence was like a giant demon covering the sky. "It's neither a soul or a monster. What is it?" The presence was dangerous. However, it did not feel alive. Neo moved towards the presence. Closing onto it, He climbed the trees and hid in them to scout the surroundings. What the fuck? Neo doubted the scene before his eyes. The forest was crushed as if a giant being stepped on it. A massive depression formed in the center of the destroyed region. Hundreds of monsters surrounded the place. The monsters were gathered here. They were trying to enter the destroyed forest. The thick aura of death radiating from it killed them as soon as they stepped close. These monsters all are different species. Why aren't they fighting amongst themselves? It was different from the usual behavior of the monsters. Is there something inside that place? Neo stretched his senses. Doing so made him visible to the monsters. They ignored him and kept trying to enter the destroyed forest. Oh! Neo stiffened. After reaching adept mastery in death, he gained death elemental vision and his senses of death increased. He could smell the intoxicating scent of death in the air. There was a treasure in the center of the destroyed forest. The monsters wanted it. There was just one problem. That's my blood. There is no way I'll mistake the scent of my own god blood. Neo's blood, which was at the center of the flattened forest, was the source of rich aroma of death. Everything makes sense now. This was why the forest was empty. Neo recalled the first day he ventured into the forest. He washed his blood in a river and ended up attracting a giant monster on par with exalted demigods. There is no way that monster would have left my blood here. It probably ended up fighting something else that wanted my blood and lost some of it here. Goosebumps rose over his skin. The forest was flattened as far as he could see. The presence of death lingering in the area was enough to kill an awakened demigod as soon as they went close to it. If the collateral damage caused the entire landscape to change, Neo shuddered to think how the actual battle would have been. I better think twice before bleeding when I'm Underworld. Neo's curiosity was satisfied. He understood why the forest was empty. The monsters were trying to devour his blood that was dropped by the giant monster. The Grim Reapers were busy handling the aftermath at other places, probably. This is a good news. I can get back some of my god blood. The god blood he lost to the giant monster never returned to him. He never cared about it before since he did not lose much. But now, after the contract with Paimon, he was lacking in god blood. Neo needed as much of it as possible. He jumped down from the tree. A few monsters turned to look at him. They stared at Neo for a few seconds before returning their focus to the destroyed forest. Neo walked to the edge of the region. He could feel the thick presence of death prickling his skin. The presence increased as he continued to go inwards. He tried to resist the death. The number of monsters decreased the closer he walked to the center. His skin began to crack. His eyes turned bloodshot. The death was overwhelming. Neo continued forward. His mastery of death was not enough to resist the death lingering in the surroundings. Blood trickled out of his wounds. Neo used darkness to consume the blood he was losing before anyone sensed it. His bones creaked. He felt thousands of needles stabbing into his skin. Neo's eyes remained firm. He could feel himself reaching the limit when he reached halfway towards the center. He used Ocean's embrace and aura of darkness to increase his defenses. His divine energy pool was disappearing at a frightening pace. The strain made him feel his innards were being twisted. Neo was breathing heavily when he reached the center. A tiny drop of golden blood was floating in the air. For monsters sat around it, absorbing the aura of death from the droplet of blood. That blood is too strong. Did my god blood mix with the giant's blood? It's the only reason I can think of for the increase in the purity of the blood. Neo placed his hand over Obitus when the monsters turned towards him. The first one looked like a spider. Its entire body is shrouded in a shifting, shadowy mist, making it difficult to see its true form. The second monster was quadrupedal beast with crystalline body. The third monster was a humanoid creature as thick as his wrists. It had dark ebony skin, jagged horns, and long claws. Their presence was powerful. They were as strong as Neo. It's clear they are working together. I doubt they want to share the blood with a fourth person, so they'll attack me together. The corner of Neo's lips rose. He could finally fight after eons. His blood boiled with excitement and his hands itched. The crystalline monster opened its mouth. "There is no need for you to fight us. Oh, I don't know which region you belong to, but you must be strong if you can resist the death at this place." Chapter 143, Absorbing the Blood Droplet. The three of us have no intention to fight unnecessary battles. Instead of risking our lives in a fight, we have decided to share this treasure. You can do the same with us, or you can fight three of us alone. Neo was surprised the monster could speak. He had not expected to meet a monster with intelligence so soon. "Fine." Neo clicked his tongue. He retracted his aura and sat next to the monsters. Although Neo would have welcomed a battle, a peaceful negotiation was better. Neo closed his eyes. Flames of darkness materialized around him. They absorbed the essence of death flowing out of the blood droplet. The power of exalted demigod monster was mixed in the blood. Neo felt as if he was being stared down by the exalted demigod monster when he tried to absorb the blood. It was suffocating. The blood was his. It should have been easy for him to absorb it. Neo's body started to break. He could not handle the residual concept of death, belonging to the exalted, lingering in blood droplet. Neo bit his lips. "Don't joke with me. That blood is mine. Who the hell do you think you are, acting like its owner?" The concept of death imbued in the blood flared. It flowed into his body and destroyed it from within. "Yeah, let's see if you can kill me first, or if I'll absorb you." Lysander, the crystalline quadrupled beast, sensed the presence of death surging in the vicinity. He opened his eyes and saw Neo trying to absorb a massive amount of blood at once. He snorted. Is he a fool? Lysander, Selene, and Alaric had been absorbing the blood for days. They did it at a slow pace. All three of them were geniuses, yet they did not take the risk. The power of blood could kill them easily if they tried to absorb it too quickly. As expected, it was a good choice to let him absorb the blood. He'll just kill himself and we wouldn't need to share the treasure after he dies. Unlike them, Neo had been struggling to resist the presence of the death in the area. He was bound to die if he continued to stay here. He fool. These humans always overestimate themselves and... Oh! Lysander flinched. Neo suddenly unleashed all of his flames of darkness and began to absorb the blood droplet greedily. What are you doing? The absurd sight before Lysander's eyes made him dumbstruck. Neo was dying from the overwhelming power. He was using his high mastery of death to stop it from claiming him, but it was only a matter of time that he fell to its call. It made no sense to Lysander. He did not understand why the human before its eyes was rushing headfirst to his death. The vortex of flames surrounded Neo. Selena, the spider monster, and Alaric, the humanoid beast, were forced to open their eyes. Their faces hardened. The three looked at each other. Are you going to let him do this? Alaric questioned. We can't. Even if we absorb the blood from his corpse, the purity would fall. We need to stop him. Lysander grunted. They were not worried about Neo listening to them, since Neo's focus was on absorbing the blood droplet. They turned to Selena, only to find her increasing the pace of her absorption. Selena, what are you? I doubt he reached adept mastery by coincidence. Since he is absorbing the blood droplet like this, he must have a plan. Lysander and Alaric frowned. That was worse. They could not lose a precious treasure like the blood droplet to the boy. Just as they were about to make a move, a heavy aura descended. Unknown to them, Neo had unsealed his blessing to increase the absorption rate. It took him only a few seconds to absorb the blood droplet. He felt a surge of power and his divine energy pool's capacity increased by a large margin. At the same time, his body began to crumble away. Neo was about to die in the underworld. He used Immortal. The skill healed him at the cost of his divine energy. His blood burned, but unlike the contract with Paimon, he knew he would recover this energy over time, so he used it without hesitation. Neo opened his eyes and exhaled. The presence of death lingering in the surroundings started to disperse after the droplet of blood disappeared. Lysander, Alaric, and Selene were stunned. They could not believe their eyes. How are you alive? Lysander trembled. They flinched when Neo looked at them. He opened his mouth. You three, tell me. This can't be the only place where the exalted demigod monster dropped the blood. Where else can I find the other droplets? Neo had 3 uses of immortal. He was saving the 4th one to return to the world of living, and a few hours to spare in the underworld. Even if he did not find the droplets today, he could get them later. The blood droplets gave his divine energy pool too big of boost for him to ignore them. Exalted demigod? Alaric muttered. How did you know it was an exalted demigod? I saw it, obviously. They stiffened, unable to believe Neo was alive after an encounter with an exalted demigod. Neo had been lucky back then. His body was an insulator that did not let anyone sense the blood of Monarch within him. It was same for every demigod. Otherwise, Neo would have been hunted for his blood already. Lysander and Alaric grew nervous. It was clear Neo was not normal. We don't know. Neo stared at them for a few seconds. He opened his mouth. Fine. Just before he left, Selena called out to him. Wait. I know where you can find another droplet. Selena, what are you trying to do? He is dangerous. We shouldn't get involved. Shut up, Neo warned Lysander. Don't interrupt again. Lysander frowned, but closed his mouth. Neo turned to Selena. Go on. I'm listening. Chapter 144. City of Reapers. I can tell you where the next droplet is, but I want something in return. If you want me to share the blood, then I'm afraid we can't have a deal. No, I don't need the blood. The spider monster continued. The others' places are more dangerous than here. I wouldn't have been able to enter those places even if you helped me. Instead, I want you to help me catch someone. Neo thought about it. It seemed like a good proposal. Fine. Lysander and Alaric kept quiet. Selena approached Neo and opened her mouth. What is your rank? Awakened demigod. No, not that one. What is your Reaper rank? Oh. Wait. Are you even registered? Or are you a rogue monster? Neo never heard those terms in his life. The spider monster continued. Your aura of death is attuned to Underworld. That's only possible if you are a monster like us. Then how the hell do you not know about Reaper ranks? Oh. Seeing Neo's confused expression, Selene muttered. Did you lose your memories after you were corrupted by the darkness? She explained to him in simple terms. Dead souls come to the Underworld. They are either taken by the Reapers to the paradise, or they remain in the forest of all beginning. Those who remain here are corrupted by darkness and become monsters, like you and me. Selene raised one of her leg and placed it on his shoulder. There is a lot to explain, but first thing first. Let's go to a town. We need to get you registered before you can help me with the hunt. Neo nodded. He felt a string of energy trying to flow into his body through Selene's leg. He let it enter. Their bodies turned into ink and fell into the shadows. Selena carried Neo through the shadow movement. They had to stop a few times on the way to let Selene recover her divine energy. Few hours later, they reached the entrance of a town. Selene canceled the shadow movement spell. Their bodies returned to their usual form. The place was filled with monsters. An umbrella with an eye, a giant tortoise that walked on 2 legs, humans with animal-like ears and tails. Other than the monsters, it seemed like a normal medieval human town. They had stores, buildings, and the place was filled with the vibrancy of life. Wow! It's nice, isn't it? Selene smiled. Welcome to Tartale, the first city of Reapers. Now, follow me. Neo looked around the place with marvel. He never expected to see a city in the underworld. The two entered the giant ancient building at the city border. Selene pointed at the wall on the left. That is where you can see usual missions. They can be anything, from collecting herbs for the nanny next doors to hunting the ancient dragon that recently woke up. By the way, the ancient dragon Veldora attacked Nemerax, the wandering giant, a few months ago. The droplets of blood fell during their battle. Nemerax? Neo questioned. Yes, it used to just roam around. That's why it's called the wandering giant. Although it's a corrupted monster, it never attacked anyone. It suddenly went berserk a few months ago and Veldora also woke up at the same time. We don't know what the cause was. However, most of us think the incidents are related. Neo nodded as if it was not his fault. I'm pretty sure both of them were after my blood. Celine pointed to the right wall. There you can find hunt targets. Hunt targets? Yes, they are the souls that come to the underworld. The Reapers can't gather the hundreds of thousands of soul that fall into the underworld every day. We do the task for them. We bring the souls, the hunt targets, to the Reapers and receive rewards in return. Still, calling them hunt target is quite unique. The name is perfect. Celine and Neo entered a line at the reception. While they waited for their turn, Celine continued to explain him about the place. No soul wants to go with the Reapers willingly. We have to hunt them down, quite literally. What about the souls you can't catch? They are the unlucky ones who'll become corrupted by darkness and become a monster. The two reached the receptionist. A flying skull without a body stood behind the counter. It held a pen and paper with telekinesis. I want to get him registered. Name, time of death, place of death. He doesn't remember when he died. He forgot everything when he became a monster. Neo did not correct them. The truth was too bothersome to explain. Besides, the word of him being Hades' bloodline could endanger him. Neo could ask for help from Barbados and Paimon, sure, but there was no guarantee they would help him. It was quite clear to him they were investing in him by helping him train. But they never tried to protect him during his trials. Even if Barbados and Paimon could help him, he did not want their help unless absolutely necessary. Neo wanted to progress with his own strength. Unnecessary help would only impede his growth. The flying skull looked at Neo. Boy, do you remember your name? Neo Hargraves. Fine. Now, put your hand over this. It picked a black crystal ball and put on the reception table. What's this? It's a contamination measurement device. The flying skull explained. 10% is for souls. They haven't been affected much by the environment of the underworld. 10+% contamination means you have become a monster. 50+% is when you lose your sanity and become a corrupted monster. When you reach that level, a bounty will be put on your head. The skull laughed when it noticed Neo's expression. Boy, don't worry, we give pills as reward for the quests and hunts. They will help suppress the spreading contamination. Of course, it's only a stopgap method. If you want to stop the contamination forever, you must become a Reaper. That's why everyone here works hard. Har. They have no choice but to work if they don't want to become corrupted. Neo nodded. After receiving the explanation, he put his hand over the crystal ball. Chapter 145, Soul Hunter Badge. Nothing happened. There was no change to the crystal ball. What is? Neo stopped speaking when he noticed the flying skull and Celine dumbstruck. Boy, what are you? Oh. The crystal is not reacting. It means you are 100% contaminated. Maybe it's malfunctioning? Celine chimed in. It's clear he has maintained his sanity. There is no way his contamination can be higher than 50%. True. The flying skull stared at Neo. Boy, next time you are in the town, come find me. I'll have a new measurement device prepared by then. He created a badge out of thin air and threw it towards Neo. Neo took a good look at the badge. Neo Hargraves. Contamination? Soul Hunter rank. Soul Initiate. Soul points. 0. Soul Initiate? It is the newbie rank. You go from Soul Initiate, Soul Keeper, Soul Warden, and finally Soul Reaper. After that, you get a shot at becoming a Grim Reaper and entering the Paradise. The Flying Skull explained. I take it as we receive soul points among the mission reward? Yes, and it's the basic currency here. I've explained everything. Now off you go. Wait, Scalix, we aren't done here. Celine continued. The spider's voice was a strange mix of hissing and intelligible words. He is going to accept a mission with me. Lady, you mean that mission? You want to take a newbie with you? Scalix, you know? Oh, I know you, lady. Your last team was one of the best team in Tartale and they were wiped out in the blink of the eye. You don't defeat the Mad Hound. Stop trying to get this young boy killed for your revenge. Celine hissed. Her aura flared dangerously. Scalix, just do your own job. Don't meddle in my life. Har. I am doing my job. The flying skull looked at Neo. What will you do, boy? Mad Hound isn't someone you can handle, and he recruited a few Zeus clan souls recently. He has never been stronger. How much do I need to pay to know the location of the blood droplets that fell during Veldora and Naramax's battle? Neo asked. Scalix understood the intent behind Neo's question. The flying skull sighed. Celine is going to reveal the location of one of the droplets. Huh? You'll become a soul warden in one go if you sell that information. His words confirmed Neo's intention. Neo would help Celine and get the information in exchange. Fine. Give me your soul hunter badges. I'll issue the mission to you too. Celine took out her badge from the shadow space. She passed it to Scalix. Neo did the same. The flying skull added the mission details to the badges before returning it to them. You can read the mission details on the badge, boy. Now go away. You two have blocked the line long enough. Neo and Celine stood to the side. Neo, I'm sorry about hiding about the Mad Hound. I'll return a few days later to help you with the mission. Are you going to run away? Celine let out a melancholic chuckle. It's fine. You don't need to give excuses. I'm at the fault to begin with. I shouldn't have hidden the request from you. Celine, shut up. Neo clicked his tongue. I wouldn't have accepted the mission if I was going to run away. Whatever you think, I'm not going to let a failed mission stay on my record. Neo had to leave. His time limit was nearly up. He had another task to do before returning to the world of living. I'll meet you here again in a few days. Bye. Neo wandered to the left wall. It was clear Celine did not believe his words. However, he was sure she would wait for him, because she was desperate. The life side of the hall was filled with hunt targets. Neo went through thousands of names and photos placed on the wall. Found them. He stared the names of Kendrick, Gwen, Clara, and Leonora. They were still in the forest of all beginnings. Christian isn't here. He must have been sent to paradise already. Neo knew. He had been gone for 3 months. The corpses must have rotted already. There was a high chance Nathan could have buried them or cremated them, not knowing what Neo planned to do with the corpses. The fourth vision completely messed up my plans. Neo exhaled. Fuck. I have to awaken my time element. He used Immortal and returned to the world of living. Opening his eyes, his focus first went to the hard object in his hands. He lowered his gaze. The Soul Hunter badge came with me? Neo was a bit surprised. It seemed the badge was not as simple as he thought it to be. He pocketed the Soul Hunter badge and checked time. It was early dawn. I'll take a shower and attend the classes. I also need to meet Nathan and ask him about the... Neo opened the door to the hall. The scene before his eyes made him shut up. Mars, shirtless, was doing push-ups while Felix, female form, sat on his back. Jack was playing Enma Shrine 3 on his console. Arthur was juggling daggers to pass time. Amelia and Nathan were cooking food in the kitchen. Neo rubbed his eyes. The scene before him did not change. Strange, my mastery of darkness should be enough for my current level. Why am I still seeing hallucinations? Guess I'll just cut them down. It will do for a morning warm-up. Neo? Arthur noticed Neo stretching his arms. You are awake? Neo, why didn't you tell us you returned from your mission? We wouldn't even have known if the principal did not tell us. Jack shouted excitedly. He closed the game. Mars stopped doing push-ups, and Amelia and Nathan peeked from open kitchen. They all looked happy until they noticed Neo's surging aura. Neo? What are you doing? Arthur felt a chill crawl up his spine. Neo covered the distance between them in a single step. His punch, covered in red lightning, shot towards Arthur's face. Chapter 146. Breakfast with Everyone. Arthur dodged by a hair's breadth. He looked towards Amelia while rolling away in panic. Senior, you said it would have been fine if we entered his room. It doesn't look fine to me. He is seriously trying to kill me. Before anyone could react, a heavy aura of death and darkness descended. They felt suffocated. Even Amelia froze. Condensed red arcs of lightning gathered around Neo. He is going to destroy this place. Arthur closed his eyes as if he had given up. Neo was about to unleash the storm of death when suddenly Jack grabbed his hand. Stop this, Neo. We aren't hallucinations. Jack's aura clashed against Neo's aura. Neo was slightly surprised when Jack managed to hold him back. Even if I'm not using my full strength, how can he do this? He must have trained a lot while I was away. Neo retracted his aura. My bad. I thought it was another hallucination created by the darkness. Ha! Jack let go of his hand and flopped to the ground. I felt like I was going to be killed. How the hell did your aura grow so strong in just 3 months? Where the hell were you doing? I was receiving my answer from the vision. Yeah, please keep using that discounted excuse. Even Nathan can make up better lies. Why am I being insulted when I didn't say a word? Nathan closed his mouth when everyone turned to him. Never mind, please ignore me. Neo sat up on the sofa. What are you guys doing here? We wanted to know about your mission. How was it? Did you really go outside the academy? I've said it already. I was with the Sphinx. So you really won't tell us? Jack clicked his tongue. He sat near Felix, who was on top of Mars. What can we do? We are too low ranked for him to think about us. I bet he made more friends when he was outside, and he is just using us as his side friends. Felix let out fake tears. Neo ignored the 2 drama queens. He snorted. You guys entered my room without my permission. Ever heard about the magical word, privacy? Of course we have. Felix spoke first. Jack followed after him. That's why he did not enter your bedroom. We only used your console, kitchen, hall, training room. Jack stopped speaking. He looked away. You can say sorry. Sorry. Nathan brought breakfast from the kitchen. He flinched when Neo looked at him when in truth Neo was looking past him. Amelia, come out. I already saw you in the kitchen. She dragged her feet out of the kitchen. Neo clicked his tongue. Although he wanted to say something, he didn't plan to embarrass her in front of everyone. I know I gave you the keys, but at least warn me if you are going to bring a party with you. Huh, you did not. I did, Amelia. How else you would have keys to my room? It's not like the academy staff will them to you. Felix and Jack's stares stung at his back. Neo continued his act shamelessly. Anyway, tell me first if you guys are going to come. I would have prepared something for you all. Like changing the lock. The group sat around the table. They kept asking Neo about his mission even after he said he was with the Sphinx. Irritated, he almost flipped the table and shot a death snipe at them. The tasty food was the only reason he forgave everyone. Nathan, you cooked the food, right? Why yes, Senior Amelia helped too. She has a key to my room already. Neo continued. Your room wouldn't have a kitchen. You can use mine when you don't want to eat the cafeteria's food. I'll give you a key to my room. What about me? Me too. Neo ignored Jack and Felix and stared at Mars. I'll give you a key too. My training room should have better than yours. You can use it. Thanks. If you are thankful, don't go around my place naked, dripping sweat on mats. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. Arthur was staring at Neo like a child waiting for his Santa Claus. What? Do I get a key too? Fuck off. Why? You gave one to Mars. Neo looked at him with disgust. Are you my teammate? No. Can you cook food for me? I can. Can you cook tasty food like Nathan? I can try. Are you a beautiful girl? 3 questions, 3 times useless. You are rejected. I have no reason to invite you to my room. Arthur gave an awkward smile. Hey, you weren't this sharp-tongued before. Well, I'm not the one who entered someone's room without their permission. Arthur looked as if he had been wronged. He was the only person to get attacked, and he was the only one to be insulted. Neo sighed. Fine, I'll give you a key. Stop making that face. It's disgusting. Before Jack and Felix could speak up, Neo added, I'll give you two too. Of course, I'll change the lock after I distribute the keys. I'll give the real keys to only Mars and Nathan. After the rowdy breakfast, they prepared to go to the classes. Nathan, I want to talk to you. Come to the side. Nathan nodded. He was about to step towards Neo when suddenly Jack placed a hand on his shoulder. Jack whispered something to Nathan. Nathan nodded and left with everyone. What did you say to him? I told him you were probably asking for the corpses. Since I have them, he can go. You took them? Yeah, I had to. Nathan became a nervous wreck while carrying those things. So I decided to take them from him. Jack's shadow stretched. The corpses of Christian, Leonora, Clara, Kendrick and Gwen floated at its surface. Neo's expression worsened. He could stomach the pungent smell and the gory scene before his eyes. However, they are rotting. Neo had expected this. He felt like shit when he witnessed his failures with his eyes. Fuck. While Neo was thinking hard, Jack opened his mouth. You want to resurrect them, don't you? Chapter 147. Elemental Overriding. Oh. Despite being startled, Neo maintained a neutral expression. Is that even possible? I think it could be possible with your bloodline. Neo did not say anything. Sigh, Neo, death isn't a punishment. I'm sad too that my friends died. But trying to resurrect them isn't the answer. You need to accept death. How long will you continue this? Everyone you know will die someday. Will you keep reviving them? Neo, if you don't learn to accept death, your mastery will. Jack sighed. If I tell you about it, it will lose its meaning. You need to understand it yourself. He patted Neo's back. I'll keep the corpses with myself until as long as you want. Still, please think about what I told you. Jack stepped out of the room, leaving Neo behind. Neo thought about Jack's words. He shook his head after a few moments. I'm getting late for the classes. Neo left the Seraphim Hall. He met Arthur, Felix, and Mars on the way. The others. They went to their class. Neo noticed quite a few people were staring at him. It reminded him of the day when he was going to give the speech as the ruler. Back then, the gazes had been filled with mockery. Now they were staring at him with awe and admiration. The four reached the class. The teacher entered a few minutes later. She picked the chalk and wrote, Elemental Clash aka Elemental Overriding on the board. Good morning, students. Since a few of you are seeing me for the first time, I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Evelyn Valterra, your Elemental Theory class professor. Her gaze was fixed on Neo. Today, we are going to cover the topic, Elemental Clash. Anyone know what it is? Arthur raised his hand. Yes, please answer, Arthur. Elemental Clash refers to the clash between two elements. Very good, Arthur. As expected of a Rank 2 student. It was the perfect answer. Professor Evelyn continued. But how does elemental clashes work? What will happen if water and fire strikes against each other? Will water douse the fire, or will the fire evaporate the water? An orb of water materialized above Professor Evelyn's right palm and an orb of flames above her left palm. What factors will affect the result? The total amount of divine energy imbued in the attack. A student answered. Yes, good answer. Anything else? She looked around. Think, students. This is something you all must have experienced during your past 3 months practical classes at the Academy. Elemental superiority. Correct. You can't expect a lightning element user to win against a time element user. The time element user will snap his finger and that's it. Time has been stopped. Lightning user can't do anything. Evelyn continued. You need to be careful about the compatibility between your opponent and you, and use a superior element. Of course, that's not always the case. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Arthur again raised his hand. Yes, Arthur. Elemental mastery. We can overpower our opponent's element as long as our mastery is high enough. This can cancel even elemental superiority. Perfect. Professor Evelyn smiled. There are countless examples of what Arthur said in the history. The battle of God King Zeus, the war god, Ares, against the father of time, Kronos, is one such example. They overpowered the father of time with their high elemental masteries. The god King Zeus used his lightning affinity to outspeed time, and war god Ares burned time itself. Professor Evelyn could see not everyone believed her. It was to be expected. The age of gods happened long in the past, and her words sounded too absurd to be true. The students believed the myths of the past were often exaggerated. I'll give you a live example. Professor Evelyn conjured a flame in front of her. This is apprentice mastery level fire. She raised her head and looked Neo in the eye. Neo Hargraves, please attack this flame with your death affinity. He nodded. Die. He spoke to help make it easier for him to conjure the image of the attack and increase its accuracy. A single condensed red bolt struck the flame. The flame suddenly died. Marvelous. That was a perfect demonstration of elemental overriding. She looked around the class. Neo Hargrave's mastery of death has reached adept level. He was able to impose the concept of death over my flames and kill them. This happened because adept mastery represents a higher form of understanding than apprentice mastery. She continued, "Now who is going to tell me the weakness of elemental overriding?" Arthur raised his hand to no one's surprise. "Yes, please answer, Arthur." Mainly, the two weaknesses of elemental overriding are divine energy pool and elemental superiority. Even a high mastery is useless if an awakened demigod is fighting a mythic demigod. The mythic demigod can just overpower the opponent with his denser and larger divine energy pool. Arthur added, "Elemental superiority is similar. Just because they have a higher mastery does not mean an earth element user can defeat a lightning element user in a race. Elemental overriding is useless here." "Correct again." The class continued. Professor Evelyn let them go after an hour. "I feel like I'm dying," Felix groaned. Her head slumped onto the desk. "Someone kill me. I can't study anymore." "Why are you complaining, Felix? It was an interesting class." "It wasn't, you nerd." Felix glared at Arthur. "I've told you multiple times. If you are going to keep raising your hand, go sit somewhere else." "Why?" "You draw attention to yourself. 1 out of 7 professors asks a question from me since I'm sitting next to you. I'm not smart like you. I beg you. Spare me, you lunatic." She was on the verge of tears. Neo stood up. "Where are you going?" Arthur questioned. "I have something to do. I'll return before our next class starts." The next class was after 2 hours. Neo had plenty of time to meet Professor Daniel. He moved through the academy grounds. The meditation hall was only half-hour distance away. It was as deserted as ever. Neo stood outside Professor Daniel's office and knocked. "Professor Daniel, it is Neo Hargraves. I came to meet you 3 months ago and asked for help in awakening my time element." Chapter 148. Student Council Test 1. There was no response. Neo knocked again. Silence. "Is he out?" He waited for another hour. There was no indication Professor Daniel was inside the office. "There is only half an hour left. I need to return to my class." Neo massaged his brows. He was on his way to the class venue when a girl with bright orange hair blocked his path. "Do you want something from me?" "I do, actually. Can you give me an autograph?" Neo took the pen and signed the blank paper. "Thank you. I never thought I would get the ruler to sign my diary. No, the pleasure is mine. I'm the one who is surprised to be approached by the treasurer." The girl froze. "You know me?" "Yes. Why wouldn't I know you?" She scratched her cheek with an awkward smile. "I'm almost always busy with student council works. Barely anyone recognizes me, since I never leave the student council office. So I was just surprised you knew me. Amelia told me about you." Neo lied through his teeth. "I see. Still, I'll introduce myself formally. I'm Ophelia Nerith, the treasurer of the student council and a second-year student." Neo Hargraves, the ruler and a first year. They shook hands. "Did you come to find me just for an autograph?" "Ah, right. I almost forgot. Percival wants to meet you. Right now." Right now. My classes. I know you have your classes, but we need you for an important task. That is. Ophelia looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. She whispered, "The student council has decided to open the application form for you." Neo's face hardened. He couldn't believe his ears. The application form to join the student council? But that only starts from the second semester. You are right, to be honest. Ophelia and Neo started to walk towards the student council. Neo could skip his classes from it. He would get countless benefits from joining the student council. The best benefit was receiving double credits from the mission rewards. Additionally, he could skip exams and still receive a passing grade. This is the best. The midterms are coming and I haven't studied anything since I was in the visions. If I can join the student council, there is no need for me to attend the tests. While they were on the way, Ophelia continued to speak. Your case is unique. Your performance during the S-rank mission has set a historical record. There is a rumor about the principal personally sending you on a mission outside the academy. And your past is a mystery, she continued. Little brother of Henry Hargraves, no known demigod parents in the recorded lineage, and one of the only 2 survivors of the void window number 8477. The fact you suddenly became a ruler is even more surprising. No one knows about your bloodline either. Are you curious? Yes, I am. Everyone is. It's Monarch of Death, the bloodline of great god of death, Hades. That's impossible. Ophelia laughed. Nice joke. It's fine if you don't want to expose your bloodline. The academy policies allow the students to keep their bloodlines a secret. The only rule is that if you expose your bloodline, it should be the truth. So don't go making jokes like this. You'll get in trouble. Neo shrugged. He told the truth. It was not his problem that she did not believe him. Ophelia continued. Anyway, the outside forces are pressuring us, the student council, to verify your abilities. They want to know if the principal is spreading exaggerated rumors, or if you really are as strong as they say. In short, you are doing this because the orders of your families? Neo asked. I'm sure that's abusing your rights as the student council members. Not really abusing. The application test will help us know your limits, and you'll get to join the student council. Both sides will benefit. Fair enough. They reached a coliseum. The gates opened. As they entered the place, Ophelia pointed him towards a different path. I'll go to the spectator seats. You should go down that corridor to enter the battle arena. Are we starting the test straight away? Yes, time is money. Neo nodded. He followed her directions and walked into a large stadium. Looking around, he noticed some of the seats were filled. Almost all student council members were present along with a few professors. Percival stood at the head of the Colosseum high above. He imbued his voice with divine energy. The volume of his voice increased. Neo Hargraves, after careful consideration and a unanimous vote amongst the student council, we have decided to allow you to take a special application test. The contents of the application test are same as previous year's test. However, since this is a special test, the difficulty would be increased. Of course, we will give you an additional reward of 500 credits. Do you want to partake in the test, or do you want to give up? The student council test took place in the second semester. By that time, the students were properly trained by the academy. Still, only a few students could pass the test. Neo was taking the test 3 months earlier and in a harder version. He grew excited. Finally, I can fight. He opened his mouth. I'm ready to take the test. Good. Percival smiled. The great me has the record for the earliest clear. I hope you can achieve something close to it, since everyone has high expectations from you. Percival brought his hand down. Begin. The gates groaned and burst open. The ground shook as the first wave of golems came out. There were 6 of them. Each one was a hulking figure of stone and earth. Although slow, their sheer size and strength made them dangerous. Neo triggered the essence breath spell. He could feel the weight of the debuff still pressing down on him. It slowed his movements, dulled his senses, but he knew he had to conserve his strength. There were 4 more waves waiting behind this one, and each would be worse. The first golem made its move. Chapter 149. Student Council Test 2. It took a slow step forward and swung its massive fist toward him. Neo's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped quickly, avoiding the blow with minimal effort, but he could feel how sluggish his body was. And the air was suddenly torn apart. The golem, while slow, was powerful. The simple movements could create shockwaves. The next golem followed. It lunged at him with surprising coordination for such slow creatures. Neo's hand moved to his sword hilt instinctively. With a quick push of his thumb, the blade slid a fraction from its sheath, and the debuff lifted. Neo's body surged with renewed energy. The fog that had clouded his reflexes dissipated, and his movements became crisp and fluid. Neo darted forward. He closed the distance between him and the golems in a blink. His sword flashed, wrapped in red lightning. It cut cleanly through the first golem's leg, causing it to collapse into a pile of mud and stone. The other golems responded in unison, but Neo was faster. He moved like a shadow and weaved through their attacks. One golem slammed its fist into the ground where Neo had just stood, creating a crater in the arena floor. Neo leapt into the air. He landed on the golem's back and drove his blade through its core. The creature groaned before crumbling to pieces. The first wave was reduced to nothing more than piles of dirt scattered across the arena floor within a few seconds. But Neo had no time to rest. The second wave was already emerging from the gate. These golems were larger and more menacing than the first. They were reinforced with stone armor, their bodies were bulkier, and their movements were faster. 8 of them. Neo counted. Seems like these ones have better coordination. Neo's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He could feel the challenge growing. The golems surrounded him quickly. They attacked him from all sides with powerful. Their attacks were synchronized, leaving no room for him to dodge. Neo's body turned into a blur as he tried to evade the heavy blows while blocking the undodgeable ones with Ocean's Embrace. He did not just dodge. He parried, skillfully weaving counterattacks in his blocks. But their defenses were stronger. His blade, though sharp, struggled to pierce the stone armor that covered their bodies. Each attack that landed was absorbed by the golem's thick, hardened shells. Neo couldn't land a decisive blow. I can't use an aura blade so early. My divine energy reserves are too lacking for it. Sweat trickled down his brow as he calculated his next move. The golem's attacks were becoming more precise. They were adapting. Neo lunged toward the closest golem with a burst of speed. His blade sliced through its arm, but the golem retaliated with surprising agility. It swung its other fist toward him. Neo twisted in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the blow. The golems didn't relent. They pressed the attack with their impeccable coordination. Neo used his superior agility to continue moving and dodged their attacks. He cleaved through the head of one golem with a well-timed strike, then spun around to deliver a fatal blow to another. Within minutes, the second wave had fallen, but Neo could feel his muscles burning from the effort. The gates trembled again. The third wave emerged, 10 golems this time. Their bodies were darker and more menacing. These golems weren't just stronger. They were faster, and their coordination had reached a new level. They moved as one, surrounding Neo in a perfect formation, leaving him no room to move around. Neo's chest heaved. He was desperate. His blood boiled with excitement. With a deep breath, Neo activated his blessing. A surge of power coursed through his veins. His muscles felt lighter and his reflexes became sharper. The air around him crackled with energy. The third wave attacked with terrifying speed. But Neo was faster. His body moved like a shadow and he countered their blows with devastating precision. His sword flashed, cutting through stone and mud alike. He struck at their weak points, dismantling their formation piece by piece. One golem fell, then another and another. The creatures couldn't keep up with Neo's newfound speed and power. In a flurry of strikes, the third wave crumbled before him. Before he could celebrate his victory, the fourth wave was already upon him. These golems were unlike any of the others. Their bodies were massive, their forms reinforced with dark obsidian that gleamed in the sunlight. There were 12 of them now, each one more dangerous than the last. Neo's breath came in ragged gasps. He could feel the strain on his body. His divine energy wouldn't last long. He had to finish quickly. The golems charged, and Neo met them head-on. Giant bolts of red lighting thundered around him. His blade clashed against their obsidian armor. A powerful shockwave spread out. The creatures attacked relentlessly. Neo parried and dodged, but even with the blessing, he was struggling to keep up. He was nearing his limit. The essence breath spell couldn't support him for long. One golem's fist grazed his side, sending him skidding across the arena floor. Neo gritted his teeth. He ignored the pain and forced himself back to his feet. He couldn't fall here. With a roar, Neo lunged forward. His sword turned into a blur of steel and darkness. He targeted the joints of the golems, where their armor was weakest. His blade cut through their defenses, severing their limbs and shattering their cores. The fourth wave was strong, but Neo was stronger. As long as he could hold one, he would win. One by one, they fell until only a single golem remained. Neo, panting heavily, met its gaze. It charged with its obsidian fists raised. Neo cleaved the golem in two with a single powerful strike. But as it fell, the gates trembled once more. The fifth and final wave emerged. Neo's heart remained calm. His body might have been in tatters, but he had faced worse situations and survived. This wasn't enough to defeat him. The golems were enormous, towering over him with bodies made of pure stone, reinforced with divine energy. There were 15 of them. The ground shook with their every step. Neo's body screamed in protest. It wanted to rest. Move! This isn't the time to rest. Neo unleashed his aura of death and darkness. An overwhelming presence descended. The golems faltered. Neo did not let go of the chance. He dived amidst them. Chapter 150. Student Council Test 3. Giant bolts of red lightning crashed into the golems. The monsters stood tall as the red lightning failed to pierce their defenses. The nearest golem punched towards Neo. He wrapped arm in aura of darkness and grabbed the punch. The black flames absorbed the impact. Before the golem could retaliate, Neo stabbed the sword into its body and injected the aura of death inside it through the sword. Their defense was strong, but their insides were still weak. The golem exploded. Dust and gravel filled the air. Neo used it as an opportunity. He jumped towards the next golem's head and sliced its neck off. The loss of visibility impaired the golems. Neo, like a grim reaper, reaped their lives before they could organize themselves. Not every golem went down easily. The creature used their massive fists to deliver ground-shattering blows. Blocking them made him feel like he was getting rammed by trucks. Neo, panting and exhausted, continued to swing his sword without a break. Suddenly, Percival's voice echoed. "The test has been finished." The shout snapped Neo out of his stupor. Neo realized the golems were all dead, and he was standing in the arena filled with their broken body parts. He was panting heavily. There was no major injury on his body. Neo could feel the results of his training. If it was before, he would have been fatally injured or perhaps been defeated in a battle of this level. Neo Hargraves. Time taken to complete the test, 34 minutes, 24 seconds. Percival stared at Neo with mixed emotions. His record was not broken. He maintained the title of the fastest clear. "You record survived," Ophelia said. "By 3 seconds." Percival felt complicated. His pride was hurt. Neo could have broken his record if he gave the test with normal difficulty or if he took the test in second semester. Ophelia chuckled when she saw his expression. "Don't be too sad. There is always a bigger fish out there. If it wasn't him, it would have been Morrigan who would show you that you were never the most talented." "I am the most talented," Percival smirked. "I gave my test indoor where the sun couldn't reach me. I could not use my blessing due to it. My time would have been less if I could." Ophelia was exasperated. She clicked her tongue and returned to the seats where the other student council members sat. Cashin was on the professors who came to watch the test. They acted as witness. "He is good." Cashin licked his lips. He took out his smartphone and dialed a number. The ringtone rang for a few minutes. "It's me," he added. "I've confirmed Neo Hargrave's performance with my eyes." "How was he?" "Well." Cashin's gaze lingered at the destruction Neo left behind in his wake. The air was still filled with death elementals. "He is a veteran. Even though he was fighting large number of monsters, he skillfully maneuvered around them to keep them from trapping him in their formations, and took them out one by one at a rapid pace." Cashin pursed his lips. "Honestly, I believe the rumors are true. He must have been undergoing training or a mission during 3 months he was gone. That's the only way to explain how a demigod, who awakened his god blood just before attending the academy, can fight this well. Continue observing him and keep reporting to us." "Huh? I thought I would be allowed to engage with him." "No, do not engage with him under any circumstances. We can't afford to offend Neo Hargraves again." "Again? What do you mean by that?" "Raoul, give me an answer. Do you know about the recent attack on our clan's headquarters?" "Of course I do. It was done by an adult phoenix." "Yes, we were attacked by a phoenix, but that's only the half-truth. The real reason we were attacked was because Neo was inside the infirmary. The nurse applied medicines to his wounds and gave him something to drink. While Neo was resting, the door opened. Percival, followed by Amelia, entered. The student council president turned to the nurse. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Petrina. We'll take it from here." "Got it." Percival's smile disappeared after the nurse left. He stared at Neo. "Congratulations, you've passed the test. The credits have been already transferred to your account." "Yes, I've checked." Percival did not say anything anymore. His actions earned a sigh from Amelia. "Stop being cranky because he performed better than you." "I'm not cranky." Percival clicked his tongue. "Neo Hargraves, your position in the student council has been decided. You will be a disciplinary officer." Percival took out a black ring and gave it to Neo. "This is the proof of your identity as the member of student council. Since you are new, Amelia will be guiding you for the next few weeks. Come to the student council office from tomorrow onwards." He left after giving the basic instructions. Amelia shook her head with a sigh. "Sorry about him. It's just his confidence took a hit when you returned from the window." "Oh." "You know, when you returned, you were dead and you still managed to rescue your friend, Jack? Apparently that scene terrified him. He hasn't been in his right state of mind since then." The two spoke. Amelia congratulated him for joining the student council. She explained his duties to him and left. After an hour of rest, Neo stood up. He moved his body. Feeling he had healed sufficiently, he left the infirmary. He visited the Professor Daniel's office. There was again no reply. He waited until the evening and returned to cafeteria when he started feeling hungry. The line was not long. He took his food and sat in a corner seat at the far end of the cafeteria. While he eating, Felix and Arthur entered the cafeteria. The two, returning from their classes, came for snacks when they noticed Neo. "Hey, why didn't you come to the class?" Felix questioned. They sat on the same table as Neo. "I was busy." "Busy with what?" Felix stopped speaking when she noticed the black ring on Neo's finger. Arthur saw the ring at the same time.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.